A Rocky Mountain Romance. Wyoming Mountain Tales, Book 2. Written by Misty M. Beller. Narrated by Paul Curtis. Chapter 1. Near South Pass City, Wyoming Territory, October 1866. This storm had the power to ruin his journey. The ashen snow clouds hung thick in the sky, which meant Zeche Reid wouldn't have much time before the blizzard hit. Icy dampness seemed to hover in the air as it captured his breath, and even his exhales hung like leaden clouds, harbingers of the coming threat. Chipmunks had been scurrying all morning, hopping from pine to spruce to cedar, searching for the last remaining acorns. All the signs bespoke snow, a lot of it. He stared out across the rocky peaks of the Wyoming mountains. Snow blanketed most of the pinnacles, but others stored the white only in nooks and crags. In the valley beneath him, patches of brown grass peeked out from the frozen covering. The plants would be buried soon enough, which meant he needed to find a place to hole up. He'd been hoping for a cave, but he may have to settle for that rock overhang just visible on the side of the mountain opposite him. Nudging Biscuit forward, he shifted with the gelding's unsteady gait as they maneuvered the winding deer trail around the rocky cliffside. A lone flake almost the size of his thumbprint drifted down in front of them. He'd covered a lot of ground these past weeks since leaving the icy chill of the Sweetwater River, but there was still so much to see and explore in these mountains. Now that his sister Mara and her husband had taken on most of the horses and training from their family ranch, he no longer bore that responsibility, and his youngest brother Ezra could handle the stage stop on his own, especially as things slowed down through the winter months. There was almost nothing holding Zeche back, no one who needed him. The chance he'd been waiting for had finally come, an opportunity to strike out on his own and explore as far into these Rocky Mountains as he and Biscuit could go before spring. Unfortunately, the going had proved slower than he'd expected, especially with several snowfalls making the trails slick. But slower travel gave him more time to take in the views, more time for the majesty of this mountain wilderness to sneak into his chest and take hold. New snowflakes followed the first, falling in steady procession as he rounded the crest of the mountain and the trail descended more steeply. Something below caught his eye, and he reined in. A cabin, with smoke curling from a rock chimney attached to the side of the wooden structure. It looked as out of place in this desolate land as a glass storefront. Yet the structure seemed to snuggle into the trees around it, as if it had always been there. The building sat several hundred feet away from him, near the bottom of the mountain where the ground leveled out. You never knew what kind of people would be living this far out in the remote mountains. Should he avoid the place altogether? He could still head on to that rock overhang and wouldn't have to worry about dealing with these folks. But as a gust of wind found its way between his neck and the hood of his buckskin coat, he could almost feel himself nestled in that warm room near a crackling fire. His hands curled around a mug of hot coffee. The imagined smell of the savory brew crept into his senses, and he nudged Biscuit forward. The snow fell in earnest now, its icy drops pricking the exposed areas on his face. Maybe they'd even have a hot stew cooking. He'd not tasted stew since leaving the stage stop. Ezra's cooking skills weren't the best, but the boy could brew a pot of soup without burning it. As he neared the spot where the ground leveled off, about 30 feet in front of the cabin, Zeche reined his horse to a stop. He should announce his presence before he moved close enough to knock on the door. Didn't want to get shot. "Halloo in there! Anyone home?" They had to be home, with the smoke seeping from the chimney and mingling with the snowflakes as it rose. A long moment passed, and he wet his lips to call again. "Halloo in the cabin! I mean no harm." The door cracked open, as if those were the magic words. But then it didn't move again. The 6 inches or so of darkness revealed nothing inside. But it was wide enough that a gun could be trained on him. And who knew if the old coot with his finger on the trigger was sane or crazy? "I mean no harm," he called. "Just looking for a place to wait out the storm." Another moment passed. This was fruitless. He should have bypassed the cabin altogether and headed on to that overhang he'd spotted on that other mountain. At least then his fate would be mostly his to control, not tucked in the hands of some half-crazed mountain hermit. He was about to tell the person in the cabin to never mind and have a nice day. But the door opened wider, halting his throat from working up the words. A soft glow of light cleared the shadows from the doorway, and a skinny form slipped through the opening onto the cabin's small porch. The person stood tall and lanky, wrapped in a fur coat with the hood pulled up around his face. And the man did, indeed, hold a rifle targeted at him. Loosely, anyway. The stock was tucked into his shoulder with the barrel pointed Zeke's direction. But the man didn't peer down the sights to take aim. "I mean no harm," he tried again. Maybe this situation could be resolved yet. Although the prospect of spending the next several hours, and possibly the night, with this suspicious rifle-pointing recluse held less appeal by the minute. He shouldn't have expected different. "I was just looking for a place to ride out the storm." He scanned the structure, his eyes locking on something in the rear. "If you have a lean-to in the back, I can stay there with my horse." The figure stood for another moment, maybe studying him. Maybe the man couldn't speak. "Settle your horse in the back and come inside the cabin." Zeke's gaze flew to the fellow's face. That voice. It wasn't the baritone of a man at all. That softness had to be... He squinted, trying to make out the features tucked inside the hood of the coat. Dark eyes stared back at him, framed by a feathering of dark hair and a dainty, pointed chin. Even from this distance, how could he have missed the pretty angular lines of a woman's face? He almost reached for his hat to doff it, but stopped as he realized he wasn't wearing one. Only the hood of his own coat. He pushed Biscuit forward, keeping his gaze on the woman through the thickening snowfall. She still held the rifle pointed in his direction, but her head shifted for a second, as if she were scanning the tree line to her right. Was she alone here, waiting for someone to return? Of course. Her husband would be out checking traps or gathering more wood. And the last thing Zeke wanted was to be caught inside the cabin with the man's wife when he returned. He could stay out with the animals till then, and the distance would likely set the lady's mind at ease. He reined Biscuit in about a dozen feet in front of the cabin. "I'll stay in that shelter out back with my horse until your husband comes back, ma'am. I appreciate your hospitality." He studied her for a reaction, expecting to see relief bring that rifle barrel down a hair. He'd come close enough now that he made an awfully big target. Even if she wasn't aiming exactly, she'd likely hit him if she pulled that trigger. But the set of her shoulders stiffened, and the rifle secured deeper in the crook of her shoulder. "Leave your horse in the back and come inside." That was a command if he ever heard one, even though it'd been a long time since he'd had to take orders from a female voice. Even his sassy sister didn't talk to him like that. The woman stepped to the side as if clearing the way for him to enter, although the rifle was still pointed right at him. Best do as she said and take the offer at face value. She was probably extra nervous without her man here. Although it didn't look like her hands shook on the gun, which was good for him. He nodded his acquiescence, keeping his bearing casual as he reined Biscuit toward the back. "Much obliged, ma'am. I'll be in shortly." Maybe she'd settle down once she saw she had nothing to fear from him. He settled his gelding with the bay mare already inside the lean-to built off the back of the cabin, then hung his saddle and bridle on the rail in the little feed room. Another saddle hung there already. Not a side saddle, but he should have expected as much. Any woman who lived out here would have to give up feminine frippery. "Are you coming in?" The woman's voice drifted around from the front. Zeke couldn't help the hint of a grin that pulled at his face. "Coming now." He gave Biscuit a final pat as the horse munched the hay piled along the back wall. "My presence hasn't been wanted so much in a month of Mondays," he muttered, chuckling while he slipped out the back gate. The snow fell thickly enough to limit his vision as he tromped around to the door. The structure seemed to be built solidly, and not too long ago either. The wood had weathered only a little, maybe a year or so old. He knocked, and a muffled call from inside seemed like it might have said, "Come in." Pulling the latch string, he eased the door open and peered into the darkness. The woman stood by a big fireplace, looking up at him as she stirred something in a pot hanging over it. "Don't let all the heat out." "Right." He stepped inside and pushed the door shut behind him, making sure the latch fell into place. His eye caught the snow piled on his shoulders. Should have brushed off before bringing the wetness inside. "You can warm yourself here by the fire. My father will be back shortly." Her father? Not a husband as he'd assumed. Or maybe both lived in the cabin. That might be likely out here where survival depended on the entire family. He glanced around the place. It was small but orderly. The fireplace held cord at the far end of the room, with a stone hearth and a carved mantel spanning the width of the opening. A row of books lined the mantel from one side to the other. A cot nestled in the corner, with the blanket folded neatly on top. The woman was still bundled in her coat, but the hood hung down her back, revealing smooth, dark hair tucked under the buckskin. She turned to him again, her black brows raised as she pointed to the chair nearest the fire. Near her. He wasn't really that chilled, not with his thick animal skin coat, buckskin clothes, and fur-lined gloves, not to mention the woolen underclothes and stockings he wore beneath it all. But it was probably best to do as she asked. He eased down in the armchair near the fire, but this spot brought him uncomfortably near to her as she continued to stir whatever was in that pot. She didn't seem to notice it, though, just kept her back to him as she worked. Only a couple feet separated them, and he was close enough to see a couple inches of blue cloth hanging below the bottom of her leather coat. The fine weave of fabric seemed at odds with the buckskin of her pants. His eyes roamed upward to the straight rise of her spine, the square of her shoulders, the way the lamplight behind her made her black hair shimmer. He tried to picture her face again, but couldn't. How old had she looked? She'd mentioned a father. Did that mean she'd grown up in these mountains? From the elegance in her bearing and the luxury of that blue cloth, it didn't seem to be the case. So what was she doing out here? He leaned back in the chair as his gaze dropped down to his dirty buckskins. It would have been nice if he'd taken time for a shave at least once since leaving South Pass City. Greta Michelly struggled to focus on the stew as the muscles bunched tighter through her shoulders. How would Father react to a stranger in their cabin? He'd been doing so well these past weeks, forgetting the memories that haunted him, The rhythm of their new life in this peaceful place seemed to help. But today it appeared the world had invaded them once again, or at least this roaming mountain man had. She strained to hear outside the cabin. Surely Nix would bark to alert her of their presence. That little dog seemed to have an extra sense about how to help her father. Then she could meet them at the door and explain about their guest. Her father would probably welcome the company, as long as he wasn't surprised. She couldn't make out any sounds from outside, only the crackle of the fire in the cabin and the scraping of boot leather on wood as the man behind her shuffled his feet. It had been so long since anyone new had been in their little home. That must be why this man seemed to fill the place with his presence, soaking up all the air so her pulse raced in her chest. She probably shouldn't have allowed him to come in, shouldn't have trusted a perfect stranger. But his look hadn't stirred fear in her chest, and she'd become astute at judging men at a glance, at least in gauging the level of danger they presented. 3 years working in war hospitals had fine-tuned that ability. She shifted her head sideways to peek at him. He was more handsome than she remembered, and he was staring right at her. She whipped her head straight again, then reached for a bowl from the shelf, willing her face not to turn red. "The stew's ready." After ladling out his portion, she turned to hand him the dish, keeping her gaze lowered. But what was she doing? This man was no different from any other God had created. No matter that he raised goosebumps on her arms with his presence. He deserved treatment no better or worse than she would give her father. Inhaling a deep breath, she raised her gaze and pasted a smile on her face as he took the bowl from her hands. "This should warm you." The ruddy hue from the cold had mostly faded from his warming face, giving her a clear view of the strong lines there. He wasn't as old as she'd first assumed. The beard only gave that appearance. Now that she had a good look at him, she realized he couldn't be much past his early 30s, and there was something about the intensity in his dark eyes that made her stomach flip. "Thanks." He glanced down at the bowl, then back up at her, then over to the shelf where she'd retrieved the dish. She stared at his bowl, then a jolt of realization pulsed through her. "Let me get you a spoon." The heat flared up her neck again as she turned away. When would father be back? Being alone with this man was making her lose her good sense. Chapter 2. The door crashed open, and Greta whirled to face the intruder. Father's leather coat appeared, but the relief it brought was broken by the rifle he aimed and the twisted anger on his face. In the space of a heartbeat, a figure lunged in front of her, blocking her view. The stranger's broad shoulders loomed before her, his arms spread as if to keep her locked behind him. Nix's yips pierced the air, and she jumped up on the tips of her toes to see over the man's shoulders in front of her. What was wrong with father now? She had to get to him and stop his irrational actions. The crazed look in his eye meant he must be acting from a memory. But if she didn't bring him back to reality now, he might accidentally hurt someone. Dipping low, she slipped under the stranger's arm and darted forward, then slowed as she neared him. "Father?" Holding out a hand, she tried to catch his eye. "Father, it's me, Greta. You're all right." He never looked at her, just squinted down the barrel of his gun at their guest. She reached out and touched his shoulder, ready to jerk back and away if he turned the rifle her direction. He would never hurt her on purpose, but when the memories took control, he lost connection with what was really happening around him. The moment she touched him, he blinked and turned his head to look at her. Relief sagged in her chest. "It's me, Father. We're all right." He blinked again, then straightened. His eyes scanned the room, stalling when they landed on the stranger. He squinted at the man. "Who is he?" She stepped closer to her father, her heart lifting at the familiar tone in his voice. He'd pulled out of the memory. He's passing through and needed a place to wait out the storm. She grabbed the barrel of the rifle and carefully extricated it from his hands. Nix whined at their feet, and she reached down to stroke the dog's short black hair. "You cold out there, boy?" He licked the heel of her hand, and she straightened. Their poor guest. What must he think about this welcome? She'd let herself get distracted from listening for father, and the result could have been deadly. Straightening her shoulders, she looked over at the visitor, forcing her mouth into an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry about that, Mr. She hadn't even asked his name yet. Reid. Zeche Reid. A wary gaze cloaked his features. He'd done some quick moving to jump in front of her when father had barged in, and the man probably didn't like that she'd disregarded his protection. But she was the only one who could handle father when the fits overtook him, and the sooner he came back to himself, the better. Father breathed out a long breath, the sound of it a little shaky, but it seemed to put him fully in control of his faculties. He stepped forward and extended his hand to the man. "Antonio Michelly. Glad you made it out of the weather. It's getting nasty out there." Mr. Reid's gaze flicked to her, then back to her father. He slowly gripped the outstretched hand, but the look on his face said he thought he might be sealing his own fate with the contact. A sudden urge welled in her chest to pull the man aside and explain all the reasons why father suffered the attacks. The awful things he'd been forced to see and do during the war between the states. Those living nightmares would haunt any man, even someone as strong as her father. Father motioned to the chair Mr. Reid had occupied. "Have a seat." He turned and scanned the room as though still trying to get his bearings. Greta slipped around him to the fireplace. "Come. Warm yourself, father. The stew is ready." After removing his coat, he settled into the chair she usually occupied, across from where Mr. Reid sat. "You live around here?" He leaned forward to rub his hands in front of the fire. "Just south of the mountains, on the Sweetwater River." The man's deep tenor still held a reserved edge. "You're a ways from home, then. What brought you this far north?" Father's tone tried for genial, although Greta picked up on the faint undertone of wariness. She wouldn't have caught it if she didn't know him so well. "Exploring." "Really? You're an adventurer, then?" A dry chuckle. "Don't know as I'd say that. Just finally found the time to get up to the mountain country." She placed the bowl in her father's hands, then reached down to pick up the empty dish and spoon beside Mr. Reid's seat. He must have dropped it on the floor when he'd sprung to her defense. "I'll refill it for you." She darted a glance at his face. "Thanks." The expression in his eyes held a sadness she hadn't expected. Or maybe it was yearning. What must this man think about them? Winter's not a time people usually head into the Rockies. This is already our 5th snow of the season. Father sent her a smile as he swallowed his first bite of stew. "Good soup, daughter." Greta nodded, then handed their guest his second helping and turned back to fill bowls for Nix and herself. "Thank you, ma'am. It does hit the spot." She nodded as she placed a dish beside the dog curled next to Father's chair. Mr. Reid's voice sounded again, this time addressed to Father. "My brother and I run the Rocky Ridge stage stop, and winter's usually the slow time. It was my first chance to get away." Father nodded, then silence settled over the room, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the sounds of wooden spoons scraping bowls as the men ate. She turned with her own dish and eased down to perch on the stone hearth. They only had 2 seats in the place, save for the beds, The lack of chairs wasn't usually a problem, because they rarely hosted guests, and that was best. "No, sit here." Mr. Reid rose to his feet and stepped aside, motioning her toward the chair he'd been occupying. She looked up to meet his gaze. "No, you sit. You're our guest, Mr. Reid, and you're weary from traveling." A hint of a smile softened his dark eyes, and a corner of his mouth pulled the slightest bit. "Call me Zeke, and I'd rather be closer to the fire." It had been so long since a man other than her father had offered chivalry. And when he looked at her with that polite earnestness, what power had she to refuse? She pushed to her feet and took the chair he offered. He eased down onto the spot she'd vacated and turned his attention back to her father. "Have you lived out here long?" "A little over a year." Pa shifted a glance her way as he took another bite. She nodded in silent agreement. If he wasn't going to offer any more information than that, she wouldn't either. They both wanted to forget the life before this land. Most of it, anyway. "So you've experienced a mountain winter before." Zeke's voice deepened as he looked to her. Her smile came a little easier this time. "Yes." As different as it had been from the winters in South Carolina, she'd thrived on the beauty of the mountains covered in snow, bundling up in her furs and setting out on snowshoes to the creek, riding her mare to the lake, which was covered in a thin layer of ice, and especially snuggling with a mug of hot tea in front of the fire. She was made for this life, if only it hadn't taken tragedy to bring them here. But she could be thankful for what they had left. He cocked his head for a second, studying her. "It's going to be quite a blizzard this time." He turned back to her father. "Are you stocked up on food and firewood? I imagine we'll be snowed in for at least a couple days." Father nodded. "We've worked all summer to prepare." Mr. Reid, Zeke, tilted his head again like he couldn't quite figure them out. A lock of brown hair slipped over his brow, giving him a rakish tint. Then he seemed to shake himself out of his wondering and looked down as he scooped out the last bite of stew. After swallowing the bit of elk meat and broth practically whole, he straightened and breathed a contented sigh. "Well, Miss Michelly, that's the best meal I've had in a long while." He pushed to his feet and, bowl in hand, strode toward the door. Zeke breathed in a lungful of frigid air as he slipped outside. The icy blast was exactly what he needed to clear his head. Maybe it was the heat from the fire inside, or maybe it was that woman's presence so near him. But something had pressed on his chest so that he could barely breathe. She was a beauty, no doubt about it, with those dark, expressive eyes and her regal bearing. She and her father both looked to have Italian or Spanish blood in them, probably Italian with a name like Michelly. And Miss Michelly carried more poise in her chin alone than most women held in their entire person. But what had possessed her father when he'd charged into the cabin like a she-bear fighting for her cubs? The man was lucky Zeke's rifle hadn't been within reach. His heart had nearly stopped in his chest when Miss Michelly slipped out from behind him and approached the danger. Hers had been the magic touch, though. She had a way about her that would calm any man. So, what was she doing out here in the mountain wilderness, a week's ride from the nearest tiny town? They surely had a story. But then, didn't everyone? Squatting in the snow at the base of the porch, he scooped the icy crystals into his bowl and scoured the dish and spoon. He should have offered to fill a bucket of water for her, or do something else useful. He had to do something to earn his keep while he was here. As night fell, Zeke kept an eye on the cabin's lone window at the thick snow blowing through the darkness. The wind howled around the little building. making him more than thankful he'd found haven here instead of a cleft in the mountainside. Biscuit probably felt the same way in the shed out back. He should go check on the horses one last time before he bedded down for the night. Turning, he stepped to the door, glancing toward Miss Michelly and her father. They each occupied a chair by the fire, and both of them seemed enamored with the books they read. Mr. Michelly's was a thick, leather-bound tome, which looked as dry as the biscuits Mara used to make before her husband taught her how to cook a decent meal. At least he'd glimpsed a few sketches in Miss Michelly's book, and it wasn't quite as thick. How did they sit and read for hours at a time? No wonder books lined the mantel above the hearth. "I'm going to check on the horses." He slipped his hands through his coat sleeves and worked the buttons, then grabbed his gloves and lantern by the door. Miss Michelly looked up. "Would you like assistance?" He couldn't help but raise his brows at her. She would offer to go out in that mess? "No, ma'am. I'll be back shortly." He had to get out of this cabin before he paced a hole in their floor. A quarter hour later, he'd worn the edge off his nerves by tromping through the 2 feet of snow that had piled around the edges of the cabin. He'd had to stay close enough to run his hand along the wall, or he might have lost his way in the blowing snow. All the signs about this being a nasty storm had been correct. Nature rarely got that kind of prediction wrong. You just had to know how to interpret the language. He stomped his boots and brushed the snow from his coat before slipping into the cabin. The heat that blasted his face made his skin tingle, but it was a welcome sensation after the numbing cold. Mr. Michelly jerked up from his book at Zeke's arrival, and the little dog jumped to his feet beside his master. Zeke worked to school his movements as he shucked his gloves and slipped out of his coat. Surprises seemed to unsettle the man. He nodded to him. Animals are bedded down for the night. His gaze wandered to Miss Michelly's chair, but it was empty. A flash of movement caught his eye behind the seat near the cabin's front wall. She sat on her knees working on something, and as he peered into the dimness, he realized it was a pallet of blankets. He glanced to his bedroll, still lying where he'd tossed it beside the door. "You don't have to worry about that, ma'am. I'll just lay out my roll." She spared him a glance. "These are extra quilts." And as she turned back to straighten the blankets, he couldn't help but notice the way her blue cloth tunic outlined her slender curves. She certainly didn't dress like any woman he'd ever seen. Her tunic hung almost to her knees, with the buckskin pants covering her legs below it. That getup was probably easier to work in than a full-length gown, and she was plenty covered up, but... He pulled his gaze away as she straightened. "There, I think that'll work for you. But if you get cold, we have more blankets in that trunk." She pointed toward a corner lined with 3 different chests. He'd be more than fine with what she'd laid out, so he didn't ask for clarification. "Thanks." She started to push to her feet, and his brain slipped into motion. He lunged forward, offering his hand to help her stand. She took it, not quite meeting his gaze. The warmth of her hand permeated his skin, warming all the way up his arm. He cleared his throat. "Sorry, my hand is cold." That seemed to fluster her, and red crept across her cheeks. The moment she had her balance, she pulled away. "There's hot water if you want tea." He glanced at the blankets spread on the floor, then out the dark window. "Think I'll just bed down, if that's all right." She looked back at the pallet, but he couldn't read her expression. "Of course." Chapter 3. Zeke's eyes jerked open, but he forced his body to remain still. The noise might have been in his dream, but it might also be a threat outside the cabin. There. It came again. muffled and from a different direction than he'd first thought. He struggled to orient himself. A moan sounded, almost a cry, like a male voice pitching high in agony. Zeche craned his neck to find the source of the sound. Something moved across the room, in the pallet where Mr. Michelly lay. It was the blanket writhing, as though the creature underneath struggled. He pushed his blankets aside and jumped to his feet, scanning the room for any other movement. "Ah!" The man's outcry propelled Zeche forward, but he forced himself to slow a few feet from the bed. "Mr. Michelly, wake up." He spoke in a loud whisper, trying not to startle the man any more than the nightmare already had. Michelly thrashed again, hitting the wall beside him with a strong elbow. That was likely the wall to his daughter's chamber, if Zeche understood the layout of the cabin correctly. If he didn't silence the man soon, she'd be awakened, and none of them would get a decent night's sleep. "Mr. Michelly." He pitched his voice low, but louder than the whisper. "Ah!" This time it was more like a yelp, and the man's body jerked as if a bullet had slammed into him. "Mr. Michelly." Zeche stepped closer, reaching out to grip the man's shoulder. "No!" The woman's voice pierced the air, stilling his hand and jerking his shoulders back. "Let me wake him so he's not surprised." Miss Michelly patted closer and slipped between him and her father. "Father, wake up. It's me, Greta." She settled a hand on his forehead. "You have—" The cover shifted just as Miss Michelly's body jerked down. She cried out in surprise, and Zeche lunged forward to grip her shoulders before he could stop himself. But as he tried to pull her back, resistance held her. "Ow!" She squealed the word, and he stepped sideways to see what held her. "Father, no!" The man had a grip on her arm with one hand. The other hand gripped the back of her neck and was pulling her head downward. "It's me, Father." Miss Michelly dropped to her knees on the floor, probably trying to ease the angle of her father's grip. In a tight hiss, she said, "Mr. Reid, stand back so he's not threatened." Zeche froze. So her father wasn't threatened? Seemed he was the one doing all the threatening. But Zeche took a single step back, even as his muscles bunched to lunge forward, prepared to intervene if the man did anything further to hurt his daughter. She seemed to take a deep breath, then did the last thing he expected. She began to sing. In a quivering voice, she started into words that took on a waltz cadence, but he couldn't make out the lyrics. It sounded almost like a different language. But the melody seemed to loosen her father's angst, and he fell back against the bed, releasing his hold on Greta. Her voice gained strength, rolling with the rhythm of the melody. It had to be another language, because none of the sounds formed words he knew. Yet he found himself swaying to the 1-2-3 tempo of the song. Her voice swelled in what must be the chorus, and Greta's hand slipped up to stroke her father's brow. Even in the shadowy darkness, Zeche could see Mr. Michelly's eyelids drift open. His hand grappled across the covers, reaching for her free one. She slipped her fingers around his old gnarled knuckles as she brought the song to a soft close. Mr. Michelly's breath eased out in a long stream that filled the stillness of the cabin. Not even the dog moved until the older man pushed up from the bed to a sitting position. His hair stuck out in angles as he looked from his daughter to Zeche. "Well, looks like I woke us all." The room was too dim to see the nuances of his expression, but the way his shoulders sagged made Zeche want to step forward and reassure him, even though the man's nightmare had endangered his daughter. For that matter, he didn't know for sure Greta hadn't been injured. Depending on how strong her pa's grip had been, she might have bruises from the ordeal. He looked over at her. "Are you hurt?" She ducked his gaze. "No, not at all." But her exhale quivered. "Going back to bed now. Zeke rubbed the back of his neck, his pulse not even close to settled. "Not sure I'll sleep yet." She looked up then, glancing from him to her father. "Would you like tea?" Mr. Michelly sighed again. "That would be nice." "I'll light a lantern." Zeke turned away from the pair, as much to give himself some breathing room as for them. Greta's dressing robe swished as she moved behind him. So many questions burned in Zeke's chest as he lit a lantern using an ember from the fireplace. But he wasn't quite sure how to ask them. The older man obviously had some kind of illness, and it appeared to make him dangerous. Greta wasn't safe here alone with her father, but he couldn't contemplate what to do about that until he had more details. He needed to get her alone for a discussion. But how did he do that with the blizzard outside? The only doorway in this room led into what he assumed was her sleeping chamber, and that certainly wasn't an option. Maybe in the morning he could find an opportunity. The sound of metal scraping against metal pierced Zeke's sleep, and he jerked up from his covers. But his fuzzy brain took a moment to make sense of what his eyes took in. A figure bent over the fireplace, her hands working silently as she coaxed a fire from the coals. Even focused on her work, Greta held herself with a bearing that snagged his attention and held it. His mind still hadn't come to grips with why a woman so obviously cultured would lock herself away in this wilderness, where she had access to only the barest of essentials, even for a reason so noble as to care for her father. They didn't have a cook stove, which forced her to cook over an open fire, and she seemed to be unmarried, although if she lived back east, she would have suitors lining up and down the street to seek her hand in marriage, regardless of the fact that eastern cities were so recently torn by war. It was hard to guess her age. At first he'd thought she was around his own, 30, mostly because of the astuteness in her gaze. A guarded look, the kind that came only from experience. But as he'd studied her face while she read the night before, the firelight had glinted over her smooth skin. She couldn't be much older than 5 and 20. Maybe a year or so younger than his sister Mara. She turned then, and her eyes rounded as she caught him watching. He should look away, but he couldn't quite bring himself to. Her mouth tipped at the edges, softening her face with a smile that made his gut flip. Then her gaze flicked to the other side of the room where her father lay. She pressed a finger to her lips. The worry that glimmered in her eyes brought back memories of the night's trauma in full force. He nodded, then pulled his focus away from her face. He needed to get moving. He couldn't remember the last time he'd lain abed while the woman of the house was up and choring. Of course, it had been a while since they'd had a woman in the house. Not since Mara was married over a year ago. As he pulled himself upright and pushed to his feet, Greta went back to her work. Making coffee, it appeared. He stepped closer to peer into the carafe. Yes, those looked like coffee grounds. She'd served tea last night, but he'd been hoping for the strong stuff this morning. Would have offered his own from his saddle pack if he needed to. She glanced up and caught his gaze as her movements stilled. Her dark eyes rounded when she saw how near he was. He'd not meant to approach so close, yet part of him didn't want to retreat. She was pretty, to say the least, and he'd not had opportunity to be around a beautiful woman in longer than he could remember. That must be why his lungs didn't seem to work quite right. His gut tightened as he wiggled his toes in his stockinged feet. He'd not even put on shoes yet. Taking a step back, he forced his mind to think through the jumble of his thoughts. I'm, going outside for a minute. I'll feed the horses while I'm out. She glanced down at his feet, and he had the urge to curl his toes so they might not be quite as conspicuous. faint pink tinged her cheeks, and she glanced toward the cabin door. "Take Father's snowshoes. The snow's deep out there. They'll make walking easier." He nodded, turning back to his bedroll to slip into his boots. After straightening the blankets, he stood and headed toward the door. He could clean up his little corner when he returned, but just now nature's call took priority. 2 pairs of snowshoes hung on the wall by the door, with water dripping from the rawhide laces of the smaller set. She'd already been out? He hadn't even heard the door open. He took down the larger pair and strapped them over his boots, then clomped onto the porch. The snow had piled as high as the porch floor, which was about 3 feet off the ground if he remembered correctly, and flakes were still falling in the gray dawn light. Not as thick as they had last night, but the sooty clouds hung low with no blue patches in sight. This weather would probably keep up the rest of the day. The snowshoes worked like a charm as he stepped off the porch into powdery snow, just as if he were walking on water, or white fluffy ground. Biscuit nickered when he turned the rear corner of the cabin. "In a minute, boy." The snow had piled high against the outhouse door, which he should have expected, so he kept trudging to the edge of the woods. Once that chore was done, he headed back toward the lean-to. Biscuit met him at the gate, and he scratched the gelding's forelock. "How you doing, son? Did you stay warm and dry in there?" One of the other horses in the little pen started to approach, but Biscuit whipped his head around and pinned his ears at the animal, scattering him to the back corner beside the bay mare who'd been there when Zeche arrived the day before. "Hey!" He popped Biscuit on the shoulder, just firm enough to get the horse's attention. "We're guests here. Mind your manners." Biscuit responded by rubbing his forehead against Zeke's upper arm. Maybe he was just being possessive of his owner's attention. He held a lower rank in the herd hierarchy back at the ranch, which meant he usually got along with the other animals. Zeche trudged around to the area where the hay was stored, fenced away from the horses. Grabbing an armful, he moved around the outside of the pen, tossing his load in 3 stacks as far apart as the little lean-to allowed. The bay mare was the last to come forward, and a flash of red on her chest caught his attention. He stepped to the side where he could get a better look. A crescent-shaped gash in the hair yawned about 5 inches wide, exactly the shape of a hoof. Blood pooled at the bottom, and a darker stain had dripped down onto the hair beneath. The wound was deep, with patches of white showing through the blood, like exposed muscle tissue. His stomach roiled. Chapter 4. "Hey, girl." Zeche extended his hand to the mare, easing forward to get a closer look. The dried blood underneath the wound seemed to prove she wasn't in danger of bleeding out, but the injury would need care right away. Infection could be a killer. He turned a stony gaze on Biscuit. "Did you do that?" The mare needed attention, but he couldn't leave his gelding in there to pick another fight. It was hard to believe he'd instigated this one, but between the hoof shape of the wound and the aggression Biscuit had just shown, the evidence was clear. After trudging back to the hay area, he grabbed the rope tied to his saddle and fit it into a halter over his gelding's head. He opened the gate and let him out, secured the latch, and then tied Biscuit to the corner post. Hopefully he couldn't get into trouble there. He'd have to see if the Michellys had something to clean the wound, and it really needed to be stitched. A sigh leaked from his chest. The last thing he wanted was to add more to Greta's load. She already carried such a burden with her father's unsteadiness. Would he always make things worse? Greta could tell the minute Zeche stepped through the doorway that something was wrong. Father had just risen from bed and was sitting in his chair nursing a mug of coffee. His hair still tasseled from the night. The dark skin under his eyes drooped more than normal, a sure sign he hadn't slept much after the nightmare and the ensuing ordeal. Maybe the coffee would help revitalize him. It was the only staple he would purchase from town, since he insisted they live completely off the land. But even Father agreed life would be miserable without his morning coffee. For that blessing, she was grateful. The day would be so much harder without a cup of the warm brew to fortify her. Zeke pushed the hood of his coat off his head and stood facing them, hands in his fur-lined pockets. He still wore his snowshoes, and something about the way he dipped his chin made him look like a nervous schoolboy reporting to his parents after a fight with classmates. "What is it?" She steeled herself against his words. It couldn't be good if he was acting like that. "Your mare's injured. It's a cut in her shoulder. I think my gelding might have kicked her." He looked at her then, regret pinching his brow. "I'm sorry. He's usually easy-going. I wouldn't have put him in the pen if I thought he'd be a problem." Her stomach tightened as a vision of bloody, torn flesh flittered through her mind, but she found a calm expression. "Things happen. I'm sure she'll be fine. I'll see to her." But his gaze said he wasn't so sure, and that thought made the knot in her stomach pull tighter. She straightened from the fire she'd been nurturing and pushed to her feet. After crossing the room to her chest of medical supplies, she retrieved her satchel and headed for the door. "I'll be back shortly." Nix whined, so she paused and turned to him with a finger outstretched. "Stay." He tilted his head at her, but kept his seated position beside Father's chair. Then she grabbed her coat and snowshoes and slipped outside. Zeke clomped behind her in his snowshoes and waited while she fastened the leather straps. They headed around the side of the house, and his movements were a little awkward on the wooden frames. Snowshoes took some getting used to if one didn't wear them often. Maybe she should offer some hints that would help him maneuver, although he might consider advice to be an insult. Anyway, the animals needed her focus just now. His gelding stood tied outside the pen and gave a soft nicker as they approached. She stopped to stroke his neck before stepping through the gate into the lean-to. Her mare and Father's gelding munched hay on the far side of the structure. She unlaced her snowshoes to make it easier to move inside the dry area, then approached her mare. "Hey, Roma. How are you, girl?" Her gaze landed on the cut, which was, indeed, a nasty one. No wonder Zeke had been nervous about the injury. She stepped close enough to rest a hand on the horse's shoulder and peered at the wound. It was deep, would need to be sanitized and then stitched. She glanced up at the man who'd moved to Roma's head, stroking the white patch of hair between her eyes. "Mr. Reid, could you bring me a bucket of water? There's one in the cabin by the work table." "Call me Zeke, please." His face looked pained as he stroked Roma's face, like he empathized with everything the mare felt. She laid a gloved hand on his arm. "She'll be fine." The bump at his throat bobbed, and he met her gaze. "You have enough to worry about without us causing more trouble." A weight pressed down on her shoulders. She needed to explain about Father. Try to answer what questions the man surely had after the 2 episodes he'd witnessed. There was no telling what Zeke thought at this point. Maybe once he knew a little of their background, he wouldn't judge so harshly. She'd promised Father not to speak of it, so she had to be careful what details she gave. He shifted under her hand, and she jerked it back. She hadn't meant to touch him, even through the layers of her glove and his buckskin coat. She looked away to force her mind back on what they'd been discussing. "Roma." She shrugged. "Horses do these things." He didn't speak again, but turned and left the enclosure. Greta inhaled a long breath, then released it. She had to settle her thoughts. Focus. Something about that man scattered her wits. Or maybe she just had too much on her mind. She slipped a halter on the mare and prepared her suture supplies so she'd be ready when he returned. As he stepped into the pen with the water bucket in hand, Greta handed him the rope. "Can you hold her? She might try to move around some. Set the water there in the corner where she won't knock it over." "Do you want me to doctor the wound?" She flicked a glance at him. His face looked as pale as his voice had sounded. "No, it won't take me long." He held the mare steady while she worked. When she scrubbed the dried blood around the wound, Roma shifted, and the man's deep tenor soothed her. "Easy, girl. Just hold steady. It'll be over soon. Easy there." The cadence of it was enough to soothe even Greta's tight nerves. She worked quickly, finding a rhythm as she made each stitch, then tied it off and moved on to the next. At last she reached the end of the wound and eased out her breath, while she leaned back to study her work. Those sutures were pretty good, considering how long it had been since she'd practiced. Of course, she'd gotten more experience than she'd ever wanted during the war. She glanced up at the mare's head, hanging low as though she were glad the job was over. "You did well, Roma. That should help it." "Impressive." Her wayward gaze slipped up to the man's face again, took in the angle of his strong cheekbones just above the growth of his beard, the intensity glimmering in his dark eyes. "Where did you learn to stitch a wound like that?" The knot in her stomach had almost melted away, but it pulled tight again as she turned back to the horse and fumbled for an explanation. "Before we came west." "You learned well." He turned to eye his gelding. "I'll tie Biscuit out under the trees, with some hay if you don't mind." "Of course." At least he'd let the subject drop. But she still needed to speak with him about father. Soon. Zeke settled his gelding, and Greta dumped the now dirty water from the bucket, then tied her snowshoes back on. As he made his way back toward her, she couldn't help but notice the span of his strong shoulders. He may not be accustomed to snowshoes, and a gaping wound had made him go pale, but he was obviously no stranger to hard work. There was something untamed about him, a ruggedness that drew her. And despite that, something about him made her feel safe. Twice now he'd jumped to protect her, from her father no less. Not that father would hurt her, of course, but still, it was nice to have a man around who was stronger than her, willing to step in to help. Father used to be that man in her life, but the war had changed so much. "Ready to go in?" She turned at the voice and cautiously met his dark gaze. He stood less than a dozen feet away. His brows were raised in question. Now was her moment to speak with him, to explain about father, if she could find the words. "Mr. Reid, you're probably wondering about us." The expression on his face changed from pleasantly quizzical to guarded. His lips pressed, rolling in as his eyes searched her face. "Maybe." She straightened her spine. "The war wasn't easy for my father." Not for any of them, but that was more than she could share. "We came out here for a peaceful setting. He's been recovering well, but sometimes the memories are still hard for him." There. She'd given enough detail, she hoped, to allay his concerns, but not so much to break her father's confidentiality. "He fought in the Civil War?" "The War of Secession." The correction slipped out before she could stop it. "In the 2nd South Carolina Infantry." The way his brows formed a V, the glimmer in his eyes, it wasn't the pity she'd braced herself against. but there was definitely sadness there. Does he have these episodes often? His voice resonated deep, gentle. She pulled her gaze from his face, looking off into the distance where light snowflakes had begun to float from the gray sky again. Not as much anymore. Before yesterday, it had been over a month, I think. And then 2 times the day I show up. She turned back to his face. Did he think she was lying? He's getting better, Mr. Reid. Call me Zeke, and I'm glad he is. His voice had softened to an easy ripple, like the murmur of a creek flowing. It just seems suspicious that he'd suddenly worsen when a stranger arrives, like maybe I'm the cause of the setback. She tried to dig into his meaning, to read the expression in his eyes. The angst there tightened a knot in her chest. Maybe it was time to end this conversation altogether. Tossing her glance up at the sky, she breathed a long breath of the heavy air. The snow's coming down again. We'd best get inside. Are you sure your horse will be safe in the trees? I tied a blanket on him, and he has fodder to keep him warm. I'll check again in a few hours. The scuff of his snowshoes sounded as he turned toward the house. Let's get inside. As Zeke followed her onto the porch, she was more than a little conscious of his presence. She was uncommonly tall for a girl, only a couple of inches shy of 6 feet. She'd gotten her height from Father, who passed the 6-foot mark by a good 3 inches. Yet Zeke was at least that, and where Father's shoulders were narrow and angular, Zeke was broad. He probably carried solid muscle underneath that buckskin coat. But what was she doing thinking about the man's physique? Somehow he'd woven his way into her head, and she'd do best to purge him. He was merely a stranger passing through. He'd be leaving as soon as the snow stopped. Chapter 5. Greta ducked down to untie her snowshoes, hiding the flush of heat that burned her neck from her wayward thoughts. She'd do much better to focus on how to pull Father back from the memories that seemed to be reasserting themselves. Maybe one of their language games would help. With the last strap unfastened, she rose and carried the frames inside. Zeke slipped in behind her, and the warmth from the fledgling fire in the hearth washed over her. Father stood beside his bed, his suspenders hanging from the waistband of his trousers as he buttoned his gray wool shirt. Interesting that he hadn't donned buckskins, since the snow was still falling. It couldn't be a good sign that he was retreating to the clothing of his past life. She hung the snowshoes from the peg and headed to the fire, giving Father a smile as she approached. Kalimera. His eyes widened at the morning greeting spoken in Greek, and the hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Kalimera. Kori. Yes, this was exactly the exercise he needed to pull him into a better frame of mind. Her father had taught Greek and Latin for so long at the university, he slipped into that skin like a familiar coat. And those were the happy memories, before the war took over. Turning to the shelf above her little work table, she scanned the crockeries of foodstuffs. She normally had breakfast ready by now, so she'd best do something quickly to satisfy the appetites of these menfolk. Is there a bucket you use to melt snow? She glanced back at Zeke, who'd moved into her work area and studied the crates under the counter. She hadn't expected him to help, but she wouldn't complain if he wanted to take on some of the heavier labor. Use this kettle. He took the smaller cast-iron pot she pointed to, lifting it like the thing was made of bulrushes instead of solid metal. Maybe she should have suggested the larger pot. With his strength, he likely wouldn't have flinched. She had the ground corn ready by the time he returned with a pot of snow, which she would melt to make corn mush. She could fry salted elk meat, too, Too bad she didn't have any dried fruit left. Something sweet would be the perfect touch for the meal. But maybe honey in the mush would suffice. Yes, the perfect balance of textures and flavors, especially with the herbs she'd used to flavor the meat when they salted it. But as she flipped the sizzling strips of meat in the frying pan, she glanced over the meager meal. Before the war, this would have been Pauper's food. The feasts that came from Mama's kitchen had been fit for the Garden of Eden, using most of the recipes Nana had passed to her. Even though Nana had been Father's mama, she'd taken Susan Michelly under her wing and into her kitchen, teaching her the art and the love of well-crafted food. Nana had taught Mama to cook from her heart, and both Nana and Mama had infused that passion into Greta. They would be disappointed in her if they saw this meager fare she prepared for Father and their guest. When they'd had visitors from the college, Father's students or fellow academicians, Mama had flown into a tizzy worthy of any Italian matriarch, even though the Italian blood was all Father's. She'd double the food in her pots, calling for Greta to pull out the china and sweep the floors. The cabin door slammed shut behind her, pulling Greta back to the present. Those memories of Mama would swallow her if she let them. But she forced the lid closed on the thoughts and turned to see her father removing his coat. It took her a moment to find the Greek words she sought. Kali orexi. She nodded toward the table, hoping what she said was something close to, let's eat. She'd come a long way in learning the language, but conjugating verbs was still a chore for her brain. When her father's broad smile spilled over his face, she turned to Zeche, who knelt beside his saddle pack in the corner. Breakfast is ready if you'd like to eat. Just move a chair to the table. It really was time they built a third chair. Maybe she could suggest that for Father to accomplish today. Surely he had enough wood scraps in the shed to make something decent. Zeche glanced at their little table on the far wall. I can eat after you're finished. She followed his gaze. No, please eat with Father. He looked back at the two chairs as her father shifted one of them toward the table. Zeche cleared his throat. I insist. While you two fight about it, I'll be here waiting for breakfast. Father's tone held a hint of a chuckle, a good sound to start the morning. Greta turned back to the fire and dished out 3 plates of breakfast. When she had them ready, she glanced at Zeche, who was folding up the blankets she'd laid out the night before as his sleeping pallet. A pang squeezed her chest. Did he think he wouldn't use them again? Surely he wasn't planning to leave today, not with the snow still falling. You can leave those blankets out for the day if you like. No need to put them up just to get them out again tonight. She studied him as he turned a slow gaze on her. Something must have roiled in his thoughts, because it spilled onto his face in an odd pulling together of his brows. She wished she could read what simmered there. I don't mind. For a second her silly heart thought he was saying he didn't mind staying. The way he stared at her with such intensity, such meaning. Her pulse thumped louder in her neck, picking up a speed that made breathing harder. But as her mind replayed the words, I don't mind just meant he didn't have a problem putting the blankets away. So was he staying or leaving? And why did it matter so much to her? He was only a stranger, a traveler who'd taken refuge in their home during a snowstorm. Even if he did make her feel safe, make her feel like she wasn't alone as she struggled to bring peace to her father's shaken reality. To make a home here in this slice of majestic wilderness. No, more than a home, a haven. She turned away from his gaze. Her weary soul would grasp at anything, it seemed. She took the honey crock from the shelf and spooned a generous dab in the center of the corn mush on each plate. As she carried 2 dishes to the table, She focused on sealing her heart closed, separating her emotions from the reality around her. One never knew what would happen next. This unpredictable life was easiest to maneuver when you guarded your emotions, choosing how to react in each event. She could do that if she tried hard enough. She offered a smile to Father as she placed the plate in front of him on the table, then settled the other at the spot she normally occupied. Stepping back to the work counter, she kept her gaze away from the man still kneeling on the floor. "Are you sure you won't sit at the table to eat, Mr. Reid?" "Is there any reason you won't call me by my given name, Miss Michelly?" Her feet paused mid-stride, but she didn't look at him. The sassy tone in his voice tugged up on the corners of her mouth, but she fought the grin. She had a perfectly good reason, and it had everything to do with the distance she was trying to place around herself. But if it bothered him... She resumed her path to the work counter. "No, Zeke, there's not a reason." As she reached into the crock that held the dried strips of bear meat, Nix jumped to his feet and padded to the wooden dish where he ate his meals. True to his training, he sat quietly while she dropped 3 strips onto the plate. She held her hand in front of him for the thank-you lick. "Good boy." She tasseled the curly black hair on his head. "Zeke, your plate's here if you want to sit on the hearth to eat it." She was careful to put emphasis on his first name, and she was careful not to glance his way. The man's presence was overpowering enough without seeking it out. She turned back to the table, settled into her chair, and eased out her breath. Normal. She only had to act normal. Zeke sank the last nail into the chair leg, then lowered the hammer and sat back on his heels to study his work. It was possibly the ugliest chair he'd ever seen. And really, it was more like a stool, since he didn't have enough nails or wood to piece together a back. Just a 4-legged base with 3 uneven planks for the seat. He gripped the edge and jiggled it back and forth. At least he'd measured the legs the same length so they didn't wobble. That is, not out here on the packed ground of the lean-to. It might be different when the seat was positioned in the cabin at the table. After pushing to his feet, he plucked up the stool and headed into the steady onslaught of snowflakes. Even away from the drifts, the snow on the ground came midway up his thigh, and it required all of his leg strength to trudge through the stuff. Maybe he should have accepted Mr. Michelly's offer of the snowshoes again. But they weren't the easiest things to walk in. When he made it to the refuge of the porch, Zeke stopped to kick the ice from his boots and his legs. He set the stool down and tried to brush it off his coat and hood. He should just strip down out here so he didn't bring a pool of water inside. But of course, that was out of the question. He picked up the stool again, then pulled the latch string and pushed open the door. It was only when the man sitting at the table jumped to his feet that he realized he should have knocked before entering. Mr. Michelly reached for his hip, but the gun he must have expected wasn't there. "It's just me, Zeche Reid." He eased the stool down on the floor and held his hands out from his body, keeping every movement slow and steady. Mr. Michelly's face twisted in a pained expression. "Sorry, son. Hard to control my reactions sometimes." The way the lines around the man's mouth and eyes deepened made him look older than he had that morning. Zeke had a sudden urge to step toward him and help him into the chair. Tell him not to worry. He settled for a shrug. No harm done. Not this time, anyway. But what if he'd had a pistol hanging at his side? Would Zeke be lying on the floor in a pool of blood right now? And what if it had been Greta entering instead of him? Her father had reacted before Zeke opened the door wide enough to step inside. No, Greta wasn't safe here alone with her father. His reactions were too volatile. the memories too deeply ingrained in his body. Greta's voice sounded from the direction of the fireplace, in another language, like she'd spoken this morning, and like her song during the night, it poked at his curiosity again. This time he would ask. Keeping a wary gaze on Mr. Michelly as the man sat and sipped from his mug, Zeche carried the stool forward and arranged it at the far end of the table where he could see what was happening throughout the room. I made a little something from the wood scraps in the lean-to. He pushed down on the seat and wiggled it back and forth. Only a slight wobble. It would do for now. Maybe if he got bored later he could find a rock to wear down the edges of the legs so they were more even. These folks probably didn't have glass paper for him to make a truly smooth finish. "We thank you for building the chair, Zeche." He nodded toward Mr. Michelly. "It's not much, but it should hold up for a while." He couldn't help a glance toward Greta. "And maybe it'll stave off any arguments at mealtime." She didn't look at him, but he could just see the corner of her mouth, and would swear it twitched upward. She was a hard one to decipher, Miss Greta Michelly. About as pretty as they came with her dark eyes and features, those long black eyelashes. There were times those eyes spoke to him in ways words couldn't. Other times it was like she shut herself away. He couldn't figure out for the life of him what went on in that pretty head. He glanced down at his hands folded across the surface of the table. Best he didn't try too hard to figure out Miss Michelly. He'd be leaving in another day or two, as soon as he was sure the snow had stopped, and Biscuit wouldn't have too much trouble maneuvering the landscape. Turning toward the older man, he asked, "Have any dominoes around here?" Mr. Michelly looked up from his book with a soft smile. "No, but I might be talked into a round of Game of the Goose. Are you interested?" Zeche squinted at the man. Game of the Goose? That smile deepened into a fatherly look as the older man rose. "Don't tell me you've never played." His voice drifted back as he strode toward a trunk on the wall behind the table. "You must be American through and through. Any European worth his salt was raised playing the Game of the Goose." Zeche cleared his throat. "Actually, we lived in England until I was 9, but I never heard of the game." Mr. Michelly straightened, a small wooden box in his hands. As he strode back toward the table, his dark, bushy brows rose. "England, you say?" Then they lowered as he made a tisking sound with his tongue. "What are they teaching the lads these days?" He opened the box with the care of a butler polishing thin glass. He extracted a thick folded paper, easing it open to lie flat on the table. On the paper was painted a rather elaborate game board, with squares connected into circles, forming a spiral. From a distance, the track looked like a coiled snake. "We start here on the outside at number 1 space. See? Then roll a dice to see how many spaces to move forward. The first one to make it to number 63 there in the middle is proclaimed the winner. Except you have to avoid the pitfalls if you can. Landing on one of the geese gives you double the moves that are shown on the dice." Mr. Michelly handed him a tiny carved wooden goose, painted white. "Here's your game piece. It's traditional for the youngest to go first." Then he winked. A warmth slid through Zeche like he hadn't experienced in longer than he cared to remember. 6 years since his own pa had died, and at least that long since he'd sat across from a man who looked at him with an expression as warm and gentle as this man's. How could this be the same maniac who'd threatened Greta's life twice in the last day? Chapter 6. As Zeche rolled the die and moved his goose forward 4 spaces, His peripheral vision captured Greta's movement across the room. She was working at something on the counter beside the hearth. He should have thought to invite her into their game. They'd barely begun, so maybe she could still join in. "Miss Michelly, would you like to join us?" She tossed a glance his way that could only be called devious.
"Oh, I'm fully planning to play the winner. Unlike you, I've been playing Game of the Goose since I was old enough to move my own fowl. I won't make you face my skills until you've developed your talent enough to win against Father."
Her dark eyes danced, but then she hid them as she turned back to the work counter. A snort split the air, a sound that didn't seem like it could possibly have come from the scholarly man to his right.
As much as I try to avoid disagreeing with my dear daughter, Goose is entirely a game of chance.
Zeke glanced back at Miss Michelly, watching for any response. This competitive streak was something he'd not seen in her before, and it was attractive, to say the least. She kept at her work silently, but the set of her shoulders told him she was not impressed. He turned to the game with an extra desire to win. However, a half hour later, he had to agree with Mr. Michelly's words. How else could he explain the fact that the older man had been sent back to start, when he was only a handful of moves away from clinching the victory? Zeke himself narrowly missed landing on the square marked with a skull and the words, "Return to start." And 3 moves later, excitement coursed through him as he rolled the 3 dots needed to slip effortlessly into square number 63, the winning spot. Mr. Michelly leaned back in his chair and stared at the game board.
A game of chance, just as I said.
Zeke couldn't help but chuckle as he picked up his white goose game piece, fingering the indentations carved for tail feathers.
"My turn?"
Greta approached, carrying 3 tin mugs, which she placed on the table. He accepted one of the cups and eyed her. She met his look with raised brows that said his expression might have been cockier than it should be. But he couldn't help a bit of tease. "Are you and your skills ready to be bested?" Her mouth pursed as a gleam danced in her eyes.
"Not today."
And if she didn't look so darn pretty, he might have been able to come up with a retort for that. He'd never seen her so alive, and couldn't stop the rush of anticipation that surged through him as he met her sparkling gaze. He pulled his focus away from her and turned his attention to the goose as he positioned it at the starting square. Yet he was all too aware of her movements when she settled into her chair. Mr. Michelly cupped his mug in both hands and leaned back in his chair, the hint of a grin playing at the corners of his mouth. They started into the game, and Zeke found himself holding his breath every time she shook the dice onto the table. When the cube settled into place, she would speak aloud the number of dots showing on top. She moved her black goose with such focused determination, as if each square were a strategy. If the game could be won by sheer intensity, this woman would be the victor. It wasn't until he landed on lose 2 turns that he took full notice of his own white goose, and the fact that he was already 7 squares behind her black fowl. This was a game of chance, right? There couldn't be any skill to how she rolled the dice, unless she was able to tempt the thing into landing on 5s and 6s by her smile alone. Which, if any face could charm a wooden game piece, Greta Michelly's could. The sparkle in her eye intensified as she took the consecutive turns she'd been granted by his penalty. But when her piece landed on a square that sent her back 15 spaces, he expected to see her smile wane. But no. If anything, the determination marking her expression only intensified. She rolled a series of low numbers, and the 3 sixes he received in a row brought him within 7 squares of her black goose as it sat on space 59. She tossed the dice onto the table, scrutinizing the cube as it settled with 2 dots facing up. One corner of her lips slipped under her teeth, and she shifted the goose to square 61. It's only a game of chance. He couldn't help baiting her as he closed his hand over the dice and gave it a good shake before flicking it onto the table. 5 dots. A soft chuckle drifted from Mr. Michelly, and the corners of Greta's mouth pulled, but she didn't otherwise acknowledge his comment, just picked up the dice and shook it. The words almost slipped off his lips to remind her that she had to roll the exact number to reach 63. But she knew that already. She was the seasoned professional here. Just before she tossed the dice onto the table, her gaze lifted to his, teasing, a look that stirred his blood. Then her eyes focused on the cube as it landed with 5 dots facing upward. She didn't flinch as she moved 2 blocks forward to the final space, then counted the remaining numbers backward to space 60. He was only 3 behind her now, and rolling a half-dozen would net him the win. He took the dice and shook it onto the table. 1. The air in the room was thick enough to make his chest work harder as he drew in breath, especially when her roll showed another single dot. It was his turn again, and all he needed was a 5 to clinch the victory. As he took the dice in hand, Mr. Michelly coughed a thick bark. Zeche glanced at him, and Greta did the same. "Are you feeling all right, Father?" He couldn't help but shift his focus as her voice drew him. Those dark eyes were focused on her father, their depths round and luminous as her long lashes framed them. She had this way of looking deep inside a person, a wisdom in her gaze no one with her youth should possess. How much had she been through to acquire the depth of experience, the understanding that showed there? The urge swept through him to make things better for her, even if it was something as simple as letting her win this game. "Fine. Don't mind me." Michelly cleared his throat and motioned toward the game. "Zeke's turn." After another beat, Greta turned back to the game board in front of her. The scrunch of her eyebrows made it look like she was trying to pull herself back from a memory. Zeche tossed the dice onto the table, but it was a long moment before he pulled his gaze down to see the outcome. 5. Realization dawned over him, and he was tempted to flick the wooden cube off the table, to somehow change the number he'd rolled, even though they'd all seen it by now. When he moved his goose forward to the final space, he almost cringed as he looked up to meet her crestfallen gaze. Yet that wasn't disappointment sparkling in her eyes, crinkling faint lines at their corners. "It looks like I've taught you all my secrets, huh?" The relief that washed through him must have been the remnants of victory, and surely the smile that formed over his face was satisfaction, not a reaction to her own beaming grin, as though she were celebrating the victory with him. "Well done, son." He turned to Mr. Michelly as the older man leaned forward to gather the game pieces, chuckling. But as good as the acclaim felt, part of him wished he could have found a way for Greta to win, because she deserved it. Her life had to be so hard out here. She'd earned more than this smallest of pleasures. If only he could have given it to her. Greta stirred the cornbread batter one last time and draped a cloth over the bowl. She needed to start this cooking for dinner soon, but a quick trip out of the stifling cabin would be a pleasant diversion. She brushed her hands over the work surface, then reached for her apron tie to remove it. "I think I'll take Nix out and check on the horses." "I'll come too." Zeche jumped to his feet. practically tossing the stool to the floor as he rose. He'd been fussing with it for the last few hours, whittling away at the legs with his brow pinched, like he might want to slice through the thinning wood and be done with it. Was it only that he was unused to being locked inside a building all day? He did seem to press against a restraint, like his spirit yearned to roam. And the way he slipped into his coat and grabbed the snowshoes on the wall, he was more eager to dart outside than a puppy scratching at the door. Certainly more eager than Nix, who eyed her warily from his spot beside Father's chair, like he knew she would tie the rope to his collar and drag him into the snow. She grabbed the rope from its nail and slipped it behind her back as she approached the dog. "Hey, boy, how about a walk?" The dog's tail wagged furiously, at odds with the way he ducked low, slinking behind her father. "Silly dog. The snow won't eat you." A chuckle slipped out from Father, even though he kept his nose buried in the third book of history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. The 6-volume set was one of his favorites, although she still didn't understand why. The one time she'd forced herself all the way through the collection had been an act of sheer willpower, an effort to better understand his psyche. She gained a few insights, but her father's many moods still kept her guessing, especially since the war. After securing the twine around Nix's leather collar, she pulled the little dog toward the doorway. Zeke waited there, her coat in hand, which he handed to her as he took the dog's rope. He then lifted her snowshoes from their peg and set them on the floor in front of her. For a second she thought he might lift her foot into the casing and tie them on, but he straightened and sent her a sheepish look. Had the thought crossed his mind too? To ease the moment, she offered a smile. "Are you trying to hurry me out, Zeke?" "Of course not." But as he turned away and pulled up his hood, she could have sworn she caught a glimpse of bright red ears. "I'll just wait on the porch with the dog." He slipped outside before she could comment. She'd not meant to run him off, yet it scared her a little how comfortable she'd become with having him near. Very near. And she'd only known the man about 24 hours now. With snowshoes secured, she reached for the door. "We'll be back in a moment, Father." "See that you are." There was something about his tone that made her stop and look at him. His words had held a command of sorts, as though he were concerned about the two of them leaving together. Alone. But he hadn't even looked up from his book. He still sat in that chair in the same position she'd seen 1,000 times. The tone must have been her imagination. As she stepped outside, she was almost mowed over by Nick scurrying back in. Zeke had a tight grip on the rope as he tried to maneuver the dog. "I think he's finished out here. Doesn't seem too keen for a walk." She couldn't help a chuckle as she grabbed at the rope and pulled the dog to her, untying the leash at his neck. "He never is when there's snow. I'm not sure he's cut out for mountain winters." The animal darted inside, and she closed the door and let the rope fall in a bundle on the porch floor. She straightened and started toward the side of the house. "If it weren't for his devotion to Father, he probably would have left us months ago." He followed her off the side of the porch, stepping up onto the snow that had stacked higher than the boards. "You've had him for a while?" "Since we decided to come west. He's been good for Father, especially because we had to give away our dog during the war." She could feel his look and regretted the words, but they were out. Maybe he'd let the topic pass. "Why'd you give him away?" His voice was tender and almost made her want to answer the question. At least she could find a way not to be rude. But how much to tell? Father didn't want it spoken of, but he wasn't here to listen. There was something about this man that made her ache to confide in him. Maybe it was only the fact she'd not talked to another soul in several months. Maybe it was the way he seemed so comfortable with silence. A good listener, for sure. She glanced at him. His movements on the snowshoes were still slow and choppy, and he walked with his eyes downcast as he focused on each step. But then he looked up, and his gaze caught on hers. They both slowed to a stop. He studied her, his dark eyes searching her face. "Why did you have to give the dog away?" The compassion in his tone, in his gaze, pulled at her. "Because our home was torched. Father was away at war. Mama and I had nowhere else to go. So we gave the dog away and joined the army. As nurses." She tacked that last part on when his eyes widened. He nodded slowly, like he was sorting through her words. "So you worked in a war hospital?" "Tents, where soldiers were stationed. Sometimes open fields." She shrugged, but a memory flitted through her mind. Bloody corpses laid in a long row. Blinking, she looked away. She knew better than to let her guard down against those memories. She pulled her coat tighter around her and continued toward the back of the cabin. "Anyway, that's why we gave Chanticleer away. Father found Nix on a battlefield, and they've been together ever since." He gave her a sideways look. "Chanticleer?" Another image, this time of the golden face, long muzzle, and droopy jowls. His coat shone the color of the sun, and he had a half bark, half bay that made her giggle when he greeted her. "Father let me name him, so I chose the rooster from Chaucer's Canterbury Tale." A soft chuckle drifted from him, low and rich enough to make her stomach flutter. "I was only 10 at the time. It was my favorite book." He nodded. "Naturally." He was quiet then, and it wasn't until they rounded the corner of the lean-to that she dared a glance at his face. Twin lines had formed between his dark brows, like he was trying to solve a problem. But she was done wallowing in the memories. Forcing her shoulders back, she scanned the horses in the pen, then glanced over at Zeke's gelding tied just beyond the edge of the woods. He was only a shape in the shadows of the dim interior. "If you want to check your horse, I'll apply salve to Roma's wound." He nodded and tromped on toward the woods. She forced herself not to watch him go, instead marching toward the gate where she stopped to remove her snowshoes. These things helped with snow this deep, but they could be more trouble than they were worth for short walks, especially since they were just big and clumsy enough to scare the horses if she wore them into the lean-to. Roma was resting peacefully when Greta slipped inside and approached her. A long ear tipped her direction, but the mare kept her head down and a rear foot cocked. Father's gelding, though, followed her across the pen. "You bored in here?" She rubbed his forelock and behind his ears as the horse nibbled at the bottom edge of her coat. Roma's wound had drained some, but the stitches seemed to be holding nicely. She should bring some warm water tomorrow to clean off the crusty drainage. After applying a light salve, she headed back toward the gate. Zeke was coming across the yard as she bent to refasten her snowshoes. With her thick fur-lined gloves, her fingers fumbled with the rawhide ties. She couldn't quite get the knots to loosen, although maybe that was because her fingers were so frozen. She finally jerked off both gloves, letting out a frustrated grunt as she tossed them on the snow, then went back to work on the laces. "Might be easier if I just carry you back to the house." She didn't satisfy that suggestion with a response, but her mind formed an image of him cradling her in his arms. She could almost feel the warmth of his nearness, his breath on her neck, but he'd probably only been teasing. She blinked to clear the image, focusing harder on making her numb fingers work the icy leather. She yanked one of the strings and it snagged, then released with a jerk, snapping off in her hands. Oh! The word slipped out with a white cloud and a grunt as she held the long rawhide up so it dangled from her hand. The tie had snapped at its base, just above the groove where it fed into the snowshoe frame. She could repair it with the right tools, but not sitting out here in 3 feet of snow. Another grunt as she slammed the side of her fist into the snowshoe frame. But, of course, that didn't help. Here. Zeche reached down and grabbed both of her snowshoes in an easy motion. You can either hold onto my arm to keep yourself above the drifts, or I'll carry you. She almost reached to grab the frame's back, but maybe the former of his suggestions would work. It wasn't far to the front of the cabin. She could trudge through the snow without the snowshoes, especially if she had his arm for support. Or maybe, would your boots fit in my snowshoes? I'll do better through these drifts than you. He motioned toward his feet. The thought that he could handle these layers of white fluff better than she could raised her dander a bit, even though his long legs probably would have an easier time of it.
They're way too big, and it wouldn't be worth the effort at switching. I'll use your arm if I need it.
She tried to keep the bite out of her tone. He was only trying to be helpful. After scooping up her gloves, she worked her stiff fingers back into them. The leather forced her joints to bend, sending needles of pain up through her hands. Zeche extended an elbow when she took it, stepping up and out from under the relative shelter of the lean-to's roof. With her first step, she sank, deeper and deeper through the fluffy cold until it felt like she might keep going through the earth's crust. She clutched at Zeke's arm, finally stopping when the snow was midway up her thighs. He dropped the snowshoes from his other hand and reached for her arm. But by now he was standing several feet higher than she, up on the pedestal of snow where his own snowshoes kept him. "Are you all right?" She sucked in a gasp as icy moisture sidled inside her boots and clung to her buckskin pants.
"I'm fine."
"You can't walk through this stuff. Let me carry you." Greta looked up, a long way up. Zeche was tall anyway, but now he towered over her.
"You can't carry me."
Actually, he probably could, but she wasn't about to let him. She raised a foot to trudge forward, and he helped by pulling upward on her arm, but she couldn't get her boot high enough to clear the snow. She kicked hard to make forward progress through the white mass, but something caught her toe and her effort pitched her forward. Zeche hauled upward on her arm, barely keeping her upright. "Oh, there, filly. You're coming up here. Either I carry you or you walk on my snowshoes with me." She glared up at him, frustration coursing through her chest. It shouldn't be so hard just to walk around the cabin.
"How am I supposed to do that?" "Just give me my snowshoes and I'll put them on."
He raised his brows at her. "You already tried that. Come up here. I think this might actually work." She raised her brows right back at him.
"And what am I supposed to do?"
He motioned down at his feet. "Just stand in front of me on the crossbars. I'll hold on to you, and we'll walk at the same time. These are nice wide frames, so I think they can hold us both." She stared at the snowshoes. He must have been standing out in the cold too long, because his brain had frozen. But as she studied them, maybe hers had too. His snowshoes, rather Father's snowshoes, were about a foot wider than hers. They probably could support both of them. Could his idea work? Maybe. At least for the 30 or so feet until they reached the porch. With a sigh, she raised her hand up to him.
"Help me up there."
Chapter 7. Greta ignored the hint of a grin pulling at the corners of Zeke's mouth under his beard. He was just the kind of man to gloat when he got his way. With his hands on her elbows, he helped her maneuver onto the crossbars in front of his feet. The solid feel of him at her back was more unnerving than she'd expected, and she held herself stiff as he kept a grip on her upper arms. "All right, let's start off with our right feet. Just step forward when I say lift." She nodded. Her mouth had gone too dry to speak, probably from the cold. "Ready? Lift." His body shifted behind her, moving closer, and she scrambled to raise her foot and slide away from him. But she'd lifted her right foot so high she started to lose her balance on the thin crossbeam supporting her left. Zeke gripped her arms tighter to keep her from falling sideways, and that threw his step off, so they scooted only a few inches forward. He barely kept them from toppling. Greta stood frozen as she tried to catch her breath. Her heart raced so he could probably hear its careening. Why did being so close to this man make her so jittery? It wasn't like she feared him. He was trying to help her, for goodness sake. And he'd proven himself more than a gentleman in the time he'd stayed with them. Besides, she'd spent 1.5 years doctoring and tending to hundreds of men she'd never even met, some who'd had less than honorable intentions, despite injuries and illnesses. She'd long since learned to steady herself around a man, to think of him as simply another human being, no different from herself. But Zeke was different. "Shall we try it again?" His voice resonated so close to her ear. She shook her head a little too violently. "No, hand me my snowshoes and I'll figure a way to put them on." "This will be easier, Greta, if we just work together." Greta. Her name had never sounded like that when others spoke it. It rolled off his tongue in a deep tenor that made her feel special. And that feeling dimmed her good senses as she allowed him to position her again. The left this time. Ready? Lift. She focused on moving with him, even though it required leaning back a little as she raised her foot. But his steady strength soaked through her like a mug of warm tea, soothing, relaxing. Another step, easier this time, and another. They were finding a rhythm, almost like a dance, and he led with a grace and confidence that swept her along. It was so easy to relinquish the lead to this man, something she'd not been able to do for years, not since the war started and every part of her life had changed. Just a few more steps. The warmth of his breath touched her ear, letting her know just how much she was leaning into him as they trekked on in this unusual waltz. But she couldn't quite bring herself to regret it, or to stand up straight. They reached the porch too soon, and he ran his hands up to her shoulders, giving her a little push. She stepped off his snowshoes onto the icy wood as a blast of cold breeze hit her back. She turned to face him, not quite able to meet his gaze. It worked. "You're a good snowshoe partner." Heat flared up her neck again, and she turned for the door to the house. "I need to start dinner." She pulled the latch string and slipped into the haven of the dim cabin. She tried to wipe the smile from her face, lest Father see it and be suspicious, but she couldn't quite still the giddiness inside her. Zeke fought the empty feeling in his chest as he watched Greta flee into the cabin. For those moments when she'd been in his arms, walking in tandem with him across the snow, he'd let himself imagine what it would be like to hold her. A time when she willingly slipped into his arms. For a moment, he'd let himself believe she might feel a sliver of attraction to him, similar to his own feelings, which had crept in and taken hold. He'd only been here a day, yet already he'd come to care way too much about this unusual father and daughter pair. His gaze wandered up to the sky. The thick gray of the snow clouds had thinned. They might even see sunshine tomorrow, which meant he should hit the trail again. If he was going to make it as far into the mountains as he'd planned, he and Biscuit would need to keep moving. But a strong part of him fought against the idea of leaving Greta here. He was pretty sure her father wouldn't hurt her intentionally. But when the older man slipped into the hold of the memories or nightmares, he seemed to lose control of reality. Greta could easily be the casualty of his next episode. Could he leave her here with that risk? But one of Greta's comments kept poking at him. She'd said her father hadn't fallen prey to the memories in weeks before Zeke's arrival. It made sense that the presence of a stranger might resurrect nightmares from the war. So maybe Greta would be better off when he left. He stared across the clearing to the cluster of pines dotting the valley. The snow was mostly unbroken, beautiful in a perfect blanket of white. On either side of the valley, trees rose up the base of the mountains, with rocky peaks showing in the distance. Such a perfect scene with its wild serenity. It made a body not want to leave. Later that night, Zeke glanced around at the landscape one last time before heading inside after the evening chores. Darkness cloaked the night air, but stars had finally pierced the clouds to glitter above. He'd volunteered to carry hot water to the horses, and now that the animals were all settled, it would be nice to head back into the warm cabin. He pulled the latch string to open the cabin door. He'd learned his lesson about quick movements and loud noises that might startle Mr. Michelly, so he kept his step light as he slipped inside. Shh. Greta turned from her position at the work counter beside the fireplace. But as she looked at him, a smile played at the corners of her mouth. A sudden rush of emotion pressed through him. Longing? Loneliness? A craving for more of this moment. This coming in from work in the cold to find a warm cabin, a woman waiting for him with a smile. And he wouldn't mind if it were this woman. He schooled his face so none of the feelings showed. She glanced at her father, then back at Zeke. He followed her look to the older man and paused when he saw him slumped in the chair. His head rested against the tall back, his mouth open as a light snore drifted out in steady waves. That big leather tome he'd been reading sat in his lap. A finger marking his place, and his hand cradled the book like a child. It was a peaceful scene, and Zeke's gaze crept back to Greta. Her expression was soft as she studied her father, or maybe it was the flickering light from the fire on her face. She looked one part the vulnerable daughter, trying to please an expectant parent, and one part the worried mother, unable to escape the role of caretaker. Both parts made him want to step closer and draw her into his arms, shelter her from the weight of responsibility she carried. His body drew forward of its own accord, but he stopped himself before he reached out to her. He'd come close, though, and her eyes questioned him. How could he explain the emotion that pulled him? He couldn't, not without scaring her off. He'd only met this woman yesterday, and he'd be leaving soon enough. So he raised the heavy kettle he'd used to water the horses. "Where do you want this?" he whispered. She turned and pointed behind her father's chair, matching his whisper. "Over next to the firewood." He walked toe to heel, keeping his tread light as he skirted the snoring man. There was an empty spot along the wall between the firewood and the end table beside Mr. Michelly's cot, the bare floor just slightly bigger than the oversized kettle. Zeke eased it down and lowered the handle to its side so the thing didn't clatter. Then he lifted the lid and extracted the piece of cedar he'd found in the scrap pile. It was just big enough to whittle 2 or 3 spoons from. That would carry him through this evening and maybe give him something to do when he was back on the trail. He could drop the completed spoons back by on his way south in a few months. Not that he should be looking for reasons to come back and see Greta, but... As he lowered the lid back to the pot, it slipped from his awkward grip. landing on the round surface with a clang that echoed through the quiet room. A roar sounded from Mr. Michelly's chair, and the man sprang forward. Zeche spun to face him just in time to see the huge book fly through the air and slam into Greta's back as she kneeled over the hearth. She cried out as she fell forward, and Zeche lurched into motion. She wasn't directly over the fire, but crouched in front of it, curled over her knees. "Greta, what is it? Are you hurt?" He dropped to kneel beside her, touching her shoulder. "Daughter?" Mr. Michelly's groggy voice sounded behind them, and Zeche fought the urge to whirl and let loose his frustration on the man. Greta whimpered, and he forced all his focus onto her as he slipped his left arm around her shoulders. "What's wrong?" She was curled tightly over her right hand, and she hissed as she lifted her head. "I'm all right." But she seemed to be breathing hard through her teeth, and she wouldn't look his direction. "Are you burned? I'll get water to cool it in." He scanned the work counter, his gaze landing on a bowl. He jumped to his feet and grabbed it. "Snow will help." His clumsy fingers fumbled with the latch, but on the second try he finally got the door open. His pulse galloped as he scooped snow into the dish and ran back inside. Mr. Michelly sat on the edge of his chair while Zeche dropped to his knees on Greta's other side. "I'm so sorry, mia figlia." The older man's voice was a pit of despair, and Greta turned to press her good hand over his fist. "I'm all right, Father. No harm done." Zeche rested the bowl in front of her and gingerly took the wrist of the injured hand she had pressed to her midsection. He turned it over to inspect it, wincing at the angry red streak marring the base of her palm. The skin hadn't blistered, but it surely hurt enough to bring on tears. He lowered it to the snow in the dish. Greta hissed again as her skin touched the ice, jerking back. He held it steady, but he couldn't help a glance at her face. Red rimmed her dark eyes, and her lower lip curled into her mouth as if she had a tight lock on it with her teeth, biting back the pain. He reached up to stroke the loose strands of hair from her face. "I'm sorry." This was his fault. As much as he wanted to blame her father, if he hadn't dropped the lid on the pot, Michelly never would have startled and struck her with the book. Zeke's presence here wasn't helping, no matter how hard he tried. No matter how much he wanted to protect Greta, he only made things worse for her. "It's not your fault, Zeche." Even through watery eyes, she sent him a quivery smile. Such a strong woman. He bit back the words he wanted to say. He had to leave, first thing in the morning. Pulling his focus down to her injured hand, he scooped more snow to cover it. It was already melting in the warm room. Does that help it? He cleared his throat to flush out the gravel in his voice. "I'm almost numb." Her voice sounded light, but a little too high-pitched, like she was trying too hard. "What else can we do for it?" Other than ice, the only thing he'd ever done for a burn was apply salve. "I have medicine I'll use in a minute. Let me just sit here first." She looked at him with a gaze so soft it made him want to wrap her in his arms, pull her close, tuck her under his chin. He gripped the bowl tighter to keep from doing just that. "I'll get the medicine." Mr. Michelly started to rise, but Greta motioned him down. "I have it tucked away. I'll get it when I'm ready." The older man stood anyway. "Guess I'll step out to the privy for a minute. You can tell me where it is when I get back," as he pulled his coat from the hook and slipped out the cabin door. In the silence that followed, Greta shifted her position, settling her hand deeper in the bowl. "So, Mr. Reid, I've told you about Chanticleer. What happy memories do you have from your childhood?" An image flashed through his mind. Chubby little cheeks, streaked red from tears, howling as his mother ripped the scalding clothes from his sister's tiny body. Mum's screams mixing with those of little Esther's. He dropped his face so Greta didn't read the memories there. How had they broken through the lock he'd placed around them in his mind? Greta's burn must have resurrected that long-ago pain. He forced his face into a neutral expression. What had she asked? Happy childhood memories? Surely he could summon something from after Mara and Ezra were born. Swallowing, he forced himself to focus on the days when they lived in Maryland. We, always had horses growing up. My pa bred and trained them. Or we all did. When I was 10, he let me train my first horse from the beginning. His name was Whiskers. He couldn't help but look at her, and the softness spreading over her face did the same in his chest.
Whiskers? That's almost as perfect as Chanticleer.
Every painful memory was worth the reliving to bring out the smile touching her lips. He shrugged. I was 10 years old, and he was born with the longest whiskers on his little muzzle. It seemed perfect.
So what happened to Whiskers?
He shrugged again, but this time there was no joy in it. Someone came along to buy him. Pa usually took care of the business when we were in school. We just came home to find them gone. The pain on her face made him want to take the words back, and when she reached her good hand to clasp one of his, he almost pulled it away from her.
Oh, Zeke, how hard for you.
For the third time he lifted a shoulder. That seemed to be all he could do just now. It was a business. Pa taught us that early. He knew it was hard sometimes, but he always gave us a little treat when we made a sale. I didn't realize it at the time, but I think those were the only times we had money for extras.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
Mara's 3 years younger. Ezra was the baby. And there was one more. He barely clamped his mouth shut before that last bit slipped out. Why were memories of the baby haunting him tonight? She studied him, and he tried to meet her gaze, but she saw too much. He looked over at the fire, but that only brought up the image of another fire, long ago. He moved his gaze to his hand, rough and coarse, and Greta's fingers still sat atop his. He was suddenly keenly aware of the softness of her touch. Cool, probably from the ice covering her other hand.
It must have been hard to be the oldest.
He nodded but didn't look up. He didn't dare speak. The burn in his throat would probably give him away.
Where are Mara and Ezra now? You mentioned you and Ezra run a stage stop?
He let his pent-up breath eke out. This was more comfortable ground. Mara was married last year. She and Josiah have a ranch just across the river from us. They've taken over most of the horse training. And they have the cutest little girl, my niece, Katie. He ran his thumb over the tips of her fingers where they rested on his. So very soft. Ezra's handling the stages through the winter. He looked up at her then. She listened with such an expectant expression, as if she really wanted to know about his family. Maybe she just craved news of the outside world. He shouldn't read too much into her interest.
Are your parents around?
He swallowed again and shook his head. But for some reason these memories weren't as hard as the other. Mum died when we were little. My pa passed about 6 years ago, right after we came west and built the stage stop. Of course, it was a Pony Express station in those days. Her gaze softened and she squeezed his hand.
So you really are the protector.
The idea burned all the way down to his gut. But the way she said it, the way she looked at him now, maybe he could be just that, a protector. Maybe she could be his fresh start. He ran his thumb over her fingers again, and she dropped her gaze to their hands. As he looked down at them, too, his eye snagged on the bowl of snow, her burns, his failure. No, he couldn't protect her. How had he gotten himself caught up in the emotion of the moment? It was his very presence here that had put her in danger. He pulled his hand away, gently. He didn't want to make this hard on her, but he could still see the questions in her eyes. Looking away, he tightened his jaw. "We need to get your hand bandaged. Then it's about time I bed down. I'll be leaving first thing in the morning." Greta gasped, but he ignored it, pushing up to his feet. "Where's your medicine box?" "Under the counter, on the far left." He brought her the crate and didn't meet her gaze as he placed it beside her. "I'll take care of it, Zeche," she said. "Go on to bed." He nodded. If that's what she wanted, he wouldn't argue. But as he turned to the pile of blankets along the wall, he was pretty sure he could feel her gaze on his back. He didn't turn around. This was best. And the sooner he left, the better. Chapter 8. Greta spread the cloth on her work counter, then piled strips of elk meat in the center of the checkered weave. "Don't you think you should stay another day, son? The snow's still deep out there. It'll be hard on your mount." Father's voice drifted across the room from the table where he and Zeche sat. "Afraid not. I'll need to get back on the trail if I'm to make it back when my brother'll be needing help again." The sounds of a normal breakfast took over. Fork scraping bowl, cups settling on the table. Silence seemed to be the order of the morning. In fact, those were probably the most words Zeche had strung together since he'd risen from his pallet. And he'd barely looked at her, as though he were keeping himself aloof on purpose. But it didn't make sense. His determination to leave. Had he not felt the connection between them last night? Surely it hadn't been all in her head. Wishful thinking on her part. The way his thumb had caressed her fingers. Twice. The gentleness in his tone. The words he'd spoken had explained so much about him. But the look on his face as he'd said them gave away even more. Something had happened in his childhood to implant that fierce protective instinct in him. Something that still scarred his heart, no matter how much he tried to stuff it down. So why was he walking away today? As if he'd given up the role of protector that he wore as easily as his skin. And this new look wasn't nearly as becoming on him as the other. But if he was determined to leave, so be it. She would carry on just fine, the way she had before he'd come. Before he'd ridden into their lives with his buckskin coat and wild aura. She'd been through harder things than seeing a wanderer ride away. If she could make it through 3 years of tending dying, mutilated men in a war hospital, make it through losing Mama, then she could surely handle this. With a long inhale, she steadied herself. She was a survivor. Zeke's leaving was just one more thing to endure. When the clatter of dishes in water sounded beside her, she almost jumped. She must have been so caught in her thoughts she hadn't heard him approach. Zeche straightened from dropping his bowl and cup in the wash water and turned to her. "Guess I'm headed out now. Is there anything you need before I leave?" She reached for the cornbread bundled in a cloth from last night's supper. After unwrapping it, she placed it on the strips of elk meat, squinting against the burn that had crept up the back of her throat and now threatened her eyes. A survivor. "I almost have this food ready for you to take." The weight of his gaze fell heavy on her shoulders, but she didn't give in to the impulse to look at him. Instead, she reached for her canisters of dried herbs and pulled them down. He wanted to leave, and she would let him go. And the sooner the better at this point. I'll go saddle Biscuit, then stop back in to take my leave. She nodded as she extracted bundles of rosemary and thyme, split out portions, and retied the rawhide. These would be good if he made stew on the trail. As his tread faded into the sounds of the door opening and closing, she scanned the meager row of foodstuffs on the shelf, then the bins under the counter. She had so little, almost nothing that would be of value on the trail, over a campfire where he probably only had a single pan, if that. How far she'd strayed from the bounty she'd been raised to create, gifts of love crafted together with the weaving of flavors. She'd lost that ability, and now she had nothing to send with him. But what could anyone expect from the little she had to work with? If she never saw cornmeal again, it would be too soon. She'd planted and dried so much corn during the summer, thinking it would be easier to make cornmeal than flour. But she should have planted wheat, too. If only Father would let her buy supplies in town. She squashed that thought before it could take root. He'd wanted to get away from civilization, to live off the land at one with nature, and far from anyone else who might resurrect the memories. After all Father had been through, everything he'd given up for their freedoms and their very existence, the least she could do was honor his wishes now. She had to keep her focus on that, or the longing for real store-bought goods would fester. Maybe Zeke would appreciate some of the dried fruit paste she'd made from wild apples and berries last summer. She broke off several long strips and laid them on the rest of the things in the bundle. That would have to do. After tying the cloth close, she turned to scan the room. Father was just rising from his place at the table with his used plate and fork in hand. Shall I take that satchel out to him? His face was gentle, helpful, as he reached out to trade the dishes for the food bundle. He'd never been especially aware of emotions, just preferred to live in his world of books and academia. That was part of his charm, a part she could especially appreciate now as she tried to steel herself against the effects of Zeke's leaving. Thanks. She made the trade and turned back to the wash bucket on the hearth. As she slipped the dishes into the water, the door opened and closed behind her. Maybe she could make this chore last until after Zeke left. It would all be easier if she just forgot about him. But her foolish legs carried her out onto the porch when she heard men's voices through the cabin's log walls. Zeke sat strong and tall atop his gelding, impossible to miss in the field of white sparkling around them. Come back any time you're in the area. Father spoke from the edge of the porch, a hand shading his eyes from the glare of the morning sun on snow. You'll always be welcome in our cabin, no matter if the weather's good or bad. Zeke nodded at him, then his gaze slid to Greta, and the force of it spread all the way through her. Her body tried to shrink back into the shadows, but she forced her feet to stay rooted. She offered him a single nod. Her mouth wouldn't speak, even if she'd wanted to tell him goodbye. Or maybe make him promise to stop again when he came back through the area. And then Zeke turned toward the trail, his horse lifting its hooves high to maneuver the snow. Within moments they rounded the line of trees and disappeared into the landscape. She turned and scanned their little clearing, the bleakness of it washing over her like a wave, as if Zeke's leaving had taken all the color from this place, all the peace from it. And the thought of staying here for the rest of her life, or even the next few years, no longer seemed like a dream come true. In fact, any life without him felt just shy of miserable. But that was ridiculous. Zeche Reid was only a stranger, a drifter passing through. So why did she already miss him so much? Zeke stared into the leaping flames as they licked at the edges of the log he'd just laid atop the blaze. He had to lean close for the heat to cut the biting chill of the wind weaving between the mountains. How nice it had been shielded inside the four walls of the Michelly cabin the last 2 nights. What would Greta and her father be doing right now? Mr. Michelly was most likely settled in his chair by the fire, deeply entranced in that thick leather volume about Rome that seemed to fascinate him. Zeke hadn't asked about the man's background before the war, but his presence seemed to invoke a scholarly feel, like a minister or a professor, or even a lawyer. And Greta? She would be doing something industrious. Maybe cleaning dishes from dinner or mending something. He could picture her at the work counter, that half-dress she wore swaying over her buckskin trousers, her dark hair in a knot at the base of her neck, or better yet, a braid down her back that revealed a hint of the thick glory of her hair. He'd wanted to touch it so often, and aside from the one time when he'd brushed a lock from her face as they walked to check the horses, he'd not been able to even finger the silky strands. Yet he could imagine the feel of running his fingers through the thick curls. Would they be soft or coarse from their thickness? He blinked to clear the image and looked at the darkness beyond his little circle of light cast by the campfire. Biscuit dozed beside a tree with his head hanging low. The gelding had made a muddy mess of the area Zeke had cleared of snow to allow the grass underneath to show through. It wasn't easy finding fodder for the horse out here, with the snow still so deep. Maybe they should have stayed with the Michellys another day or two until the sun made travel easier. But no, he'd had to leave, for Greta's sake. His presence there had put her in danger, so leaving was best for her. He kept telling himself that, but it went against all his instincts to walk away when someone needed his protection, especially a woman. That instinct had been such a core part of his being for most of his life, at least after he'd failed so miserably with his baby sister. Maybe despite all his efforts, he wasn't really so good at protecting others. Maybe that life-changing event when he was 5 was a foretelling of how poor he would always be at the job. It had been the only time he'd been entrusted with her protection, and then only for a few minutes. But he'd been so caught up in that silly set of jacks, he'd let her wander too close to the fire. And her death had changed his mother forever. Mara and Ezra never knew the version of Mum he'd loved before Esther's death, so full of life and vigor. His failure to protect his baby sister had changed all of their lives. Greta was lucky he'd walked out of her world. Even she said her father had been healing until Zeke came, which reinforced what he'd always suspected. No matter how much he tried, he was a lousy protector, which meant he was free to pursue his dreams. He could wander for weeks, or even months into the mountains, see the majesty of these cliffs and lakes, a beauty he'd barely tasted in his time on the trail. But for tonight, all he had to do was sleep. With a groan, he eased into his blankets, pulling a wolf fur over him as a final cover. If only he could keep Greta from his dreams. Zeke pushed back a yawn as he settled into the back and forth motion of Biscuit's stride. Sleep had eluded him most of the night, and he was feeling the effects of it today. He'd better stay alert, though, because this rocky stretch descending the mountain demanded all his attention. With the bright sunlight, much of the snow had melted from this side of the cliff, but a few icy pockets were left that could cause a hoof to slip if they weren't careful. A rumble from his gut tried to snag his attention, but he ignored it. The sun was well past the halfway mark, and he'd pushed longer than he should have without letting Biscuit graze. When they reached the next grassy area, probably at the bottom of this mountain, they could take a breather and fill empty bellies. The grassy area came sooner than he'd expected, When they picked their way through a patch of scrawny pines and exited into a sort of open meadow, the land stretched mostly flat, maybe 40 feet wide between rocky cliffs that climbed almost straight up on either side. He wondered if a powerful river had flowed through here once upon a time, then dried up to clear the way for a growth of flora along its bottom. About 80 feet across the way, another section of trees began. Something moved in the shadow of those yonder woods. In the same instant Zeche saw it, Biscuit tensed underneath him, startling with his ears pricked and nostrils flared. Easy, boy. Zeche prepared himself to move with the animal, should the gelding spin and run from whatever shifted at the edge of those trees. As he watched, an elk trotted from the shadows. No, 2 of them, with the second larger animal dogging the heels of the first. That larger elk had a rack of horns that left no doubt about its gender, and the way it nipped at the female meant it wasn't paying much attention to Zeche. The typical rutting season had ended a few weeks before for most elk, but this could be a late pair. As careful as a person had to be around elk, at least they weren't as deadly as an Indian war party or a grizzly bear. It shouldn't be too hard to get around these animals, especially if they stayed occupied with each other. Then he could look for grazing a little farther down the trail. He eased Biscuit forward and guided him toward the left side of the pasture, as far away as he could from the elk. Biscuit stayed at attention, his muscles bunched as he took hesitant steps. Surely the horse had seen elk before. Although a little bigger, the animals looked close enough to deer, and the 2 of them had surprised a whole herd of whitetail before he'd left the Sweetwater. Ezra was probably still eating venison from the buck Zeche had brought down. The bull elk paused and stared at Zeche. The female trotted a short distance away from him and dropped her head as she pawed at the snow. Zeche kept Biscuit in a steady walk as they skirted the pair. The horse hugged the cliff wall so close, Zeche had to keep steady pressure on the right rein to keep from having his leg squeezed. They were within 20 feet of the opposite tree line when the bull raised its nose toward the sky. His mouth parted, and a noise like a woman's scream pierced the air. Biscuit leapt to the left, slamming Zeke's knee into the rock wall. As the horse surged forward, he dragged Zeche along the cliff surface until his knee caught on a jut in the stone. Pain tore through his leg and groin as he was pulled from the horse, crashing against the unforgiving stone in his tumble to the ground. Chapter 9. The back of Zeke's head struck something hard, sending a spray of black and white spots through his vision. For a long moment, he lay still, his eyes pressed shut as he tried to stop the spinning. And then his foggy brain registered a thud just before a blow slammed into his side, pushing him into the cliff wall like a broom sweeping dirt. His abdomen screamed as a bellow filled the air, but whether it came from him or the bull elk, he couldn't say. He braced himself for another blow, curling to protect his injured ribs. The crack came like an anvil at his left side with a sharp point in the center of the force. It purged the wind from him, leaving him unable to even gasp. As his body settled from the impact, he kicked out hard with his boots, catching only empty space. He tried to summon enough air in his lungs to yell, anything to run the creature off. Why was the elk attacking him? They weren't normally vicious unless protecting a herd. He kicked out again, trying to ward off another charge. He connected only with air, but the fire that shot through his side was enough to force his eyes open wide. About 10 feet away, the bull elk stared at him, feet squared and nostrils flaring. "Get!" It took all the strength he could muster to yell the word, but the bull's posture changed. It stepped back, eyeing Zeche warily. He waved toward the animal. The bull snorted and backed away another step.
Go on! Get away! His strength was slipping fast. His vision blurred with every movement of his head. He pressed a hand under his coat to quench the fire in his side. Dampness seeped over his fingers, and he pulled out the hand to study it. The red covering his palm didn't register for a moment, but as it did, he let his eyes drift shut. His fingers tingled, and exhaustion stole the energy from his limbs. No, he had to stay alert. He forced his eyelids open against the weight that dragged them down. The bull had backed away even more. Hopefully it would leave him alone. Now, if he could only stand up. He had to find Biscuit, make sure he didn't lose the horse and supplies. If he were stranded out here without supplies, he'd be dead before the sun rose. And his head, a pulsing throb had taken up in the back of his skull, radiating throughout. He'd need to tend these injuries. Clamping his jaw tight, he positioned a hand on the ground and levered himself up to a sitting position. Too fast. His vision spotted white, then black, staying dark for several long seconds before it began to fade into color. As his eyesight settled, he glanced around for the elk. His vision was blurry more than 10 feet out, but he didn't see any motion that might be the animal. He must have scared it off. But where was Biscuit? His left side screamed, and the pain wrapped all the way through his midsection. He didn't know how bad it was, but he couldn't tend to it yet. He had to find his horse. Again he used the ground for support as he rolled onto hands and knees. He crawled forward the few feet to the cliff wall. Keeping his focus on the rock ahead, he pushed himself up. His side burned like a bullet exploding through his flesh, and he clamped a hand there to hold himself together. Breath wasn't an option, but he kept working himself up to his feet. The darkness came again, and he moved his hand from his side to his head, while he used the other to prop himself against the rock. He couldn't pass out just yet, not until he found his horse and supplies. At last his vision settled, and if he didn't move at all, the pain in his side felt only like the pierce of a knife, no longer the explosion of a bullet. He eased his eyes open and scanned the range of his vision without moving his head. Something shifted over by the trees, but he had to rest his eyes a moment before he could focus enough to see more than a blur. Biscuit? It could be the elk, so he strained harder to make sense of the brown form. Yes, that was the swish of a long tail. And then he saw the white blaze on the horse's face as it turned to look at him. Thank God. He licked his lips to summon moisture into his mouth. Here, boy. Come on. He tried to pucker into a whistle, but the sound that came out was barely audible. With one hand sliding along the rock wall and the other gripping his side, he took a tentative step forward. If he were very careful not to move his head and not to breathe deeply, he could do this. Every excruciating step brought him closer to his horse. He had to stop halfway to catch his breath. Focusing his gaze took effort with the pounding in his head. But he worked at it to measure the distance between himself and the horse. 15 feet? 20? A mile? It might as well be. He wasn't sure he'd make it that far. But he had to. It probably took him an hour to cover the distance. At least it felt that long. When he pushed away from the wall and staggered the final steps to Biscuit, the horse shifted its footing. For a crazy moment, he thought the animal would walk away. And the desperation that clawed his chest gave him the strength to lunge the final distance. He grabbed the crest of the gelding's neck, gripping it tight to keep his legs from collapsing. Now, if they could just get to the trees. By holding on to Biscuit,
He managed to hobble a few feet into the woods to a patch of spotty snow and leaves. He unbuckled the saddle, let it and his supplies fall to the ground, and collapsed beside them. The cold numbed his side as he lay there, chewing on a piece of jerked venison. Then he wrapped himself in the wolf fur and welcomed sleep. Greta dipped her spoon in the corn mush, eyeing her father as she raised the bite to her mouth. He'd not looked up from the table since they sat down to breakfast. She'd been so lost in the lonely ache of Zeke's leaving, she hadn't taken a moment for a real assessment of her father. But as she took in the slump of his shoulders and the dark hollows around his eyes, she thought back through the past few days. The nightmares seemed to be plaguing him more often, maybe every night even. And during his waking hours, melancholy had sunk its wary claws into him. And no wonder. He'd barely left the cabin since the blizzard. He'd had his nose in that book every waking moment, and some of his sleeping moments, too. Sure, he loved good literature, especially histories of former civilizations. But the brutal warfare of ancient Rome couldn't be healthy reading for his current state of mind. The goriness in the books surely resurrected memories best left alone.
Father?
She studied his posture as she spoke.
Much of the snow seems to have melted. Why don't you and Nix go hunt us a rabbit or grouse for supper tonight?
He raised his bleary gaze to her face.
Are we short on food? No, but getting out will do you good. And it would be nice to cook with fresh meat for a change.
She forced a smile, hopefully looking encouraging. It was high time she pulled herself out of her selfishness. Father needed her to be strong for them both. His gaze wandered to the window.
I guess. Do you mind if I'm gone a few hours?
He looked back to her. She waved a shooing hand at him.
Go. Get out of my hair for an afternoon.
Hopefully her smile would lighten the words. But just in case,
I need to air out the cabin for a cleaning anyway.
Why did death drag on so? Zeke struggled to pull in another aching breath as his quivering body closed in on itself. His face burned, but the chills clenched his muscles, and his side. He tried not to think about the burning. But lying here, curled in a fetal position, it was too hard to drag his mind away from every throb. After all this time, with more close calls than he could count from bear and cougar and Indian, this elk would be the final straw. And it looked to be the long, painful way to go. Would Ezra or Mara come looking for him if he didn't show up in the spring? By then his carcass would be picked clean. They probably wouldn't find even bones. But hopefully his family wouldn't come. Both his siblings were settled. Mara had Katie and Josiah. And the man was a steady role model for Ezra, too. They'd be fine without him. But what about Greta? Just the thought of her sent a new rush of chills through his midsection. He'd planned to stop by their cabin again after he'd explored farther north, just to ease his mind that she was safe. See if they needed anything he could bring back to them from South Pass City. Give her the spoons he'd whittled from the chunk of cedar. Maybe he could even make a supply run for them. In fact, he would have done anything Greta wanted. If only he'd never left their cozy cabin. He wouldn't be lying here burning with fever and infection, dying. But he had to keep his mind focused on something other than his condition. Just for a second, he let himself imagine what she was doing at that moment. He'd lost track of time, but the sun seemed to have crested the noon sky. Maybe she was outside enjoying the slightly warming temperatures. The way the sunlight glimmered off her face, she probably glowed. And that thick black hair. If she would lose it from its tie, would it float on the breeze? How would it feel to touch? In his dreams he saw her, spinning in the sunshine, her arms out in jubilation, the cares that seemed to shroud her shoulders slipping away. She turned to look at him, her face radiant with a joy that pulled him forward. He took her in his arms and spun her around. She fit perfectly there, her tiny waist barely larger than the span of his hands. And as she slipped her arms around his neck, she fingered the back of his hair. Their gazes locked. He should kiss her. It was the perfect moment for a kiss. Except her father's voice drifted from the porch. "Son, are you all right?" Zeke didn't want to take his focus from Greta, but the question was so odd. He turned to face the man. "I'm fine." Greta's fingers slid from his neck down the edge of his coat. He kept his hold at her waist, and as she started to pull away from him, he gripped tighter. "Zeke, what's wrong?" Mr. Michelly's voice again. Zeke wanted to tell him that the only thing wrong was Greta pulling away, but he couldn't get the words out. His mouth had grown so thick he could barely open it. And as he fought to keep hold of Greta, the scene went dark. Chapter 10. Warmth. If this was a dream, it was a very good dream. Zeke sank deeper into the comfort, pushing back against whatever pulled him from the peace. Finally, peace. "Can you wake up, son?" The voice, so familiar, brought the image of Greta, of her dark, knowing eyes and thick lashes. But that wasn't quite right. This was a man's voice. His foggy mind couldn't grab hold of whatever he'd been trying to figure, and he let himself slip back into the peace. "Zeke, do you think you can join me?" Mr. Michelly? Was he back in his dream? Yet this time the dream called him out, pulled him away from the peace. Should he follow it? "Wake up if you can, son." That fatherly tone drew him the rest of the way, even though his eyelids resisted as if they'd been pasted in place with day-old resin. He worked at them. Finally, a sliver of light and movement appeared, mostly just a blur. The pounding in his head intensified as he tried to focus. Praise be to God. The weight of a hand settled on his forehead, and that voice was definitely Mr. Michelly's. Did that mean he was back at the cabin? Then why did he feel a steady draft of cold air mixed with the warmth? He pursed his lips to see if he could get them to work. "Here, son, see if you can swallow this." Zeke focused on the pale blur in front of his face. Something touched his lips, and a warm liquid slipped into his mouth. Pure pleasure, everywhere it touched. As it trickled down his throat to warm his chest, he exhaled a long breath. "Feel good, huh?" He tried to nod, but shards of pain exploded in the back of his head. "Don't move just yet. You've a nasty knot behind your ear. Just eat more of this broth if you can." Zeke parted his lips, soaking in the warm liquid as it filled his mouth and drained down his throat. Again and again. "That's enough for now. Can you tell me what happened?" "I saw prints of that elk I was tracking where you must have fallen, but I can't imagine he did all this to you." Zeke tried to open his eyes wider, but the light only intensified the pain in his skull. so he let them close again and focused on remembering. Yes, he could picture a bull elk staring at him from a dozen feet away. But the memory stopped there. As much as he tried to pry it further, nothing came. There was an elk. I can't remember. A gentle hand touched his shoulder. That's all right. It's no matter, really. We just need to get you stronger so you can travel back to the cabin. I'm afraid Greta's going to come looking for us if we don't show up soon. Greta? A lot of what the man said didn't make sense, but he clung to the name that sent a sliver of hope through him. I left her yesterday morning for a few hours of hunting. Then I saw the tracks of those two elk and started following. Came a lot further than I planned, but the tracks were so fresh, I kept thinking I was just about to find them. But it was you I found late yesterday afternoon. Most of your fever's settled, I think. Nasty slice on your side there. I washed it well. But we need the medicine Greta has at the cabin to fight the infection that's taken hold. Zeke struggled to keep up with the stream of words. They seemed to gather at the edge of his mind and filter in one at a time. Greta. That seemed to be the only word his mouth would form. You really need another night, I think, before you travel. But I hate to leave Greta alone a second night. As much as she worries, she'll likely come looking for me. Although if we leave now, it would probably be almost morning by the time we made it home. What do you think? If you drink more broth, could you ride for a while? Leave Greta alone a second night. Her image filled his mind. So beautiful. And yes, he could see the worry in her eyes, the faint lines at the corners that spoke of the weight she carried. If there was something he could do to remove that weight, he'd do it as long as he had breath in him. Let's go. He needed to conserve his energy for the ride, so he didn't offer more than that. He let his eyes drift shut as Mr. Michelly spooned more broth into his mouth. With every bite he drew in its strength, letting the warmth filter through his body. He had something to fight for now, and it seemed his body had a bit of fight left in it. But as he climbed up on Biscuit, he wasn't quite as sure. Getting in the saddle might have expended the very last of his strength. Between the mallet pounding his head and the fire burning his side, darkness hazed his vision again. You better tie me on. He gritted his teeth against the wave of bile that pushed up to his throat. Maybe we should wait another night. Mr. Michelly's voice dripped with uncertainty, but Zeke didn't have energy to waste being uncertain. Tie me. Don't stop if I pass out. Just keep going. He gripped his horn as the man finally obeyed. And then it all faded into a blur as Zeke settled into the rhythm of pounding in his head and flashes of white light. And then the darkness. Greta reined her mare around a rock as she scanned the ground in a wide arc ahead. The hoof prints had to pick up again somewhere. More snow had covered the ground after Father came through here 2 days ago. But every so often, she found hoof marks in the mud. It was nerve-wracking work, though, and her muscles had tightened into a tense knot. One night she could understand. He'd done it before, left for a hunting trip and gotten so wrapped up in the flora or fauna that night came on before he realized it. That was why she always made sure he packed camp supplies. It was better he camp out than try to travel home in the dark. But a second night, he wouldn't stay out that long of his own accord. Something had happened. An animal attack? Or maybe he'd suffered an apoplexy. His heart might be weakened from all he'd endured in the war, and after. But maybe he was fine, Surely there was a valid reason he was gone. Perhaps Vico had thrown him, and he'd been forced to walk back. As much as Father loved that gelding, the animal could be ornery at times. But it was the animal's personality that had been one of the first things to pull Father from his melancholy after the war and Mama's passing. He'd named the horse after one of his favorite Italian philosophers from the Age of Enlightenment. Or maybe Father had broken his leg in the fall. He might be lying in the snow even now, waiting for her to find him. And she would find him. There. Her pulse sped up as she spotted hoof prints to the right of a stout pine. She reined Roma that direction. It seemed to be a deer trail of sorts, because other cloven hoof tracks pressed in the mud along the path. Maybe bigger than a deer. Elk, perhaps. She pushed Roma into a trot as the trail wound around the base of a mountain. The tracks were easier to follow now, and the fear balled in her stomach tightened more the farther they went. Something was wrong. She could feel it. Father needed help. They wove around trees, then opened into a small clearing, then back into woods again. This forest was mostly pine, but a few cedars and firs mixed into the lot. A noise through the trees grabbed her attention, and she eased back on her reins, pulling Roma to a walk. The mare needed to blow anyway, and Greta strained to hear the sound again. A man's voice? Father? Her heart leapt, but she tightened the grip on her emotions. It could be Indians. They'd seen a few small bands come through in the summer, but none for several months. Should she move off the trail and hide just in case? That was probably the wisest course. She turned Roma to the right, weaving around the trees and ducking below branches. A thick pine had fallen and lodged among the tops of nearby trees, forming a cluster that might give cover. She guided Roma behind the trunks and pulled her to a stop. Now to watch. She didn't have long to wait, because a movement showed between the trees in the distance. She squinted to make out shapes. A horse. Dark-colored. Could it be Vico? Yes. A glimmer of wide blaze across the horse's face. It had to be him. And someone was on his back. She started to rein Roma around the tree and call out, but another figure behind Vico gave her pause. A chestnut horse? Maybe that front animal wasn't really her father's. Perhaps these were Indians. With so many tree trunks in the way, it was hard to get more than intermittent glimpses of them. And then, through a gap in the trees, she caught a clear view of the rear animal and rider. That buckskin coat. That mop of honey-brown hair. A tendril of joy slid into her chest and burst into flutters of excitement. Zeke! But the way he was slumped over the saddle. As her mind struggled to make sense of the sight, the excitement slipped from her like water through a sieve, leaving behind only the murky sludge of fear. He couldn't be. Dead. She kicked Roma hard, and the mare plunged around the trees, winding around the trunks with little care which branches whipped Greta's face. Maybe it was the slap of the limbs that made her eyes sting, but she blinked past them as they finally emerged onto the deer path. Father was only about 20 feet in front of her now, but she was almost afraid to close the distance. Zeke was still slumped over his horse, lifeless. And were those ropes tying him on? Her heart seized and her gaze flew to Father, searching his eyes. The mixture of sadness and pity there stopped the blood in her veins. No! She spurred Roma forward. She had to see for herself. Zeke couldn't be gone. The moment she reached his side, she slipped from the mare and rushed to him, shucking her gloves as she ran. She touched his shoulder first, under the thick coat, then his hair. Its softness felt foreign to her numb fingers. But as she plunged her hands through it, heat emanated from his scalp. He was alive. He couldn't be dead if his body was still warm, right?
Zeke?
She moved her hands down to his cheeks. Yes, blood still flowed through them, warming them with precious life. She raised his face so she could see it.
Zeke, can you hear me?
His eyes were closed, sunken like dark hollows in a face much paler than it should be. His cherry lips parted, and his breathing was heavy enough she could hear the intake of air. But at least he was breathing.
Zeke?
She stroked the side of his temple with her thumb. Then she looked at Father. So many questions warred in her chest. She didn't know where to begin. Where had he found Zeke? What was wrong with him? He seemed to sense her turmoil. I found him night before last. I think he had a tangle with an elk, and maybe something else. Has a nasty knot on his head and a gash in his side that's infected. He was burning up with fever, but it's a little better since I cleaned the wound. The pain that pressed in her chest threatened to smother her. Her arms craved to take Zeke into them and soothe away the agony he must be fighting. Should they make camp here so she could tend to him? She needed to help him. Everything in her demanded it. But she didn't have many medicines with her, only a salve and a few bandages. They were within a couple hours of the cabin. Maybe it would be best to get there as quickly as possible. Looking at her father again, she tried to read his expression.
Shall we try to get home? I didn't bring much that would help him.
He nodded. He's not feeling the pain right now. We'd best get there. She eased Zeke's head back down on the horse's neck, turning it to the side so he could breathe easier.
Should I ride with him to make him more comfortable?
Her chest ached at the thought of leaving him like this. I have him tied on securely. It'd be more trouble than help, I think. Let's just get moving. She forced herself to turn away, to pick up her gloves, reach for Roma's reins and mount.
Let's go.
When they reached the cabin, they managed to lower Zeke from his horse and get him inside. Greta propped herself under his left arm, careful not to bang into his injured side. She'd glimpsed the makeshift bandage her father must have tied in place under his coat. The cabin still held warmth from her fire that morning. Let's lay him on my bed. Father grunted as they maneuvered their patient around the chairs to the far end of the room. A moan slipped from Zeke's lips as they eased him onto the blankets. It was the first sound she'd heard from him, and her pulse leaped. I'll get the horses settled while you work on him. Greta only nodded as her gaze took stock of Zeke's condition. It had been so long since she'd used her nursing skills, but her instincts took over as she assessed him. His breathing was shallow, his skin feverish. She found the bump behind his right ear easily enough. It would likely affect his eyesight, based on where it was placed. And maybe his memory, too. As her fingers probed the area, he groaned again. At least he had sensation. Her gaze wandered over his face, but she forced herself to focus on the line of blood that had dripped down his right cheek and jaw. If she let herself think about the fact that this was Zeke, her medical decisions would be tainted by emotion, and emotion was dangerous when a life hung in the balance. The cut was deeper than she liked, especially to be on his face. If the wound had been fresh, she would have stitched it. Too many face wounds left ghastly scars, especially those that weren't treated properly. But this one had already scabbed around the edges. She'd have to remove the scab and keep the cut clean and salved. And it would need to be shaved around the perimeter so his beard didn't lock in dirt particles. She would take care of that soon. after she triaged the other wounds. She pulled his coat apart to reveal the bandage tied around his midsection. Blood had seeped through the gray wool cloth on his left side. She fingered the area. The crimson spots were damp, which meant lifeblood still oozed from the wound, probably a result of all the movement he'd been forced to endure on the ride home. Her fingers fumbled with the knot in the bandage. She inhaled a steadying breath, focusing her senses on the medical needs she should consider. She'd need hot water, so maybe she should stop and stoke the fire, then gather her crate of supplies. But a morbid urgency drove her to open the bandage, to see exactly how bad Zeke's injury was, how life-threatening. The fact that he hadn't awakened scared her more than she wanted to consider. As she pulled the bandage apart, she discovered Zeke's shirt was bloody and pressed to his skin in a viscous wad, where the wound must be. She pulled the shirt's hem from his waistband and tugged it upward at his side. Maybe she should have cut the cloth, but the shirt might be salvageable, and she'd spent too many years making something from nothing to waste the garment. He wore a woolen undershirt, and she pulled that up as well. An angry red gash began a couple inches above his waistband and stretched upward to about the third rib. In the center of the wound, fresh crimson was bright against the crusty scab that circled it. Red seeped through the skin about an inch away from the gash in each direction. Infection had already set in, which explained the fever. It would take all her skills to save him, but all her abilities might not be enough.
Chapter 11. Greta ran her gaze down the length of Zeke. She should check for any other injuries, although his clothing didn't appear damaged anywhere else. But even as she thought about it, awareness sank through her. This was Zeke, not some stranger on a battlefield. And even now, the attraction that had grown in her those 2 days he'd spent with them sent warmth through her insides. She turned away to stoke the fire. Father would have to handle the remaining assessment. When he finally stepped into the cabin, she had the fire blazing and clean water warming in the pot.
Can you check his lower half for injuries while I get the medicines ready?
Yes, ma'am. Father's voice was weary as he slipped off his coat and gloves, then made his way to Zeke's prone form. She filled the basin with warm water and added shavings of soap. She gathered the rest of her supplies and laid them out on the table, then dragged it closer to the cot. As she took her place next to her father, she saw he'd already pulled off Zeke's boots and stockings, and was examining his feet. Her gaze caught on the sight of his angular toes with their dusting of dark hair that also coated the top of his feet. Such an intimate thing, his bare feet. Funny, seeing the same had never bothered her in the hospital tents. She must be getting soft. She forced her focus up to his coat and began to ease his right arm out of the sleeve. Her father finished his inspection and pulled a blanket up to Zeke's waist. His knee's a little bruised, but otherwise seems to be whole enough on his lower half. Not even frostbite.
Can you pull the cot away from the walls so I can better access his other side? I'll need your razor and shaving soap, too.
He followed her directions while she busied herself with preparations. She would have to stop preparing and actually care for his wounds soon. But having her father hovering made it hard to focus. At last she settled herself between the bed and the wall closest to Zeke's injured side. She'd slipped a towel under him to catch the soiled water as she cleaned the gash. He moaned as she worked, and she almost hoped the jostling would awaken him. But this next part would be easier if he remained sleeping. The wound at his rib should have been stitched, but it had been open too long, so she'd have to keep it salved and wrapped. Once she had it cleaned and dried, she began probing his side and abdomen with her fingers, steeling herself against what she'd find. His abdomen wasn't distended, a good sign. If he'd bled internally, the bleeding was slight, but she didn't feel any damage to the organs. At least 2 ribs were broken, which would account for a lot of the pain. As she lay her ear against his warm chest to listen to his lungs, she all but stopped breathing herself. A powerful urge swept through her to snuggle in and curl herself on the bed next to him, to comfort him and somehow take away the pain. She jerked herself upright. Clinical. She had to keep her thoughts focused on his medical diagnosis. Yet, she could still feel his heartbeat thumping in her ear. Or maybe that was her own staccato pulse. She inhaled a steadying breath, then released it. His lungs had sounded healthy, not punctured by the broken ribs. So now her task was to salve and bandage his side. She glanced up at her father, sitting in his chair, cleaning his rifle. He'd turned his seat around so he could watch her, but his focus was on the mechanism, and it didn't look like he'd seen her emotional reaction. She'd better be more careful. But just now, she needed his help.
"Can you hold Zeke upright while I wrap the ribs?"
Her father jumped up to assist, and she watched Zeke's face as they raised him upright. Another moan slipped through his lips, and agony twisted the corners of his eyes and mouth. At least his brain was processing the pain. He wasn't so deep in his unconscious state. A blessing. She worked quickly to secure the long bandage around his rib cage, pulling it tight as she circled it again and again. Each rotation brought her close enough that she could feel the warmth of his breath where his chin sagged to his chest. With Father watching from the other side, it was easier to ignore the sensations pulsing through her. As many men as she'd doctored on the battlefields, she'd never had such an overwhelming need to comfort, to take the pain on herself.
"Lay him back now."
It was Father who grunted this time as he eased Zeke down on the pillow. Still, Zeke's eyes stayed closed. How could he remain unconscious with all this jostling and moving, especially more than a day after his injuries had occurred? If she didn't know better, she'd swear he'd been given chloroform, but that couldn't be possible. So maybe the bump on his head was more severe than she'd first thought. She glanced at her father.
"You said he was awake at some point."
He nodded, the lines on his brow deepening as he studied Zeke's face. "He was pretty feverish when I found him, and seemed to be coming in and out of consciousness. He acted more coherent the next day after I got his fever down some. Still pretty groggy, though." She scanned the thick recesses of her mind for everything she'd learned about head injuries. One doctor she'd worked with at Gettysburg had talked about the regions of the brain and what parts of the body each controlled, but she couldn't recall the details. The only thing she knew to do was wave smelling salts under his nose. But maybe she should wait until she'd shaved around the cut on his face. That task would be easier if he weren't staring at her. And easier if her father didn't study her with a gaze so acute. As she turned to prepare the soap lather for the shave, she tried to keep her voice nonchalant.
"I think that's all I need for now."
His scrutiny heated her back as she whipped the lye mixture into bubbles. Finally, the scuff of Father's boots carried him back to his chair and the rifle. The breath she exhaled felt like it had been caged for hours. As she settled onto the edge of the cot, she finally let her gaze roam to the contours of Zeke's face. Every line and angle exuded strength and confidence. Yet the pinched folds around his eyes pressed a weight on her chest. His beard seemed like it had grown thicker in the few days since he'd left their home. But that was probably because she'd never studied it this close.
Would he be upset if she shaved around the cut? Maybe, but he didn't really have a choice. This would help reduce the scar and the chance of infection, especially since the cut couldn't be stitched. The wound extended from his cheekbone almost to his chin, so maybe she should go ahead and shave his whole face. Would it look strange to have just this patch bare? She could start in this spot and decide about the rest once this was done. She coated her fingers with soapy foam and spread it around the gash. She couldn't help but stroke her fingertips over his beard, feeling the strong line of his jaw underneath. She'd probably never have a chance to touch him like this again. But she couldn't linger. Taking Father's blade, she eased it around the edges of the wound, peeling back the hair with excruciating care so she didn't hurt him further. When she'd shaved about a half-inch on either side of the red line, she sat back to study her progress. That would be sufficient for healing purposes, but it did look a little odd carved out of his thick beard. What would he look like without all that hair? This might be her only chance to find out. She shot a glance at Father, who was bent over his polishing rag and rifle. Why did she feel like a young child sneaking a cookie from the sweet jar? She'd shaved more than one man in preparation for the surgery tent. This wasn't so very different. Pushing back her guilt, she spread more foam on his beard and wiped the razor clean, then went to work. This task was almost as nerve-wracking as stitching a wound closed, and Greta found herself pausing to breathe every few strokes, especially as she moved down to his neck. The razor was sharp, and one poorly done swipe could do more damage than all her goods so far. She'd just about finished the right side of his neck when the Adam's apple at the center of his throat bobbed. She froze. It hadn't moved like that before. Her gaze wandered up to his eyes, searching for anything different. Through tiny slits, she could just see his dark pupils, watching her. She swallowed. What could she say? His lips parted, red and puffy, and a little chapped. What? His voice graveled as if it had been dragged through a desert, and as she studied his face, she realized she was far too close, less than a foot away as she still bent low in her shaving position. She straightened, trying to focus on his medical needs, and not the question shining through the dark slit of his eyelids. How are you feeling? His lids closed, squeezing tight as his shoulders shifted. I've been better. Then his eyes opened into slits again. What happened? She still had the razor in one hand, and her other on his shoulder, but she moved both to rest in her lap. We think you had a run-in with an elk. You banged your head and a few ribs, and you have some cuts that'll need to heal. She studied him. Do you remember any of it? He started to shake his head, but stopped with a wince. His hand came up to cradle his temple. Not really. I remember your father. In the woods. In dreams, I think. He dropped his hand. Hurts like I've been eaten by a bear. You sure it was an elk? She couldn't help a hint of a smile. I'm not positive, but it's a little late in the season for bear. She pushed to her feet. I'll get you something for the pain. Thanks. Then you can finish my shave. She had to lean close to catch his words through the roughness of his voice, so maybe she hadn't heard right. But as she studied his face, that glimmer in his eye looked almost like a sparkle. Was he teasing her in the midst of his pain?
She pressed a hand to his arm.
We'll see.
Zeke let his eyes close as Greta's footsteps drifted into the background noise. Was this all still a part of his dream? He couldn't tell. The thrashing inside his skull and the knife blade penetrating his side sure felt real. But waking to a blurry image of Greta bending over him, shaving his beard? For half a second he'd been tempted to reach for her arm and tug her closer. But then he moved, and the explosion in his head banished every other thought. He'd never imagined this much pain was possible, but it wasn't quite as bad if he didn't move.
Do you think you can sit up to drink this?
He forced his eyes open again and struggled to focus on the fuzzy shapes and colors above him. One figure separated from the rest and formed the outline he'd searched for. Greta. Even though he couldn't make out the details of her face, the sound of her voice created the picture in his mind. Her soft fingers touched the back of his neck, and he struggled to sit up. The pounding in his head ricocheted until his ears rang.
Wait.
Her words stilled him, bringing a slight reprieve in his skull.
Lie back and let me spoon this into your mouth. I think it's better if you don't move for a while.
Relief washed through him at that thought. But he couldn't lie in bed for long. If he could just get a few hours' sleep, he'd make himself get up. He took the liquid she dripped into his mouth, moving his lips by the feel of the spoon. The lights and shadows shifting above him made it hurt too much to keep his eyes open. The drink was a bitter tea, with an even sharper odor, and he grimaced as it went down. What is that?
A concoction I learned to make in the war. Mostly herbs and plants, but it's effective.
By the taste, it would do something to him, although it remained to be seen whether it could dull the pain. She spooned it into his mouth for several minutes.
Do you think you're well enough to eat some gruel?
The idea of food illuminated the hollow pinch in his empty stomach. Yes.
Good. I'll be back in a moment.
The bed shifted as she rose, and the void left by her departure was bigger than the small space she'd taken up. Maybe it was her warmth he missed. His body still ached from the cold. Wrapping his arms around himself, his fingers brushed bare skin above his waist. Where was his shirt? He reached for his chest, then shoulders. They seemed to be covered with a cloth wrapped tight around his rib cage. Somehow his shirts had come untucked. He found a blanket over his trousers and pulled it higher. How are you, son? Zeke jumped at the deep voice right above him. He squinted up at the fuzzy form and finally made out the shape of Mr. Michelly. All right. If only his vision would clear up. This seeing in blurry shadows made things difficult. That lump still paining you? Some, but I'll be up and moving around soon. A hand rested on his forehead, and he tried not to jerk at the contact. He'd not seen it coming, but the firm feel of the solid palm fed strength through his nerves. The skin wasn't calloused exactly, but wasn't so smooth that its owner was unacquainted with physical work. Again, he wondered what Mr. Michelly's vocation had been before the war, but he didn't have the strength to ask now. A rustle of fabric was his warning before the side of the bed sank under Greta's weight. The edge of her brushed against the blanket covering his side.
I've added some herbs to this gruel to help you regain your strength, and a bit of honey to help with the taste, but it might still be sharp.
He parted his lips to accept a bite, and the thick mixture sank onto his tongue and down his throat. It seemed to spread that strength she promised everywhere it touched, and after a few bites, the complaint in his belly lessened. Good. He eased out a long breath, letting the tightness in his chest slip away with it.
Is that enough?
The spoon didn't touch his mouth when he expected it, so he shook his head. The explosions of light the motion set off stopped him instantly. A little more. The spoon touched his lips again, and he opened like a baby bird accepting an insect from its mother.
Not too much. We need to make sure your stomach can process this before we load it down.
His stomach was processing just fine. It was his head that wouldn't work right, and his eyes. Finally, the bed shifted again.
I think that's enough for now. We'll let you rest.
Something nagged in his mind, though. He rubbed a hand down his face as he tried to force his mind to focus. But that was it. The smooth skin on his right cheek stirred the memory. Can you finish the shave? He would do it himself, except he'd end up bleeding out for sure if he tried to shave by feel. Silence met his request, and he forced his eyes open to see her expression. But he could only make out her outline and muted colors that formed the separation of her hair and face. Had he offended her by the request? She'd been the one to start the process, but maybe it bothered her to do it with him awake. Never mind. I'll work on it in a bit.
No,
I'll do it. The deep voice that interrupted held a finality he'd not heard in Mr. Michelly's tone, and maybe a bit of steel, too. But the reason for it was too much for Zeche to decipher at this point. All this thinking had increased the pounding in his temples again. He let his eyes fall shut as the bed shifted again when Greta rose. Then the mattress moved a second time as a heavier figure took her place. Strong fingers gripped his jaw, and the chill of the blade pressed his skin. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But he was too tired to worry about that now. If he died from this shave, so be it. Chapter 12. Greta hovered by the cot as she cradled the bowl of stew in her hands. Zeche had finally settled into a quiet sleep about an hour before. A good thing after all the restless shifting for several hours before that. He needed this respite. But he also needed food. From what she'd pieced together, he'd likely gone almost 2 days without food or water, during which time his body had been fighting infection and healing from the trauma. This stew would strengthen him. Then he could sleep again. She sank onto the bed and took in the sight. That face. She'd expected him to be handsome, but honestly, her eyes couldn't get enough as they roamed every curve, every rustic, manly part of his face. Her fingers itched to stroke his jaw as they had since Father had finished the shave. But she wouldn't do it. She had to stop this ogling. She was here as his nurse only.
Zeche?
She used her softest voice. She didn't want to startle him, just bring him to life slowly. Father was out with the animals, probably doing some tinkering at his work corner in the lean-to. Zeche didn't stir, just kept on with the steady breaths through his parted, chapped lips. They still shone with the salve she'd applied before he drifted into this sleep.
Zeche?
She rested a hand on his shoulder.
Can you wake and eat some stew?
Still no change. A wavy lock of brown hair, a little darker than winter grass, lay across his brow. She stroked it away, running her fingers through to weave the wayward strands back in place. They had a delicious, springy feel, as though his hair were vibrant and full of life. She ran her fingertips over his brow again.
Zeche?
He shifted, his face turning into her hand as she stroked his right temple. He didn't seem to awaken, though, just snuggled deeper into sleep.
It's time to wake up, Zeche.
She continued the motion of her hand down his cheek, cupping his clean-shaven jaw. Yes, as soft as she'd imagined. His skin held as much life as his hair had, and her fingertips seemed to come alive as his energy tingled through her. A groan slipped through his lips, deep, like it had originated somewhere in his chest. He rolled his head, but then his eyes pinched and his movement ceased. His pain must still be great.
Zeke?
His eyelids cracked and his mouth worked. Maybe he was trying to gather enough moisture to speak, but she could save him the effort.
I have stew. We need to build your strength back up.
He didn't try to answer, so she kept talking.
Can we prop you up a little more?
He started to strain upright, but she touched his shoulder.
Wait.
She should have thought to bring another pillow before she woke him. In a moment she retrieved the pillow from her bed and slipped a hand behind his shoulders.
Try to let me do the work of lifting.
They had him more upright and settled within seconds. But as she perched back on the bed beside him, she noticed his face had lost any color he'd regained from his sleep.
Let's feed you now.
She filled the spoon with broth and raised it to hover in front of his lips. He didn't open them, so she tapped his bottom lip with the utensil. He parted to accept the bite. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, then released a long breath and sank deeper into her pillow. That's good. She couldn't help the way his praise warmed her chest.
Eat more?
He opened his mouth even before she raised the spoon to it and drank the broth from the spoon hungrily. The next bite, she added in some of the alpine sorrel plants she'd dried in the summertime. She glanced at his eyes as she brought the spoon up. He watched her through narrow slits, and he seemed to be studying her. She held the bite at his mouth for a moment, but he didn't open. She glanced up again. His expression hadn't changed. Maybe he didn't realize she held the spoon ready. She tapped his lip again.
Open up.
It took effort to feed a smile into her voice through the worry clogging her throat. He obeyed and seemed to enjoy the bite, if the slight smack of his lips afterward could be trusted. As a test, she refilled the spoon, then held it an inch or so in front of his mouth again. He didn't open. His eyes were still parted, but it was hard to tell exactly where he was looking. When she tapped his mouth with the spoon, he opened immediately. Was he having trouble focusing his attention on eating? For the next bite, he had already opened his mouth before she even filled the spoon, as if he were trying to anticipate her motions. Or maybe he couldn't see what her hands were doing. Something was definitely wrong. The dread tightening her stomach made the feeling even stronger. The oddity of his actions might be so slight, another nurse would wave it off as part of the healing process. But his behavior wasn't quite natural. And Zeke, being as intelligent and intuitive as he was, would do his best to conceal any imperfections until they went away. But might this be a symptom of more severe damage? She set the bowl on the table and faced Zeke squarely.
Look at me.
He squinted, his pupils only dark shadows between the slits.
Open your eyes wider.
They parted slightly more.
Can you open them all the way?
A little more this time, but they flickered as though he were forcing them open against a bright light, or maybe against pain. She peered at his pupils. The one on her left was small, normal for having just seen a light brighter than it was accustomed to. The pupil on her right was much larger, so much that she couldn't see its full circumference with his eyelids still half open. A knot tightened in her stomach, and she reached toward that eye, pulling the lid higher with her forefinger. He winced and jerked back from her touch. She straightened and scanned back and forth between both his eyes. There was a definite difference between the appearances of the two. But what did that mean? She hadn't experienced that from the battlefield, at least not that she'd noticed or been informed by a doctor.
How is your vision? Can you see clearly?
his mouth pinched for only a second before he spoke. Some. But the pause was just enough to shed doubt on his vague answer. Real fear took root in her chest as she planted her palms on both his cheeks and studied his eyes. What can't you see? What's wrong with your vision? He squinted at her again. Things are a little blurry. Blurry? Everything or just movement? Do your eyes hurt when you try to focus? She didn't even know what she would do with his answers, but maybe something would spawn an idea. Mostly, everything's blurry. Can you focus at all? She straightened and held up 4 fingers. How many fingers do you see? He was quiet for a long moment. I don't know. None? The roots of fear dug deep in her chest, growing and spreading around her lungs until it was hard to breathe. Zeke, why didn't you tell me you couldn't see anything? Has it been like this the whole time, or are you getting worse? Since your pa woke me up in the woods. That knot behind his ear. She reached to feel it again. Can you turn your head so I can see this better? He obliged, but she didn't miss the grimace that pinched his mouth. Her fingers measured the size, probably at least 2 inches in diameter, and maybe not quite an inch raised. And what else is wrong? What other symptoms are you keeping from me? She heard her voice rise and inhaled a breath. She'd needed to school her reactions. His hand lifted from the covers and fumbled until he brushed her arm, then slid down to wrap his fingers around her palm. I'll be all right, Greta. Just need rest, and I'll be good as new. And more of that soup would help, too. She reached for the bowl, then slipped her hand from his warm grip to steady the dish as she spooned a piece of meat into his mouth. Her mind felt numb, though thoughts swirled inside. She had such little experience with head injuries. If only there were a doctor they could reach. But to her knowledge, not even South Pass City had a physician. How far would they have to ride to get Zeke into the hands of qualified medical care? It could be weeks, and the jarring and jolting on horseback would probably make his condition worse. Maybe Father would know what to do, and she could check his 2 medical books. But she'd almost memorized them and didn't recall reading anything about trauma to the brain. Zeke sank back into the pillow, turning his mouth away from the steady bites she'd been feeding him. That's all for now. She started to protest, but glanced into the bowl. Only a thin layer of broth lined the bottom. He'd eaten more than she realized as her mind had wandered. She set the dish aside. She couldn't help but reach out and brush the lock of hair from his forehead. It's rough. I'm probably overdue for a haircut. Not rough. Soft. She fingered the wavy strands. The corners of his mouth pulled in the hint of a smile. Had she said that out loud? Rest now. She lifted her hand away. Maybe he was too worn out to have caught her words. I'll be around if you need anything. The sound of voices pulled at Zeke's awareness, but sleep had such a firm hold on him. It was hard to climb from its web. The warmth snuggling him didn't match with the fact that he was lying in the snow. But maybe that had been a dream. And Biscuit, where had his horse wandered off to? His eyelids wouldn't open, no matter how much he fought them, so he lay still and tried to focus. You don't remember anything from your time with the doctors? Whose voice was that? He strained to make sense of it. I don't think so. It seems like there's something I should know, but I can't recall. It's so frustrating. Greta. The other voice had been deeper, A man's. Her father? Were they out in the woods with him? No. His fingers groped across soft fabric. A blanket. He must be in their cabin. What about your mother? Did she ever mention a patient with head trauma? Greta's mother? He pinched his eyes to try to clear the fog from his brain. Why couldn't he picture the woman? Had he met her? No. But maybe Greta had mentioned her. Yes. She'd said something about her and her mother becoming nurses, right? Maybe that was his imagination, but the idea seemed to fit with the conversation taking place across the room. Maybe. I can't remember for sure. So you don't know what we should do? Rest is what will help, I think. I can look through general medicine, but I don't remember anything about the brain. I wish I still had the second volume of Richard Bright's reports of medical cases. If I recall correctly, that book was almost completely devoted to brain diseases and trauma. I remember it being fascinating. Do you recall anything it said? Hope raised the tone in Greta's voice. A long sigh. Not much. It was several years before the war that I last read it. A pause. Don't worry, daughter. He'll recover, especially with you caring for him. Those last few words conjured the memory of her touch on his forehead, soft fingers brushing his skin, leaving a soothing warmth in their wake. Even now he could feel the balm of her touch, and he let himself drift back into the web of sleep. Greta jerked upright in bed and threw the covers off as her mind strained to make sense of the sound that had awakened her. Father must be having another nightmare. She pushed from bed and grabbed her wrapper from the footboard and ran into the main room. She wove her way around the table to the far wall where Father's pallet lay, since Zeke had taken over his bed. The fire waned in the hearth, casting a dim glow over the room. The stillness of Father's blanket slowed her. He lay quietly, his breathing loud and steady through his parted lips. Had she imagined the sounds? No! She spun to face the voice behind her, coming from Zeke's cot. Get away! He thrashed as a moan slipped from his lips. She sprinted to his side and touched a hand to his shoulder. Zeke, wake up! He waved an arm, striking out against whatever attacked him in his dream. Zeke, shh! She gently shook his shoulder. It's all right. Wake up. Huh? He jerked then, and his body stilled as he came awake. What? She stroked a hand down the outside of his arm. You were dreaming. It's all right. He eased out a long breath as his hand came up to cover his eyes. Sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. It's all right. What were you dreaming about? Sometimes it helped Father to talk about them, although other times he tightened his lips and retreated into his shell. It was almost always better if he talked. Zeke was quiet for a long moment. He must not want to share. But then he spoke. It was an elk. He kept charging, and I couldn't fight him off. Nightmares from the accident. A cold dread started in her chest, numbing the feeling there. It was natural for the mind to relive such trauma, just like Father's mind did, recreating all those debilitating memories. But she forced a calm tone for him as she stroked her fingers across his brow. You did fight him off. It's all over now. You're safe. He nodded almost imperceptibly, his eyes drifting closed. I'm fine. Sorry I woke you. But he still didn't look fine. The muscles in his face pinched. She stayed by his side, stroking his temple for another few moments. When his breathing evened,
She finally rose and tiptoed back to her chamber. She didn't close the door between the rooms, though. Modesty was hardly a concern, as Zeche wouldn't be moving around to see her in her sleeping gown, and she needed to hear in case anything else happened in the night. She climbed into bed and pulled the covers up, her muscles almost as weary as her emotions. Chapter 13. Greta paced. She couldn't help herself. There was plenty to do, both in the cabin and out, but her muscles were strung tighter than a harp string. Zeche still lay in bed. He hadn't suffered any other nightmares that she was aware of, but he only woke when she prodded him to eat. He seemed coherent enough as she spooned soup or gruel into his mouth. He would answer her questions about his eyesight and pain levels, usually with the same vague responses. A little better, I think. Maybe. Then he fell back to sleep the moment she left his side. How could he still be sleepy after how many days since his accident? She wasn't positive how long he'd been lying in the woods half dead before Father found him, but it had to be at least 3 days since his battle with the elk. Sleep and food were what his body needed, but that left very little for her to do between meals. She should probably bathe him with a damp cloth, as she'd done with their battlefield patients. But would that be proper here? He was no different than all those men she'd cared for under the tents, especially if she did the work this evening while Father read by the fire. But this was Zeche. Everything was different about Zeche. Maybe she'd hold off a day or two and see if he might be up to handling the task himself. She reached the window and paused in her pacing. The sun was shrouded by a thick cloud cover, not a dark sky, just pale gray, as lacking in inspiration as she was. What can I do to help him, Dio? The words squeezed from her heart, lifting to the clouds above. Maybe they could even break through the barrier that seemed to separate her from a God she'd once known well. It had been so long now since she'd prayed, since those months after Mama's sickness. God hadn't answered then, hadn't found her in her grief. But maybe now, for Zeche, maybe God would send an answer. Help me, Signore. Help me help him. The Italian names for the Father rolled out as if Nonna were here with her now, praying to a God she spoke to as if he walked beside her each moment. Nonna had been so certain, so grounded in her faith. And Mama, too. With them both nearby, it had been easy to believe God hovered close, caring. Nix whined from his spot by Zeke's bed, and she spun to see why the dog had stirred. She'd come to count on his warnings with her father. Greta. The words scraped through the stillness as if it had been dragged across a washboard. Yes. She stepped closer. Zeke's eyes were parted in the squint that had become his usual look. He stared straight upward, not looking around. She moved toward him, easing onto her usual spot on the bed. He let out a breath as his chin dipped toward her. I didn't hear you. I thought maybe you'd left. I'm here. Are you hungry? This was the first time he'd woken without her prodding. She couldn't help the hope that budded in her chest. Had God actually answered her prayer? No. I need... He paused, then fumbled for the blanket that covered him. I need to get up. She gripped his shoulder as he tried to sit. You're not well enough yet. What do you need, Zeche? I'll get it for you. Surely he hadn't recovered this quickly. He fought against her hold, which couldn't be good for his ribs. Calm down. Tell me what you need.
At last he sank back against the pillow, expelling a frustrated breath. I need the outhouse. A warm understanding crept through her.
Let me call Father. He'll help you with the chamber pot again.
I don't want the chamber pot. I need to get out of this bed.
Zeke,
she put on her most soothing tone.
You're not ready yet. You have to take it easy so your body can recover. Is the blurry vision better?
It's better. But something about the set of his jaw made her think of a sullen boy, crossing his arms as he sulked in the corner.
I'll put some tea on to brew. Then I'll call Father to come in and help you.
She leaned down to catch his eye, but as she tried to find his dark irises, it seemed like he still couldn't focus on her.
Can I trust you not to get up if I walk away?
His response was more of a growl than anything. But from the scowl on his face, that was probably the best she'd get right now. Her mouth pulled into a smile as she stood and moved to her medicine box. At least he was feeling well enough to want to get up. Pain probably contributed to his sour disposition, so another dose of willow bark tea might help. It would also make him sleepy, which would allow his body more time to recover. She selected the right pouch and measured the powdered bark into the tea kettle. A glance at Zeke confirmed he was following orders. He held his right hand at arm's length from his face and seemed to be studying it, probably working on his focus. Was it good to exercise his vision? Or would that put undue stress on his eyes and brain while they were trying to heal? So much she didn't know, and the not knowing made her feel helpless. She pulled the door open and stepped onto the porch. Nick slipped out behind her and loosed a happy yap as her father rounded the corner.
Perfect timing. Zeke needs your help with the chamber pot. I'll stay outside for a few minutes to give you privacy.
Father nodded.
All right.
She took the steps down and patted her leg at Nick's, who danced a jig at Father's feet.
You want to walk with me, boy? We'll see if the creek is thawed.
Nick ducked behind Father's leg as if she'd just told him they were going up to the mountain where he'd be offered as a sacrifice. Father chuckled. Go on, boy. Take Greta for a walk. The dog slinked toward her, his tail between his legs like a martyr, as if she wasn't the person who fed him every morning. She stooped to pet the rascal while her father headed inside. But as she stood and turned toward the woods that shielded the mountain creek, a movement captured her attention. At the same time, Nick darted forward, stopping a few feet away to let loose 3 barks. He stayed with his feet planted, his entire body straining toward the approaching stranger. He wouldn't leave her side if he thought she would need to be protected. Raising her hand to shield her eyes, she studied the tree line around the mountain. A horse and rider rode into view. The man wrapped in furs sat atop a stocky paint. For half a second her heart saw Zeke as he'd first ridden into her life, tall and confident, and her crazy chest surged at the image. But then she snapped back to reality as she made out a second horse trailing behind the man. A pack horse. Or maybe that was a mule. The animal let loose a high-pitched, airy sound as she confirmed the long ears and a stilted stride. Definitely a mule. Her gaze swept back to the man. A trapper, maybe? One never knew what kind of person wandered these mountains. This was the perfect land to escape from past lives, including sins that had the power to haunt a man. But not every man left those sins behind. Should she step inside for her gun? He was about 30 feet away now, so she couldn't do it without being obvious. And reaching for a weapon wouldn't be hospitable. She usually tried to give people the benefit of the doubt, without risking her safety, until she made an assessment of their character. At least she could ease back up the steps so she'd be closer to the door if she needed to dart inside. From his position by her feet, Nix growled low in his throat, but his tail wagged at the same time, which meant he couldn't be too worried about the man. Maybe he was just being cautious of a stranger. The fellow reined to a stop in front of the porch. "Howdy, ma'am." He paused and seemed to be waiting for her response. She nodded.
"Hello,"
trying to keep her tone pleasant but guarded. "I trap in these mountains. I didn't know this cabin was back here until I saw the smoke." He nodded toward their chimney. "Thought I'd stop in and say howdy." That was a request to come inside if she'd ever heard one. He was likely eager for a home-cooked meal. Not that she could offer much there. Maybe if he had supplies she could barter for. Wheat flour in exchange for cornmeal. That might be an idea worth pursuing. She moved toward the steps and motioned for him to follow.
"My father is inside and would welcome a visitor. We'll settle your animals, then you can come in for something warm to drink."
"Thank you, ma'am. I'd like that." His voice was friendly, which matched the expression on his face. Nothing about him raised her internal alarm. As his horse fell into step alongside her, Nix kept himself between her and the visitor. She glanced over to get a better look at him. He didn't seem as old as some of the mountain men who'd stopped to visit with them. Maybe in his 30s, not much older than Zeche, actually. The thought hitched her stride. Should she let Zeche and Father know they had a guest before she brought the man inside? Yes, she should have done that already. But now they'd already reached the back of the cabin. After they settled his animals, she could slip into the cabin first to warn the men. He tied the horse and mule at the edge of the woods, and she carried hay over to them. As he unstrapped a pack from the riding horse, she affected a casual tone in her voice.
"I'm afraid we're low on supplies right now. Flour and such. You wouldn't have any you'd be willing to barter, would you? I can offer cornmeal in trade."
"Sorry, ma'am. Don't have much except jerky." Her shoulders slumped. She'd almost been able to taste good wheat bread. "I got some beans and a little bit of cornmeal, too." Beans? They might give her some variety to cook with.
"I'd be willing to trade for beans, if you have any to spare. I have well-seasoned elk meat, dried so it would travel well."
"I suppose that'd work out." He stepped to the mule and pulled a canvas sack from one of the packs. "This is all I have to offer, but you're welcome to it." Her eyes locked on the sack, her mouth almost watering.
"Thank you."
They headed back toward the front of the cabin, and she raised a hand as she ascended the front steps.
"Let me tell the men we have company."
Nix circled her feet, and she tried to push him aside to reach the door. She was about to pull the latch string, but suddenly she remembered why she'd left the cabin in the first place. She raised her fist and knocked softly. A voice sounded inside. "Come in, maybe." She pulled the latch string and cracked the door open an inch.
"Father, we have a visitor. A trapper who stopped in for a visit."
A single footstep sounded before the door pulled open, yanking the string from her hand. A visitor? Father's voice was harder than normal, and she laid a hand on his arm.
"He saw the smoke from our chimney. I told him he's welcome to come in for something warm to drink."
His gaze took in the stranger, his hard expression softening a little. The man extended a hand to her father. "Magnus Olsson, pleased to meet you." Father finally stepped forward and accepted the grip. "Antonio Michelly." As he took over the job of host, she slipped behind him into the cabin. Now she needed to prepare Zeche. Would he be up to a guest joining them for the evening? He should rest and ignore the activity around him. But she wasn't too sure Zeche would do that. If their visitor turned out to be a decent fellow, Father might offer him their floor for the night. This little cabin was becoming a regular inn, it seemed. They should probably build a second cot for Father so he didn't have to sleep on the floor while Zeke recovered. She crept over to the bed where Zeke's form lay motionless.
"Zeke?"
His graveled voice was softer than normal.
"We have a visitor."
He raised an arm to rest on his forehead, shielding his eyes from the light. "Who is it?" The words were sluggish, as though he were groggy from sleep, or pain more likely.
"A trapper. You don't need to get up. I just thought I'd tell you."
And even as she spoke, the door opened behind her. She spun to face it, backing against Zeke's cot like a mother hen protecting him. The reaction didn't make sense to her brain, but her body had already formed the motion. "About 1.5 years. We liked this stretch of land, and this little nook in the mountains was perfect for a homestead." Father motioned toward the chair she usually occupied. "Pull up close to the fire. Warm yourself." The man's gaze flicked to her where she still stood beside Zeke's bed. He looked like he wasn't sure he should take the offered chair. Then his focus lowered to Zeke. She took one step to the side.
"Mr. Olson, may I present our friend, Zeche Reid. He's staying with us while he recovers from an injury."
The stranger nodded, and Zeke did the same. Despite the way his eyes squinted in the man's direction, his face had taken on a hard expression. "Pleasure to meet you, Reid. Hope the recovery's going well." "It is." Zeke's voice had strengthened remarkably, and she had to bite her lip to keep from saying something to soften the bite in his tone for Mr. Olson. She could explain how Zeke had almost died and was still in too much pain to leave the bed, but he'd probably not be happy if she said all that. Instead, she crossed the room, skirting the chairs, and took her place at the work counter. These men just might drive her batty. Chapter 14. The tea Greta had brewed at lunch was still warm, since she'd left it positioned near the coals. After pouring cups for Father and their guest, she retreated back to her workspace. Beans. What wonderful meal could she prepare with this new ingredient? Of course, the food wasn't new to Mr. Olson, so he might not treasure the difference as much as the rest of them. Perhaps she should cook with her typical recipes for this meal and save the beans for later. But that thought was more than a little selfish. After a few minutes of internal debate, she finally settled on an old standard for dinner: not using the beans, since it would take too long to prepare them at this point. For tonight they would eat bear steak and cornbread topped with honey, and she would start a pot of beans simmering to be mashed and made into a sort of unconventional breakfast lasagna for the morning. While Father and Mr. Olson visited, she worked at the meal, keeping her ear tuned both to the conversation and to any sound from Zeke's bed. He never made a peep, and the times she glanced over at him showed him lying perfectly still, eyes closed. His chest didn't rise and fall in the steady breathing of sleep, so he must be listening. But what was he thinking? He seemed more than a little gruff at the introduction, but that was likely just male posturing. Honestly, despite all the reasoning skills God gave humankind, they still weren't so very different from the animal kingdom. At least not the male of the species. As for the other men in the room, Mr. Olson seemed more than eager for conversation. Made sense, as the man didn't often have the chance to interact with someone who could talk back. Father kept the discussion on their visitor, learning all about his life after he'd left home as barely more than a teenager. A few years in the gold fields hadn't yielded the riches he'd hoped for, and he'd acquired a distaste for claim jumpers, bawdy houses, and the other despoilers that cluttered the mining towns.
So he'd sold his claim, bought his horse, mule, and a few supplies, and struck out into the mountain wilderness.
Every so often I miss a real corn husk mattress, but I don't miss much else about mining.
He gave her a wink from his spot at the table, then lifted a bite of bear steak to his bearded mouth. She couldn't help a smile at that as she sat at the table with the men, nursing her own cup of tea while they finished dinner. She didn't mind the corn husk mattress on her bed in the back room, but it was nothing compared to the feather down she'd slept on before the war. Interesting how one's perception of luxury was almost strictly based on one's experiences.
Awful good dinner, Miss Michelly.
He raised a forkful of meat in salute.
Bear, isn't it?
She nodded, dipping her chin to acknowledge the compliment. Much better than any grizzly I've cooked. That twinkle in his eye couldn't help but elicit her smile. A sound from the cot behind them pulled Greta's attention. Was Zeke in pain? It was probably time for more broth and tea to dull the ache.
If you'll excuse me, gentlemen.
As she rose, Mr. Olson pushed back from the table like he would jump to his feet, but she waved him down.
Enjoy your dinner.
The covers shifted in the bed, and it looked like Zeke had his back bowed. From pain or something worse. Lord, don't let him have an epileptic seizure. His fever had subsided, but she'd heard of such things after a head injury. She sank onto the cot beside him.
What is it, Zeke?
She stroked the hair from his forehead, and he relaxed immediately, although his breathing was loud and forced. Running her fingers down the side of his temples, she focused on keeping a soothing caress while she used her other hand to measure the pulse at his neck. Fast, but it seemed strong. Maybe it was only the pain that forced it into a gallop.
I'm going to doctor some tea to help your aches. I'll be right back.
His hand snaked up to clutch her wrist with a strength she wouldn't have thought he could manage. Don't leave. His breathing grew more intense. Shh. She went back to stroking his face with one hand, then used the other to finger-comb his hair, letting her nails brush his scalp in the way Mama used to soothe her as a girl. She took in the lines etched on his face, the way the pain pinched all his contours. Something like a fist squeezed her heart, and she bent low to press a kiss to his forehead.
You can do this, Zeke. We're going to get you better. You're stronger than you think.
A long breath leaked from his lips, quieter than the frenzied breathing of a moment before. Another noise slipped from him, something that sounded almost like Greta. But even if he had spoken her name, he probably didn't know what he was saying, only reacting to her words, her touch. So she kept stroking, using both her hands to soothe away the pain in what little way she could. His body seemed to uncoil, and his breathing grew steady. Not as much as if he were sleeping, but maybe her herbal pain tonic would help him get there. Without speaking, she padded to the counter. No sounds drifted from his bed as she worked, but she moved through the task as quickly as she could. It didn't help that she had to put a new pot of hot water on the fire to boil. She was just stirring in a bit of honey to soften the bitter taste of the garlic when Zeke's voice sounded behind her. Greta! The rasp in his tone was laced with an urgency that tightened her muscles.
I'm coming.
After grabbing a cloth to protect her hands from the warm mug, she scooped up the drink and strode back to his bedside.
I'm here.
He was reaching out as she sank onto the bed, his hands fumbling like a blind man feeling his way through a room. His fingers closed on her arm and he gripped it. The sight of him, the desperation in his grasp, wrenched her heart. Deal. I don't ask for much, but please help Zeke. Heal him. Give him peace. She'd prayed more often today than in the past year combined. But maybe God would answer for Zeke's sake.
I'm here.
She closed her hands around his fingers where they gripped her arm, carefully loosening them so they didn't make her spill the mug in that hand. He released her arm but clutched her hand instead.
I didn't hear you. I thought you'd left.
Was that a hint of fear in his tone? Never would she have thought to hear that emotion from this man who emanated strength. Yet, why not? He was practically blind, his body acting in ways he couldn't control. The extreme pain alone would be enough to make most men weep. But if her presence helped him even a little, she would be here for him. Giving his hand a soft squeeze, she ran her fingers over the top of his knuckles.
I'm here, Zeke. I'm not leaving. Now let's get some of this tea in you to help with the pain.
Greta rolled her shoulders, trying to ease the knots that held them stiff. But the only thing she accomplished was intensifying the ache. But maybe her body would finally relax a little. Zeke seemed to have turned the corner, sometime after she'd helped him drink another cup of her tonic in the wee hours of the morning. When she'd checked on him this morning, some of the color had returned to his face, and the lines at his eyes weren't as pinched. His breathing was deeper, more relaxed. Maybe she was grasping at any hope she could find, but he was better. Something in her heart told her so. She used her apron to protect her hand as she grabbed the coffee pot from the hearth and carried it to refill the men's cups at the table. I'm awful obliged for your hospitality, Miss Michelly. Mr. Olson tipped his chin. You too, sir. Can't remember when I've enjoyed a visit quite as much as this one. The victuals especially. He raised his empty fork in salute as he sent her a smile. Stop by any time you're in the area, Magnus. And we've been known to house a man during a blizzard every now and then. Father glanced toward Zeke's bed, but Greta forced her gaze not to follow. It seemed almost sacrilegious to compare Zeke's presence in their home to Mr. Olson's. Zeke was a dear friend, not some stranger who wandered in. Her heart cried that Zeke was so much more than a friend. But then again, they'd known him less than a week, if she counted the total of days they'd spent together. Yet, he was Zeke. Part of her couldn't imagine a time without him. Forcing her mind back to their guest, she filled her father's mug, then glanced at Mr. Olson.
I'll pack a satchel with that elk meat I promised, and some lunch too.
He leaned back and patted his midsection. My belly appreciates it. He gave her another one of those disarming smiles, like an overgrown boy. His cheeks had a reddish hue above the curly brown scuff of his beard, an all-around pleasant sort of fellow. Which was good, because it sounded like he might be back for more visits in the future. Would having a regular guest be a problem for Father? He hadn't suffered any of his attacks while Mr. Olson had stayed with them. Not for days before that, either. Maybe he was settling into the changes with Zeke's injuries. She could only hope. Well, I'm headed out to see the animals. I'll give yours another helping of corn, Magnus. Father pushed from the table and headed toward the door. Mr. Olson stood too. Thanks. I'll be out as soon as I gather my things. Greta turned back to her work counter. She'd best get that food packed for him. He stowed his things in his satchel while she gathered the meat she'd promised, plus cornbread left over from last night's dinner, and dried fruit paste, which would be a nice treat for him. She bundled it all in a cloth and turned to hand it over. I sure do appreciate it, ma'am. Awful glad I saw the smoke from your chimney. You folks couldn't have been nicer. His boyish politeness couldn't help but work a smile from her.
"Any time, Mr. Olson. You're always welcome here."
He stood, slung his satchel over his shoulder, and gripped the bundle she'd just given in his free hand. "Reckon I'm off, then. I'll take my leave."
"Father should have your animals fed and watered."
But maybe it would be better if she walked outside with him. Father had been doing so well, but a stranger rounding the corner surprising him in his work might catch him off guard. Surprise seemed to be a trigger for his relapses.
"I'll walk you out."
She slipped a glance toward Zeke as she reached for her coat. He seemed to be sleeping, although she couldn't see the rise and fall of his chest from across the room. She'd only be gone a moment, though. Mr. Olson opened the door and swept his hand in a grand gesture. "After you, Miss Michelly."
"Why, thank you, sir."
She stepped out the door. "Why, thank you, sir." The syrupy sweetness in Greta's tone rang through Zeke's head in rhythm with the steady pounding. "You're always welcome here." Who was this mountain dandy who'd worked his way into her good graces in less than a day? He forced open his eyes, but the light seared them, so he let the lids fall closed again. He'd felt a little more human when he first awakened. Maybe he could get up and move around some. He'd been abed too long as it was. The last thing he wanted to be was a burden to Greta. No, that wasn't the last thing he wanted, but close to it. Right there next to the desire for her to not think of him as an invalid. And along with all those wants would be the craving to take her in his arms and kiss that mouth that had pressed against his forehead the night before. Even in his pain-washed delirium, he'd felt its soothing ripples through every part of him. But as much as he needed and craved Greta, she didn't seem to feel the same. Even now, she was off with the new visitor. Zeke had become nothing more than a burden. But he would fix that. Pushing the covers aside, he levered himself up to a sitting position. His ribs and sides shot fire, but they were nothing compared to the explosions going off in his skull. Flashes of light and color merged with the pounding, like a blacksmith beating a horseshoe still bright red from the forge. He sat on the side of the bed, gripping his temples until the hammering lessened to a dull throb. He could do this. He would do this. With his left hand stabilizing his head, and his right pushing himself up from the mattress, he eased to his feet. Dizziness swam around him, even though he squeezed his eyes shut. The darkness in his head whirled, and he reached out to grab something, anything, to keep himself upright. Wasn't there a table somewhere around here? Or a chair? His fingers finally closed on wood, a rail of some kind, maybe the chair. He gripped it in a tight fist for long moments as he fought against the clamor in his head. Bile churned in his gut, rising up to his throat. He swallowed hard, forcing it down. He would gain control of his body if it killed him. When the armies warring in his skull finally retreated to their opposing camps, he forced his eyes open a little. A light shone from where he was pretty sure the window should be, and to the left of it, that dark spot must be the door. Walking his hand along the chair back, he shuffled forward. When he reached the end of the chair, he extended his hand in front to scout ahead for anything he might run into. There was the table. He squinted at it and finally made out the edges. His vision may not be improving, but perhaps he could learn to adapt. He slid his hand on top of the wood surface as he crept toward the door, focusing on the dark spot that must be his goal. A blinding light exploded before him. "Zeke!" He stumbled backward, his hands flailing as he fought against the light. "What are you doing up?" His body swayed backward, maybe. Everything wobbled and whirled and pounded, so he couldn't tell for sure which way was up. A hand grabbed his arm and pulled, but his weight seemed to fight against it. and then the air swept past him. He landed hard on his right hip, the force of the impact crashing through his skull, his side. He grabbed his head and fought against the pain ricocheting everywhere.
"Oh, Zeke, are you all right?"
The worry in Greta's voice nagged like a buzzing fly. She couldn't see him like this. He clenched his teeth. He would get up just as soon as he made his head settle.
"Let's get you back to bed."
Hands gripped his upper arms, but he tried to wave them away. "I'll do it. But he couldn't speak past the bile churning in his stomach. It rose up to his throat, and he was powerless to force it down. He leaned over, pulling away from her grip as the spasms in his gut took control. By the time it was over, all strength had drained from his muscles. He was beyond embarrassment, powerless to do anything but let Greta and her father drag him back to the cot. He'd never been such a weakling. As he lay there, struggling to catch his breath through the fire in his side and the pounding in his head, he could do nothing but chastise himself. Laid low by an elk, and now nothing more than an invalid.
"I'm so sorry, Zeke."
A cool, damp cloth settled onto his forehead, and the immediate relief warred with the irritation building in his chest. "Just go." He didn't want her pity, didn't need her help. "I don't need you." But oh, yes he did. And that need was what scared him the most. Chapter 15. Greta pounded the cornmeal mixture in the bowl as she sorted through the last hour. She'd only left the cabin for 5 minutes. How could Zeke have awakened, stood, and walked that far in such a short time? She couldn't let it happen again. Not until his head injury had healed and his eyesight recovered. And his strength. He'd been so weak when they'd carried him back to bed. And no wonder, after he'd cast up every bit of his accounts. Just go. Those words still burned through her. Had he meant them as angry as he sounded? Last night he'd asked her to stay, to never leave, and now he wanted her out of his sight. His sight. A pang pierced her chest at the word. No wonder he was miserable and temperamental. Not being able to see had to be frustrating. It could easily mess with his mind and his emotions. And she knew just how much a man could struggle when he fought that kind of internal war. She set down the wooden spoon and pressed both hands against the top surface of the work table. Could she handle another patient like father? A man whose moods changed by the hour. Someone she would have to care for, be strong for. But surely Zeke's condition was temporary. Surely he'd recover a little more every day. But would he ever go back to the strong, capable man he'd been when he first rode into their yard? Even if his body recovered, would his mind heal too? She'd seen the scars that could stay with a man long after the physical injury mended. If Zeke carried emotional damage with him, would he ever be the same? Could she stand that? If he hung around, ever cared as much for her as she'd come to care for him, could she live with seeing the way the emotional scars changed him? She added water to the cornmeal mixture and took up the spoon again. Who was she kidding? None of these worries mattered anyway, because Zeke would recover, and then he would leave. He had another life. No matter how much she wanted to believe he belonged here, with her. She spooned the corn cake batter onto the hot skillet and did her best not to look at the orange circles. If she never saw cornmeal again after this winter, it would be too soon. Maybe instead of dwelling on Zeche, she should focus her energies to come up with new creative recipes. After all, she had Italian blood running through her veins. Cooking was an expression of love for her people. Each meal created the chance for relationship through the sharing of lives. Maybe she could cook something special for Zeche, a way to show just a little of how much she cared. But no, that would mean opening herself up too much. He'd be leaving as soon as he recovered. She couldn't let him have her heart, which meant she'd have to take back the part he'd already captured. A whine from Nix permeated the sizzle from the frying pan, and she glanced back. Zeche still lay as he had the last couple hours, but she stopped and studied him. His breathing wasn't as steady as when he slept. Was he feigning sleep? Lying there waiting for a chance to get up again? An opportunity when she and Father weren't around to stop him. Well, that he wouldn't find. She stepped to his bedside. His eyes were closed, his face a calm mask. "Zeche?" She whispered it just loud enough so that he would hear if he were awake. Yes, definitely awake, although his face didn't change. "Are you plotting to sneak out of the cabin again?" The corner of his mouth twitched. A smile? That was the Zeche she knew and loved. Loved? Careful, Michelly. She forced that thought far back in the recess of her mind and smiled. "Well, it won't happen today. I'm working on lunch. Would you like some tea to hold you over?" Oh. His groan was a little overdone. "No tea. I'm swimming in the stuff." He must be feeling better for his sense of humor to be back, even though he still hadn't shifted a muscle. "How's your vision?" "I don't know. I'm a little afraid to move." The pounding finally stopped. She couldn't help but stroke her finger across his brow and down his temple. Then she pulled her hand back. He groaned again. "Don't stop. That's almost heaven." The tone in his voice was liquid syrup, pulling her in with its warm sweetness. She found her usual seat on the mattress and stroked again, trailing her finger around the outline of his face, then sliding the pad across his cheeks and nose. The corners of his mouth pulled upward, and even though his expression hadn't changed otherwise, the lines had softened. He looked more peaceful than he had since he'd been injured. "Sorry for being so grumpy." His lips barely moved as he murmured the words. Warmth overflowed in her chest as she slid her gaze over him. 3 days' worth of stubble shadowed his face, giving him that wild look that he'd worn so freely the first time he visited them. Even the cut on his face had faded to a thin mark, and now that the pain lines had softened, he looked so much like the Zeche she knew. A visceral ache took up residence in her chest. But there was nothing she could do about it except ignore the longing. Zeche kept himself still as he awoke, taking inventory of his body and surroundings the way he'd learned to do these past days. Or weeks. He'd lost count of how long he'd lain on this lumpy cot. He barely felt his ribs anymore, unless he moved. But even then they didn't burn like they might poke a hole in his lungs. He eased his eyelids open a crack, then waited for the stinging sensation that would come with the light. Maybe he only imagined that the ache wasn't quite as strong. A little bit at a time, he pulled his lids open more. The ceiling blurred in a brown haze. He raised his hand about a foot from his face and splayed his fingers. Squinting, he outlined the fuzzy shape of 10 fingers. Fingers. Even though they'd been doubled, this was the first time he'd been able to make out anything more than a blurry mass of tan. He was getting better. Turning his head, he squinted again and found the shape of the chair back. It was hard to avoid the glare of light coming in through the window, so he craned the other way, toward the table. But that piece of furniture was too far away to see while lying in the bed. With his elbows, he rolled onto his side and levered himself up to a sitting position. The room swam and swirled, and he closed his eyes against the spinning. But the bile didn't rise in his throat this time. His fingers wandered up to the lump at his head. It seemed smaller, although he'd not measured it nearly as often as Greta had. Each time she'd fed him, she reached to thread her fingers through his hair. The sensation would have been pleasant if she didn't poke and prod at the most painful part of his skull. When the swimming in his head finally stilled, he cracked his eyelids again. There was the outline of the table to his left. But then a thread of light blazed from the direction of the doorway. "Zeke, what are you doing up?" The concern in Greta's voice stirred his frustration. He didn't want her pity. Didn't want her to think of him as an invalid. But he wouldn't be rude to her like he'd been that last time. It wasn't Greta's fault that he could barely see enough to make out shapes. It wasn't her fault that he'd let an elk best him. After inhaling a long breath, he let the tension in his chest ease out with the spent air. Then he raised a hand to shield himself from the light through the door. "I'm better. I can make out shapes now. Do you mind closing the door, though?" "Even if you are better, you still need to lie down." He tightened his jaw against his first response. She was only worried about him, and that was part of what he loved about her, right? The way she cared, no matter whether the person deserved it. He kept his tone light. "I will soon. Just let me sit a while." The little black dog padded over to him, and Zeke leaned forward to stroke him. But the instant he changed altitudes, the spinning in his skull started again. He gripped his head and froze until it stopped. This time he didn't move his body, just extended his hand to the dog. It licked his palm and whined, then pushed its head into his hand. "Hey, boy." "He's been standing guard at your bed for the last couple days." He raised his gaze to her, and her outline was clearer than it had been. From the sound of her voice, she must be 4 or 5 feet away. Carefully, he straightened. "Come here." He kept his voice soft. He didn't want to scare her, but after so many days of hearing but not seeing, he itched to study her face again. Her footsteps sounded her approach, and he squinted to focus on her. When the bed shifted as she sank down beside him, he reached out to cup her cheek, feeling the details of her face with his hand. His forefinger stroked her eyebrow. His thumb found her nose. So soft, every part of her. He traced the indentation around her mouth, outlining the corner of her lips and stroking sideways to the Cupid's bow. His fingers imagined too much, sending the feeling to his own mouth. What would it be like to taste her kiss? He pulled away, drawing his hand back to his lap. He was exploring dangerous territory. He'd be leaving in a few days. So far, his presence had been nothing but trouble for Greta. He wouldn't put her through any more than he already had. "I'm sorry. He fumbled for something to say to explain his touch. He cleared his throat. "Your vision really is better." Her voice was so soft, like a child asking whether her mother would live from a life-threatening illness. "It is." "How many fingers am I holding up?" He squinted at the blur that must be her fist, then focused on the fingers extending like spokes on a wagon wheel. 3. He infused his voice with a good dose of certainty, although he wasn't at all sure about that number. You are better. Quiet joy laced her voice. The sound made him want to pull her close. Not now, though. Maybe when he could stand without falling over. Although, when he was strong enough for that, it would be time for him to leave. And that thought was enough to sober him.
Are you sure you don't want more stew?
Greta paused to study Zeche as she took the empty bowl from his lap. His complexion was better. This was his second time sitting up in the chair, and he hadn't lost his color yet. I'm stuffed. If I could squeeze in another bite, I would. Your meat stew is much better than my sister's. She couldn't stop the way the compliment warmed her. It crept into her chest and melted all her resolve not to fall for him. But she did look away, lest he see the longing on her face. The more time she spent around him, the harder it was to keep herself distant. Maybe now that he was recovering, she should spend more time outside. The cabin door opened, and a draft fluttered the cloth serviette in her hand as she turned toward the work counter. Looks like we'll have another snow tonight. Father pushed the door shut behind him and set the latch, then pulled off his hat. Nix padded into the room beside his master, then veered toward her, or more specifically, toward the scraps of food she dropped into his plate on the floor. She straightened as Father continued. Your gelding's doing well in the pen with the others now, Zeche. They've finally worked out their differences. Sorry he's been so much trouble for you. Zeke's voice still held a weary tinge as he slumped against the chair back. No trouble, just being animals. Father settled into the chair opposite Zeche. I read an article once about the pecking order in herds. An animal behaviorist spent years studying the different species and how they interacted both in America and the jungles in Africa. Fascinating research. She turned to glance at him as she scrubbed at the dishes in the soapy water. Father's posture was so animated, so engaged. The seed of an idea planted in her mind. You should write articles on your plant findings for one of the botany journals back east. I bet they'd love your research on plants specific to the western forests, especially those that survive mountain winters. He gazed at her, a long look that almost disguised the thoughts churning in his mind. My academic days are behind me. My research is for my own information and enjoyment. Hardly. That look in his eyes was longing if she'd ever seen it. She pulled her hands from the water and dried them on her apron as she walked over to him. Why should it be? You used to write papers for the journals all the time, about Latin and Greek and the Romantic languages. Why not write about your discoveries here? Excitement pulsed through her chest. This could be the diversion she'd been hoping for, something that would give him a goal to strive for, work to enthuse him. He sat back in his chair, gripping his elbows across his chest in the way he used to do when he was deep in thought. She hadn't seen that look in so long, it brought back sweet memories of the days before the war. She could almost hear the voices of his fellow teachers from the academy, deep in debate over politics or the latest scientific assertion. She could imagine Father in his wing-back chair, his arms crossed in this exact pose, as his mind worked through each angle of the matter being discussed. She turned back to her dishes, her chest lighter than it had been in weeks. Zeche was feeling better, and Father seemed to be genuinely considering her idea. She slipped a glance at Zeche. He had slumped lower in the chair, which meant he'd almost reached the limit of his time out of bed. After drying the last of the dishes, she slipped beside him and took his arm. He gazed up at her with groggy, unfocused eyes. The look squeezed her chest. "Let's get you back in bed." He didn't argue, just stood as she helped him. She positioned herself under his arm on his good side, wrapping her hand around his waist. She fit perfectly there, as if that nook were made for her. He only leaned on her a little, but he hobbled slowly, which meant he was in a lot of pain. Nix moved at his feet, not straying more than a few inches away in case he was needed. Zeke groaned as he eased onto the cot, then sank against the pillows. His breathing came in shallow spurts as though he were afraid to breathe deeply. Those ribs would be painful for several weeks still. He squeezed his eyes closed as she pulled the covers up to his chest, straightening them around him. Then he released a long breath and opened his eyes. His gaze found hers, a bit unfocused still. "I'm sorry to be a bother." The burn that rushed to her eyes was more emotion than that simple comment should have invoked, but she couldn't seem to stop it. "You're not a bother, Zeke. Please don't say that. I hate that you're hurt, but I'm glad you're here where I can help." His eyes closed. She waited another moment. What was he thinking? Or maybe he'd already drifted to sleep. Did he hear what she'd said? What she hadn't said but wanted to? She finally turned away. "Sleep now. You'll feel better." But a part of her, a horrible part of her, didn't want him to get better. Of course she didn't want him in pain, wanted with everything in her for him to be healthy and happy. But when he was well, he would leave. Chapter 16. Greta pulled the saddle from her mare and hauled it around the fence to the area where they stored tack in the lean-to. It had been nice to get out and ride down to the lake in the valley. Its sky-blue water had a way of filtering peace through her as she stared at the snow-capped mountains surrounding the lake. In moments like that, she could see the handiwork of the God who had created this world, and it was easier to think that maybe he still watched from above. Maybe he cared about what happened here. That maybe she could have the connection with him Mama and Nana had talked of. After all, hadn't he helped Zeke wake up when she'd prayed? Greta grabbed a rag from the shelf above the saddles. She turned back to Roma and rubbed the cloth over the mare's sweat-dampened coat. "We need to get you dry, don't we, girl? Then I'll tuck the three of you in the lean-to with hay. It looks like it might snow any minute, eh?" "Yes, it does." Greta whirled at the voice, slapping a hand over her chest to still her galloping heart. There stood Zeke, not 5 feet behind her, a sheepish tilt to his mouth that made him look like part schoolboy, part mountain rogue. "Sorry." "What are you doing outside?" She had the unwelcome urge to step into his arms, to wrap herself around him and snuggle into his warmth. But wouldn't that be inappropriate? So she clasped her hands together in front of her to keep from reaching out to him. He shrugged. "I saw you come back. Had to get out of that room. Did you enjoy the ride?" The bit of twinkle in his eyes tried to capture her, but she turned away to look at Roma. "We did." She patted the mare's shoulder. "There's a lake about an hour's ride, nestled in the middle of a cluster of mountains. I haven't been able to sneak out there for a while." "Sounds nice." His voice held a reserve, maybe even a tinge of sadness. "I'm sorry I've been so much trouble for you." She spun to face him. "You've said that before, and I wish I could get it through your head that you're not trouble. I'm glad you're here. I want to help you." His face blanched a little,
and his silence made her realize just how forceful her tone had been. She tried again, this time softer. I mean, I'm not glad you're hurt, but I'm glad I can help. He offered a half-hearted smile. It's nice to have you as my nurse, but then I hate for you to see me so weak. His gaze dropped to the ground, and he slipped his hands in the pockets of his coat as he toed the muddy snow. Was he thinking back to the time he'd lost his breakfast on the cabin floor? But that had been because he pushed himself harder than he should have, not because he'd been weak. She stepped forward, closing the distance between them. If she could only make him see how strong he was. He stood half-head taller than she, despite her own more-than-average height, so that she had to look up to see his eyes. She gripped his arm. Zeke, you're the strongest man I know. Watching you recover from the brink of death only proves it. He met her gaze then, his eyes squinting a little as they tried to focus. When you say it like that, it makes me almost believe you. Makes me want to be what you see. His voice graveled in a low tenor, and his eyes gently perused her face. That look, that chiseled jaw with its week's growth of beard, the way his hair tousled in the breeze. Every line she'd come to know and love. Love for him filled her chest so full she ached with a physical pain. His hand cupped her cheek and she leaned into it. Would he kiss her? If he didn't, she might initiate it herself. Everything in her wanted to step into this man's arms and hide herself there, to take haven in his protection, to feed off his strength. And he must have read her thoughts, because his other hand slipped around her waist, pulled her closer. Only inches separated them now, and the warmth of his breath slipped over her. She breathed it in, letting her eyes drift closed. His thumb traced her jaw, over to the edge of her mouth, and then his lips brushed hers. Just a whisper, and then again, a taste. His warmth, the strength of his touch, drew her, pulled her in, and this time, finally, he deepened the kiss. She responded with a little of the emotion clogging her chest, wrapping her arms around his neck, breathing him in. She fingered the hair at his nape, running her fingers through the softness of it. He winced, and she jerked back, pulling away. What? But his hand at her back locked her in place. I'm sorry. My head. The bump. His breaths came as thick as her own, and he lowered his forehead to hers. Oh, I'm sorry. How could she say his kiss had obliterated every responsible thought from her mind? He cupped her cheek again with his palm. Don't be sorry. He kissed the tip of her nose and then pulled her closer, enfolding her in his arms. She snuggled in, resting her head on his shoulder, and let him wrap himself around her. Then she closed her eyes and simply breathed. I shouldn't have done that. The depth of his voice rumbled in her ear, and she nestled her face deeper in his neck. She had no complaints. None at all while he held her. The rest they could figure out later. I can eat at the table. Greta gave Zeke her sternest glare. You'll stay in that bed and be happy about it. He'd been up too much that afternoon. He'd even insisted on helping her settle the horses in the lean-to. By the time they trudged back to the cabin, fine lines had settled under his eyes, and his mouth had pinched in that look of pain she'd seen too often lately. She'd sent him to bed while she prepared dinner, and there was no need for him to overtax his healing body just to sit in a chair at the table. He needed to build his strength to kiss her like that again. Her stomach took up its fluttering, and she fought the urge to smile as her gaze flicked to his lips. She'd not imagined a kiss would be so consuming. Heat rose up her spine, and she forced her gaze from his mouth. She braved a quick glance at his eyes to see if he'd noticed. He looked at her with brows raised and a mischievous curve to his lips that brought back the feelings of his kiss in a rush of sensation. Her whole body felt the memory of his touch, his nearness, the heady security of being in his arms. She stepped back to shield herself from the memories, to stop herself from stepping into his embrace again. And from the way his grin deepened, the scoundrel could read every bit of what she was feeling. "I suppose I'll eat here if you insist. I need to save my strength." The cad. She whirled and retreated to her work counter beside the fireplace. Taking up the bowls, spoons, and serviettes, she strode across the room to the table, careful not to spare Zeche a glance as she walked. But it didn't stop the burn of his gaze as he tracked her. Father sat at his place at the table, scribbling furiously on paper with his charcoal pencil. He'd filled more than 3/4 of the sheet, and she couldn't tell if the stack underneath were fresh or covered in writing. "What are you working on?" It had been a while since he'd taken pencil to paper, not even to write a letter, as he'd broken all ties with old friends and compatriots from the war. That absent-minded tone took her back to her childhood days. The tone he used when he was so caught in his thoughts, he didn't hear a word she said. She'd learned long ago to hold her tongue until he'd finished his work and re-emerged into the present. As she set 2 places at the table, she peered over his shoulder. In his chicken scratch, she made out the words round, oval-shaped leaves, and cluster of berries. She leaned closer to read more. Recognizable by being a dark shade of red, with tiny white dots covering their surface. They are rough to the touch and quite bitter, although seeming slightly sweeter after the first frost. A little thrill ran through her chest. He'd taken her suggestion. She touched his shoulder. "You're writing articles about the plants you found here?" "Just jotting down thoughts." His tone was gruff, probably more from his focus than anger. She straightened the serviette where she'd positioned it beside his papers, then turned back to the counter to work on Zeke's tray. And as she spooned stew into the bowl, she couldn't stop her heart from floating a few inches above her chest. Zeche had kissed her, and Father seemed to be finding a renewed focus for his energies. Things were looking up, indeed. A sound pierced the sleepy shell around Zeke's brain, but he held himself perfectly still. Carefully, he cracked his eyelids, squinting to bring the mass of dark blur into some kind of focus. There it was again, a soft, high moan, almost a keening. Across the room, Mr. Michelly's covers rustled. He must be in the throes of another nightmare. Zeche turned onto his side and used his arm to lever himself up, keeping the strain off his damaged ribs. When he made it to a sitting position, he paused to let his head settle and refocus his vision. Now that the bump behind his ear had lessened, he could see almost like normal, except for the haze his eyes placed around everything, and the extra effort it took to make his mind process what he saw. Another moan drifted from the other side of the room. Mr. Michelly's head rolled from one side to the other. Should he wake him? The last time, Greta had insisted on doing it herself, said her father wouldn't do well waking to a stranger. So maybe he should call her to help. But no, Zeche wasn't a stranger any longer, and she needed sleep. Besides, that other time, her father had practically attacked her as she'd wakened him. He couldn't risk that again. Maybe he should leave the man alone, see if the dream worsened. He sat on the edge of the bed, waiting, absorbing the gentle howl of the wind weaving around the eaves outside the cabin. This place was built decently well, although it could use a little more chinking where the logs had weathered. Maybe he could do that for them in the spring. Would he still be around then? Could he? He'd sometimes imagined he would bring his wife, if he ever married, to the stage stop to build a life there. But marriage had never seemed a realistic possibility until now. But now the rocky ridge, where he'd lived for almost 7 years, seemed less like home than ever. If he were honest with himself, that feeling had been taking root for a while now. Maybe it started with Pa's death, then Mara's marriage and the home she and Josiah built across the Sweetwater River. For a year and a half now, it had only been he and Ezra in the rambling cabin, 2 bachelors making do and biding time. But now he could easily imagine himself making a home in a mountain cabin like this. The Rocky Ridge stage stop had never captured him like this place did. If only that didn't mean leaving Ezra alone permanently to manage the stages that came by every day, to cook for the passengers and tend the horses. Maybe they could shut the place down entirely, and Ezra would move into the mountains with him. Or he could join on to Josiah and Mara's ranch. Another groan sounded from across the room, then a mumbling that he couldn't make out. Was it better to wake the man or let his dream play out? He hated sitting here waiting, impotent. The mumbling continued but didn't seem to escalate. After a moment, Mr. Michelly tossed on the pallet, crooking a long arm around his head, as if shielding himself from a blow or from shrapnel exploding from the blast of a cannonball. But the pose shifted into a crouch, almost a fetal position, as a whimper sounded from the man. Poor fellow. What agony had brought such a stately gentleman to this condition? Even as curiosity stirred in his chest, it settled into a dread that seemed to coil inside him. No, he didn't want the details. But then another thought stilled him. Did Greta know the specifics of what her father had endured? Had he recounted the bloody stories to her? His gut turned to stone. He probably had. The man obviously depended on his daughter, not only because she practically ran the place, but also because she seemed to be his emotional stability. Greta had a strength about her that drew people, and a depth, a wisdom. The way she looked at him, it made him want to be the man he saw reflected in her eyes. The tossing and murmuring had stilled on the pallet against the wall, so Zeke eased himself back onto his pillow. He should give Mr. Michelly back his bed, now that he was strong enough to get up and down from the floor. Tomorrow. Chapter 17. Greta laid another log on the tinder she'd positioned to start the fire, then winced as it pushed a large stick against the coffee pot in a soft clang. She glanced over at Father's sleeping pallet, but his light snoring never ceased. The little dog was tucked in at his side, the faithful companion. Then she turned to peer at Zeke's cot. Were his eyes open? It was hard to tell in the dim cabin light. But yes, and then the curving of his mouth confirmed it. Good morning. His sleep-roughened whisper did funny things in her stomach. Good morning. She tried to rein in her smile, but every time he looked at her it made warmth seep through her chest, turning her soft and gooey inside. She started to focus on building the fire again, but he shifted, and she couldn't help but watch him. Pulling the covers off, his expression changed to a wince as he pushed himself up with his arm. It took restraint not to jump to her feet and help him, but she forced herself to stay by the hearth. She knew well enough a man needed his dignity, and sometimes that took working through the pain. She would give that to Zeke as long as he didn't hurt himself. By the time he'd made it to a sitting position, though, he was breathing hard and his eyes had pressed shut. Did he still suffer from dizziness?
She would have to ask him later when they could talk without waking Father. She turned back to the fire and coaxed a flame to take hold of the pine cones. One piece at a time, it spread to lick at the dry wood, and she sat back on her heels. The room had grown quiet except for the crackling of the fire, and she turned to see where Zeche had gone. Nowhere, it seemed. He sat watching her, a strange expression on his face. She raised her brows at him. "What's wrong?" She kept her voice soft, just loud enough for him to catch the words. "Just watching you. When you move, it's like poetry." His voice rumbled deep, husky from sleep, enticing. She fought the burn that rose up her neck and tried to summon something witty to say, but her mind went blank. "You've read much poetry?" Oh, that was terrible. If she could have grabbed the words back, she would have. But one corner of his mouth quirked. "Nothing I enjoyed as much as watching you." She had to turn away then. Her face was likely red as an autumn leaf. After a moment, the sound of blankets rustling slipped through the air, then floorboards creaking and the padding of footsteps. "I'm going to step outside a moment. Can I bring you water from the creek?" She glanced back, not able to stop herself. "I've already retrieved some. Thanks, though." He didn't need to carry a heavy bucket yet anyway. It was just good to see him up and moving around. "There's a half-dozen inches of new snow on the ground." She watched the broad span of his shoulders as he bent at the door to slip his feet into his boots. Then his gaze met hers for a second, his mouth tipping up before he slid out the door. Her pulse filled the stillness that followed as she turned back to the hearth. But it was several moments before she could gather her thoughts enough to think of what to do next. Coffee. She positioned the carafe in the best spot to capture heat from the flame, then pushed to her feet and returned to the work counter. A glance at Father made her pause. Though his eyes were closed, his face had pinched as if he were in pain, not in the peaceful slumber of sleep. She stepped nearer. His snoring had ceased. In fact, she wasn't altogether sure he was breathing at all. Nick sat up beside him, watching Father's face intensely. "Father?" She tried to still the panic that stirred in her chest. Surely he hadn't died. He mumbled something, and she eased out a breath. Dropping to her knees beside him, she laid a hand on his shoulder. "Father, it's morning. Time to wake up." From that mumbling, he must be dreaming. It would be best to wake him now before the nightmare took hold. Shoot him." His mumbling was loud enough she could catch a few words, and his hand waved in the air as if he were swatting at something. She shook his shoulder. "Father, wake up." His eyes jerked open, and he stared up at her, the dark orbs shining glassy in the pale light. Zeke's boots sounded on the porch outside, and the door opened, spilling light into the room. Father's head jerked that direction, and under her hand his shoulder tensed like the rippling muscle of a horse in full run. With a hiss that sounded almost inhuman, Father sprang from the blankets, bawling in a crouch. She jerked back, her pulse bolting in her chest. But she caught herself and reached out for him. "Father?" Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Zeke's profile in the open door. He stepped inside, and the sight of him seemed to trigger something in her father's mind. An awful scream, akin to a war cry, radiated through the air as he jumped up and lunged toward Zeche, like a mountain lion springing at its victim. "Father, no!" She scrambled after him, trying to catch up before he hurt Zeche. Zeche stepped to the side, but his reaction was slow, and Father struck him hard enough to take both men down. "No!" Greta screamed and grabbed her father's arm, trying to haul him off. He had his hands around the younger man's throat. although Zeche had recovered from his surprise and seemed to be trying to push her father off him. The dog barked incessantly from a safe distance away, adding to the frantic chaos. She went for Father's hands, working to peel them away from Zeke's neck. "Father, stop! It's Zeche!" He'd always responded to her words in the past, so she tried to keep up a monologue as she worked to free Zeche. But something seemed to have snapped in Father's mind, and her words disintegrated under the torrent of his ferocity. Her efforts to pry his hands loose from Zeke's throat weren't working, so she turned her focus to pushing Father back. If she could get between them, make him focus on her, she could bring him back from the reenactment playing in his mind. She grabbed both his shoulders and pushed. It seemed to work, because he glanced at her, breaking his focus from Zeche for a split second. "Father, stop!" He paused, uncertainty filtering over his face. He still had his hands at Zeke's neck, but he'd lost the momentum of his attack, and he seemed to be on the verge of coming back to them. "It's me, Greta. Can you hear me, Father?" She'd learned that using both of their names helped bring him back from the memories. His brows knit in confusion as he glanced from her to Zeche, whose motions had stilled. She didn't dare look away from her father, but she hoped with everything in her that Zeche was lying still on purpose, not unconscious from choking, or worse. As reality seemed to settle back over Father, he jerked his hands back. "What?" She gentled a hand on his shoulder, then slid it down his arm. "It's all right, Father. You had a nightmare, I think. But it's over now." He seemed to curl into himself as he pushed away, then struggled to his feet. She eased out a long breath and turned to Zeche. His eyes were open as he watched them both. He seemed to be almost in shock, but maybe that was pain holding him motionless. "Are you hurt?" She knelt beside him and touched the spot where his broken ribs were held secure with bandages. The contact seemed to awaken him, and he rolled onto his side with a groan. "I'm fine." "Wait, Zeche. Take a breath before you try to get up." But he'd already pushed to a sitting position. He paused, leaning back with his arms propping him up. His breathing was heavy, but not extreme. At least he was breathing. His gaze found hers, squinting only slightly. What set him off? She nibbled her lip as she thought back through the past minutes. "I think he was in a dream. I woke him, but I don't think he'd really come out of it. Then you stepped inside and he just exploded. Are you hurt? Did you hit your head?" She started to reach for the bump. He intersected her hand and pulled it to his chest. "I'm fine. I'm sorry, His gaze looked so bleak, as if he'd caused the whole ordeal. "I guess I shouldn't have come in like that." She met his eyes evenly. "This isn't your fault, Zeche. I learned that long ago. The memories that plague my father aren't of my own doing, and they're certainly not yours." She raised one shoulder in a shrug. "They're just the demon he has to overcome. All I can do is help him when the memories strike." She glanced around the room. Speaking of helping, Father would likely need to talk through what just happened. He must have gone outside, and she'd been so focused on Zeche she hadn't seen him pass. Turning back to Zeche, she squeezed his hand. "Will you see if the coffee's ready? I'm going to step outside for some air." Zeche watched Greta slip out the front door, his stomach roiling as the barrier closed behind her. She was going out to check on her father, and everything in him wanted to chase after her, to bring her back inside where she'd be safe. But he would only make things worse. What was it about his presence that seemed to set the man off? Did he look like someone Mr. Michelly had tangled with in the war? While Zeche had lain abed, the man seemed to be fine, even when that trapper had stayed the night. But now that Zeche was up and moving around again, the hallucinations seemed to have taken hold. He couldn't help but pity the man. How awful to be such a slave to memories. But when those memories endangered Greta, Zeche fought cold rage in his chest. And as his mind spun to find a way to protect her, he kept going back to a single solution. He had to leave. His presence seemed to be the one thing that put her in danger. But how could he leave this woman he'd come to love? But if he loved her like his heart told him he did, how could he not leave? Her safety had to come before everything else. "You're leaving?" Greta's stomach knotted as she stared at Zeche later that afternoon. He stood at the edge of the porch, and the white cloud of his breath formed a haze around him that her words didn't seem to penetrate. But he'd kissed her, hadn't he? Had she dreamed it? Or maybe this was the dream, a nightmare. He didn't meet her gaze, but stared toward the mountain peaks in the distance, barely visible in the dim light of the setting sun. "I need to. I'm afraid I've outstayed my welcome." There was no brilliant sunset to color the sky tonight, only murky clouds, the perfect backdrop for the announcement he'd just dumped over her like a bucket of icy water. "What are you talking about?" She didn't even try to fight the rise in her voice. "We love having you here." Her heart felt like somebody had a grip on it, squeezing the lifeblood out like water from a wash rag. Then a terrible thought flitted through her mind. "Is this because of what happened this morning? Father? He wouldn't have hurt you. I know he wouldn't." He cut his gaze to her then. "He tried to strangle me." Then he looked back toward the mountains. "But that's not exactly why I'm leaving." "Not exactly?" Her voice quieted as possible meanings for his words sank through her. He hadn't completely denied the part of Father's attack on his decision. But what else might contribute? Maybe he just didn't care about her. Perhaps the yearning to wander these hills had such a grip on him, she couldn't compete with it. She followed his focus, taking in the majesty of the peaks rising in the distance. Did he really not feel what she thought had been growing between them? His desire to explore must be stronger. Maybe thoughts of her didn't occupy his mind every moment. If that were the case, she should let him go. Chapter 18. The man had lost his mind. Greta tossed the armload of firewood on the floor next to the hearth, not caring a whit about how much racket the logs made. Zeche could barely get on his horse without passing out. From dizziness or pain, he wouldn't say. But he still planned to ride into the wild unknown. Tomorrow. Even though the dreary clouds in the sky looked like they would bring more snow any moment, and there was still several inches of the stuff on the ground. She tossed a log into the fireplace, sending sparks shooting in all directions. Father hadn't said much when Zeche first announced he'd be leaving. But now that he'd set the crazy date, Father would have to speak up. Try to get him to stay. Had Zeke's head injury altered his thinking? She paused as her hand closed around another log in the stack, the thought taking root in her mind. Could it have? She knew very well a blow to the head could addle a man, sometimes permanently. But Zeche seemed so normal. Well, not normal. Deliciously different from any man she'd ever met. But not addled. The door opened behind her, bringing the sound of Father's familiar shuffle and the click of Nick's nails on wood as he padded along behind. She glanced at him over her shoulder. "How was the scouting trip?" "Fruitful. I brought something back for you." She turned to face him more fully, catching sight of the way his coat bulged at his belly. "What is that?" Mixed emotions snaked through her. A pleasant surprise would be welcome, given everything else going on. But something about his guilty schoolboy look made her worry about the gift. In truth, she had trouble summoning interest in anything after Zeke's sudden announcement that he'd be leaving tomorrow. She propped a fist on her hip. "Did you know Zeke's decided tomorrow's the day he'll leave?" She hadn't meant to throw the question like a barb, but she couldn't shake the frustration souring her mood. Father halted, probably trying to catch up to the sudden change of topic. "No? Is he well enough to travel in the elements?" "Not at all, but he insists. Would you please talk sense into him?" She waved a hand toward the back of the cabin. "He's out tinkering in the lean-to." "I saw him when I unsaddled." Father eyed her, his words slowing as he seemed to be trying to decipher her, like he had to choose which fuse belonged to the oil lamp instead of the cannon. "Then go tell him he can't leave." She spun away, her Italian temper teetering on the edge of control. Mama had once said anger was only a substitute for a person, and she'd seen that play out many times in the war camps. It always masked the real feelings the person sought to hide. But in this case, anger was the only thing that kept her from tears. She would not cry. She would rant and pout and tell Zeke exactly what she thought of his harebrained decision. But she couldn't let him know how much she ached at the thought of him leaving. Did he not care about her at all? Not even a little? He had to have cared a little to kiss her like he had, but not enough to stay. "I'll talk to Zeke, but see if you can get this fella to eat." Father opened his coat to reveal a bundle of gray and white fur. Nix wiggled closer, then sat expectantly at Father's feet, his tail thumping the hard floor. A rabbit? She stepped closer to peer at what her father held, catching sight of a long ear and a beady black eye. She reached a hand toward the animal, stopping a foot away as it withdrew into his hold. She looked up to meet his gaze. "How did you catch it?" His face took on a sad smile, the weary lines around his mouth and eyes telling their own stories. "He was in one of the snares, sitting so quietly, so bravely. I just didn't have the heart to kill him. We don't really need the meat, do we?" He looked so hopeful. "No, we don't need the meat." She turned her attention back to the animal. "Hello there." "He's probably hungry. We shouldn't keep him, but I thought you might like to fill his belly before we set him free. Maybe some of your dried herbs." She didn't respond to that suggestion. Father generally acted like her herbs were best used for livestock feed, although he'd never said it in so many words. He had questioned why she grew as many herbs in her garden as vegetables, but they were useful for so many things. Not only did they make this monotonous food slightly more palatable, but many of those she'd planted could treat any number of illness, from stomach upset to infection and so much more. But it wasn't a surprise he considered them rabbit food. With gentle hands she took the tiny bundle, snuggling it close as the animal tried to claw out of her grasp. "Now go tell Zeke he's staying." She kept her tone soft, sing-song to calm the wild creature. Honestly, she didn't hold much hope Father would change Zeke's mind, but she wasn't above trying every angle. Father's mind processed things through reason and logic, and he could usually win a debate using that tact. His opponents were left without any sensible arguments by the time he finished his presentation. But his manner was disarming enough no one could begrudge him, except when the dark moods took over, although those had been diminishing some, mostly, before their steady traffic of visitors. She forced that line of thought away and turned to her baskets of herb bundles. Tucking the animal tighter to her side, she murmured, "I guess we need to find some rabbit food." The sight of smoke curling out of the log cabin made Zeke's heart lurch for a quick moment. But this tiny shack was nothing like the Michelly's cozy cabin. He rested his hand atop his rifle, then drew in a painful breath to shout, "Hello in the cabin." Perhaps he should avoid the place. It wasn't like he was eager for human interaction. But after 4 days of shivering in the recent snowfalls, his body craved the warmth of a fire inside 4 walls. The cabin doors shifted, opening wide enough for a burly head to peer out. All that showed really was a dark mass of hair. Then the door pushed wider, and a man emerged. A dark, bushy mountain man. He held a rifle loosely in his hand, but his stance seemed amiable enough. "Howdy." Zeke squinted as something about the man niggled at the back of his memory. And that voice. He knew that voice. "Hello. Passing through the area and saw your fire." The man cocked his head, eyeing Zeke with a confused look. "Say, you aren't the fella who was sick abed at the Michelly place, are you?" The trapper. The pieces fell into place in Zeke's mind with each drop of the man's words. He'd heard that voice in his pain-laced delirium, and a rush of the earlier jealousy nipped in his chest. This was the stranger whom Greta had been so kind to. Of course, she was kind to everyone. That was her way. Maybe that's all she'd felt toward Zeke. Kindness. For her sake, he hoped that was the case. Then she wouldn't be feeling the chasm of loneliness that split open his own chest. Although the thought that she might not miss him made something deep inside him shrivel a little more. It had been so hard to ride away from the Michelly cabin, to know Greta stood on the porch watching him, and not turn back for a final look. For that matter, not turn around and decide to stay, especially since Mr. Michelly had even asked him not to leave, had apologized for his behavior, which only made Zeke feel worse. The man didn't feel safe in his own home because of him. So here he was, back on the trail, and not quite sure how to feel about the man in front of him. He nodded toward the trapper, schooling his features so none of his thoughts showed. "That's me, Zeche Reid." The man waved for him to advance forward. "I'm Magnus Olson. Just fried up some venison, so come on in and have a bite." He glanced around as if he'd forgotten something, then pointed a finger toward the side of the shack. "There's a pen out back where you can settle your horse. He's welcome to a scoop of oats out of the barrel in the shed." Zeke nodded. He might as well stop off for an hour or two. At least he and Biscuit might get a good meal out of this. A few minutes later, he tapped on the rickety door and pushed it open. "Come on in. Was just about to dish up the plates." Zeke stepped into the dim interior, lit by an open fire and a lantern that could use a good cleaning. The place was warm, at least compared to the temperature outside, but it lacked the cozy feel of the Michelly cabin. The dank smell most likely came from the dirt floor, and who knew what else contributed to the odor. Olson turned from the fireplace and set 2 plates on the small, rough-cut table, then settled onto a bench. Zeke took the stool across from him, nodding toward the man. "I appreciate the food." The man bobbed his chin, using his fingers to grab a venison steak and raise it to his teeth. "I'm pleased for the company, and glad to see you survived whatever was ailing you. Didn't hear much of a peep from you last time we met." Zeke glanced at his own meat. Apparently Olson expected him to follow suit. He picked up a chunk and let it hover under his nose before slipping it in his mouth. It didn't smell rank, and looked to have been cooked well enough. Besides, if Olson was eating it too, the meat must be edible. He tried for a casual look. "This is deer, you say?" The man nodded as he eyed Zeke, a little glimmer of humor touching his eyes. "Killed it just a couple days ago." He paused to swallow the wad of food in his mouth. "You don't have to worry, friend. I know how to put up meat so's it won't spoil. Been trapping and hunting for 10 years now. No good selling meat that's spoiled afore you get to town." The knot in Zeke's gut loosened a little, and he swallowed his own bite. What town do you trade in? Was South Pass City his only option? It was over 2 weeks of steady travel from this place. There's a little settlement northwest of here, about 2 days' ride. They call it Lawson. Not much there except a trading post. There's a doc that lives there, too. Olson chewed a bite, then swallowed. I'm actually headed that way in another day or two. Thought I'd stop back by the Michellys and drop off some meat. Got more'n I need right now. Maybe that Miss Michelly'll cook me up something good to go with it. The thought of Greta cooking for this man made the venison turn to sawdust in his gut. But through the rest of the evening, Olson was pleasant enough. Despite his little eccentricities, he had an honest nature that made a body take to him. No wonder Greta liked him so much. After checking Biscuit a final time, Zeke settled under his blankets on the ground near the fire. It was nice to be sheltered from the wind that howled around the cabin eaves. But he had trouble enjoying it too much because of the roiling in his gut. Was he making himself sick pining over Greta? Or maybe the venison hadn't been as quality as Olson claimed. Whatever the case, a sharp cramp in his midsection quickly drowned out any mental curiosity about the cause. He threw aside his blanket and headed outside. After 3 more trips outside through the midnight hours, his gut finally settled. But by the time he heard Olson rustling by the hearth and faint light shone through the cracks in the walls, Zeke almost wished he hadn't stopped in at this trapper's cabin. Almost. It had been nice to spend a few hours with another human, but he certainly could have done without that meat last night. Next time, he'd offer to cook with something from his pack. Olson didn't seem to be much of a morning person, only interacting with grunts as they cared for the animals and finally sat down with mugs of coffee. The man offered him breakfast of beans and venison, but Zeke waved it off. I need to be hitting the trail. I'll chew on jerky while I ride. Olson leaned back in his chair and gave a little chuckle. Heard you get up a time or two in the night. That doc in Lawson gave me something you might like to have, if'n you have a weak stomach. I don't have a weak stomach. He clamped his jaw shut before sharing the real cause of his malady. Bad meat generally didn't sit well with a person. Magnus Olson must have a steel gut by now. But Zeke's conscience pricked as Olson rose from his seat and strode over to a shelf mounted on the far wall. He rummaged in a crate, then came back with a little glass bottle. He sat down with a bit of a thud and downed another swallow of coffee. Then the man held out the bottle between a brawny thumb and forefinger and eyed Zeke. Activated charcoal. Fella said it'll cure a host of ailments, but the one he seemed so proud of was gut ache from bad food. Said he'd heard tell a scientist drank a whole bottle of poison, but didn't die 'cause he took this with it. Olson settled back. Might be good for you to keep this handy. He plopped the tincture down in front of Zeke. I've got another, so this one's yours. Zeke raised his brows. A whole bottle of poison? The claim seemed unusual, to say the least. Likely a tall tale made up around a campfire, but he picked up the bottle and eyed it. Activated charcoal? Like the kind made from burning wood? I think he said something was done to it after the burning. Can't recall the specifics, but he insisted I take a couple bottles. Now I have a chance to pass on the favor. The corner of his beard twitched. Zeke's defenses flared, and he almost pushed the bottle back to the man. But Olson had welcomed him and his horse, and given them both food and shelter. Even if he now regretted the food, no need to throw the man's kindness back in his face now. He nodded. I appreciate it. Now I reckon I'd best hit the trail. He had a long ride ahead of him today. If he put enough distance between him and Greta, maybe he could finally forget her.
Chapter 19. Zeche stared beyond the edge of the cliff to the majesty below. A small river, really an oversized creek, bubbled past rocks and boulders as it descended into the valley. The water shone a greenish blue, more striking than even the Sweetwater River near home. Biscuit shifted underneath him and eased away from the edge of the mountain. Zeche deepened his seat in the saddle, keeping light tension on the reins, letting the horse feel the security of his hold. Easy, boy. We're fine. The horse settled, and Zeche studied the landscape again. Lodgepole pines clustered around the base of the mountains, not far from the river, but not so close as to conceal the peaceful beauty. Surrounding the valley on all sides, the rocky slopes of mountains fed up to snow-covered peaks. He breathed deeply, trying his best to inhale some of this peace. But the tightness in his chest wouldn't ease. The iron weighting his gut still burned away any joy he tried to summon. His body wasn't obeying many of his commands these days. It had been a week since he left Greta. 7.5 days since he rode out of the little clearing, leaving behind the cabin and the last sense of peace he'd felt. Maybe the bump on his head still had him off kilter, even though it had mostly flattened by now and was only a little tender to the touch. The halos around his vision were gone also, although he still suffered dizziness if he stood too quickly. His ribs were sore, no doubt, but that just meant he had to move slower than he liked. And honestly, the pain was a nice distraction from the ache pulsing deeper in his chest. He tried his best to summon his earlier passion for exploration, but maybe the struggle to do so was a kind of intuition, a sixth sense warning him to go back to the Rocky Ridge stage stop. Perhaps Ezra needed him. There was always the chance it had been attacked again like it had when a band of Cheyenne burned down the place. But the thought of going all the way back to the Sweetwater only intensified his despair. He gazed over the cliff again, but this time raised his focus upward, to the blue patches of sky showing between white clouds so threadbare. Did the god up there look through the patches of clouds? Did he see a lone man on a bay gelding as a tiny speck in the midst of the majesty of these rocky mountains? Or could he possibly see more? A memory wafted back like the smoky scent of a campfire. Mum holding him as they sat on a rock at the edge of their yard in England. She hummed a song as she rocked, and he could feel the steady rhythm of her arms snuggling him tight. God made the rocks. God made the sky so blue. God made the trees, and God made you. The little verse crept into his mind in her gentle voice, strengthening as it proceeded. God loves the rocks. God loves the sky so blue. God loves the trees. And God loves you. He could feel the press of her lips to the crown of his head as she hummed again, never ceasing the steady rocking. I love you, baby boy. Never forget that I love you. But God loves you more. The sting of tears caught his eyes, intensified by the icy breeze flowing around him. In moments like the one in that memory, he'd had no doubt of his mother's love, and he could almost feel the love from the God she'd spoken of. But now he was grown. Loving him hadn't been enough to keep his mother alive, not after he'd let Esther die. But did that make her words a lie? But God loves you more. Was there any chance that could be true? He raised his chin as the breeze built to a gust. He let the chill dry the moisture on his cheeks. God, I don't know what you want from me here,
You dangle Greta in front of me, then you pull her away. What do I do with that?" He let his eyes drift closed, allowing his senses to come alive with every brush of the wind, every sound as it wove around the rocks, dipping and swelling in a tune that struck a chord so familiar. God loves the trees, and God loves you. Opening his eyes again, he gazed at the heavens, meeting its vast expanse with a firm chin. God, if you're trying to show me something, if you care about what I should do here, show me. Guide me. There wasn't a flash of lightning or an eagle soaring close enough for him to follow, not even an instant feeling of peace. But as Zeche stayed in that place, absorbing the moment, letting his own words seed deep inside him, a little bit of the weight from his chest seemed to lift away. At last, Biscuit blew a soft snort underneath him, breaking the continuity of the moment. He reached down to pat the horse. "You ready to move on, boy? If we find a patch of grass in that valley, we'll make camp early." As Zeche sat by his campfire that night, staring into the dancing flames, he tried to resurrect the essence of peace he'd almost grasped at the edge of the cliff. The screech of a mountain lion sounded in the distance. He'd gotten used to the eerie sound, which was so like that of a woman's scream, but it still brought back memories of Greta. If he were a smart man, he'd forget all this foolishness and head back to her. Tell her that he loved her and wanted to marry her if she'd have him, and her father would have to fend for himself. But that brought a wave of shame that made him scrub a hand over his face to clear it. No, he wasn't as selfish as that. But maybe together they could make a plan that would work for them all. He'd have Greta, if she'd have him, and maybe if they built another cabin in the clearing for the two of them, she would be close enough to help her father. Maybe that would be enough distance for Mr. Michelly to heal from the trauma of the war. And maybe in time, they would all get along just fine. Biscuit nickered in the stillness of the night, a peaceful sound, and it reminded Zeche of the whinny he'd sent the two Michelly horses when they'd left. After such a rough start, the three animals had come to terms with each other, and even become friends after they'd spent enough time together. Surely that same bonding could be possible for Mr. Michelly and him. It sounded a bit like a dream, but could it be possible that the desire was so strong because God had put it there? He sat straighter. Greta, a gift from God? That was a notion that hadn't slipped into his mind before. But now it took hold and nibbled at the edges of his certainty. When he finally stretched out on his bedroll, he still hadn't shaken loose the idea. He stared up at the dark indigo, at the tiny pinpricks of light glistening around the leftover clouds. God, if you want me to head back to Greta, give me a sign. Please. His mind scrambled for a possible signal he could ask for. Nothing surfaced. Well, you can find something. Just make sure I understand it, Lord. I'm a little daft at times. For the first time in 7 days, as he turned on his good side to allow room for sleep, a smile tugged the corners of his mouth. This light feeling in his chest seemed an awful lot like hope. It was still dark when Zeche awoke, yet his pulse thundered through his chest so that he had to pant to catch his breath. A dream? More like a nightmare. Yet he couldn't recall a single detail. He struggled to sit up, still having to lever himself with his hands to lessen the strain on his ribs. As he sat there, taking in the still of the night, listening for any sign of unrest in nature, His heartbeat finally slowed to a healthier level. Yet he couldn't shake the urgency that tightened his chest. Something was wrong. Was it Greta? His brother Ezra? Or maybe Mara and Josiah? Or little Katie? But his spirit didn't stir when he thought of his family, only when his mind conjured Greta's image. He glanced up at the pitch black of the sky overhead. "Is this you, God?" His voice broke the night stillness like a rock tossed in a quiet pond. "Go." The word pierced his spirit like the crack of a hand on a horse's rump. He struggled to his feet, then wobbled a bit before finding his balance. He was a jug-headed fool. He should have gone back to Greta days ago instead of waiting for God to smack him on the hand like a wayward child. Within moments he had his camp packed, and the ashes from the fire doused with the last of the water he'd drawn from the creek. Biscuit seemed surprised to see him before the light of dawn, but offered a soft nicker of greeting as Zeche settled the saddle blanket in place. "We'll stop to eat in a few hours, boy. For now, let's hit the trail." As light as his body felt from the thought of turning back, he couldn't quite squelch the urgency in his spirit. It was more than eagerness, more like a foreboding. Just leftover worry? Maybe. But if God was trying to warn him, he intended to listen this time. Greta loosened the reins to give Roma her head as they rounded the bend in the trail, bringing the cabin into sight. Snowflakes filtered down around her, but she couldn't summon the magical feeling they usually brought. Not even a ride to the lake had broken through the dismal cloud that had shrouded her these last 12 days, had filled every moment since Zeche rode away without a backward glance. She squared her shoulders, forcing the memory from her thoughts. Zeche was in the past, and the only way she could move on was to forget about him. If she could only make her brain obey that command. After reining Roma to a stop in front of the lean-to behind the cabin, she eased her frozen ankles out of the stirrups and rotated them to stir the blood again. She gritted her teeth against the burn. This was definitely weather to cook a warm stew. Bear meat with lots of savory herbs. Maybe she'd use some of those she'd gathered by the lake during the summer. Water parsnip and some others that looked vaguely familiar, but their savory odors meant they would likely add good texture to the soup. She should probably look them up in Father's botanical volumes before cooking with them, though. After unsaddling and settling Roma into the pen with Vico, she grabbed her pack and trudged toward the front of the cabin. What would Zeche be doing right now? She couldn't help but search the tree line around the clearing, but no horses appeared through the woods. No broad shoulders and dark, wavy hair framing the strong angles of his face. She forced her gaze straight ahead. Zeche was miles away from here. She had to stop looking for him. As she stepped into the cabin, Father looked up from his chair at the table. A smile creased the lines around his eyes. "Greta, did you enjoy your ride?" Enjoy? It seemed impossible to enjoy anything anymore. But she was doing her best not to spread her gloom to Father, so she ignored the question, glancing at the papers spread in front of him. "Making progress in recording your findings?" He glanced down at his work. "Yes, I'm recording the flowering plants now." "Good." His demeanor seemed so much more relaxed now that he was back in his world of academic studies. As he returned to his notes, she pushed on toward the work counter. After scrubbing her hands in the basin, she set to work on the stew. When she had fresh water simmering in the pot, she added the salted bear meat she'd set aside from Father's fall hunt, then pulled down the basket of herbs she'd collected and dried from around the lake. The water parsnip had particularly captured her attention on the day she'd been gathering, so she had an abundant supply of the stemmy plant. Yet now in its dried form, it held none of the scent it had when she'd found the plants. She bit off part of one, searching for flavor amidst the crunch of the dried stalk. Yes, there was taste she could coax into life with the heat of the water and the combination of oregano and bay leaves from her garden. She kept the stem in her mouth as she worked, letting the light flavor stir her taste buds. By the time she had the ingredients assembled in the stew pot, she'd chewed through the entire stem of that plant, and the taste was growing on her. The fire had eaten through much of the dry wood she'd used to rebuild the coals, so she grabbed 2 more logs from the wood stack and placed them on the meager flame. A wave of the strangest feeling washed through her as she leaned over the hearth, a light-headedness that made her feel as if she were viewing the fire from a far distance. She clutched the stones of the hearth, her fingers digging in as her stomach churned and the haze slipped over her. What was happening? She made it down to her knees, then sank lower to sit on the floor. "Father!" Her voice came out high-pitched and strangled, not her own, as the darkness closed around her. She could only see a circle of light, no larger than her fist, yet the blurry images through that circle seemed so far away. Something touched her face, and she realized it was the dog, but she couldn't raise her hand to push him away. Her body jerked, taking on a life of its own. Another convulsion. Father's voice seemed so far away. She couldn't tell which of her body's writhing had come from his hands, and which had come from the invisible grip that twisted her. Fear, a mighty rushing torrent of terror, clutched her chest in its claws. She would die from these unseen hands, from this invisible enemy taking over her body. And Zeche would never know how much she loved him. Chapter 20. An urgency drove Zeche faster, and he gave Biscuit an extra kick as the steep grade leveled into something of a trail. The horse broke into a trot as the scenery began to look familiar, and it should, since this was the 3rd time they'd ridden through the country in one direction or another. The 4th, if he counted the time he'd been strapped unconscious on his horse after the elk attack. If he pushed a little harder, he could probably make it to Greta's by dinner. Assuming there'd be dinner. Assuming they were all right. He couldn't shake the sense of impending danger. Or perhaps the danger had already taken hold. Was this God's warning? Maybe. He urged Biscuit faster. Anything quicker than a trot over this rocky, uneven ground would be a death sentence for the horse. But he pushed as fast as he dared. They had to get to Greta before it was too late. A couple hours later, the sun had begun its descent, no longer so blinding on the newly fallen snow. The aroma of wood smoke drifted faintly as the cabin came into view. But the sight of it loosened something in his spirit. Maybe it was the image of home. Maybe it was the fear that strangled his chest. He kicked Biscuit into a canter over the last few yards, then leapt off by the porch, barely stopping to rein the horse in. He was up the stairs in 2 strides, but at the door he forced himself to pause for breath. He couldn't just barge into the place. They were likely eating dinner, and he had to be careful not to startle Mr. Michelly into another bout of war memories. It took all his restraint to rap a light knock on the door. "Greta? Mr. Michelly?" He kept his voice soft. "It's me, Zeche." No sounds drifted through the wood, so he knocked a little louder. "It's Zeche. Anyone home?" He glanced back at the churned snow on the ground around the cabin. Could they have gone out for a ride? Again he knocked, louder still. "Hello? Mr. Michelly?" He let his voice rise, an easy thing with the way his pulse thundered in his chest. Had Mr. Michelly become caught in his memories and hurt Greta? Perhaps they were both lying in there unconscious. Or, before his mind could create images of the thoughts hovering, he jerked the latch string and rammed his shoulder into the wood. It wasn't until it gave under his weight that it occurred to him to wonder why the latch string was draped outside the door. That must mean they were gone. The cabin was eerily quiet as he stepped inside and paused to adjust his eyes to the light. The blast of warmth he'd expected was more like a tepid creeping. "Greta?" His voice shattered the stillness like glass. Then he saw the disarray. A chair tossed on its side, a pot lying on the floor, a quilt wadded beside it. A flame danced in the fireplace, which meant they'd been here within the past hour or so. But why had they left with the fire still lit and the place a mess? He advanced, scanning the room for anything moving. Or a person unmoving. No one. "Greta?" His tone was close to desperate now, and he charged forward. He skirted the table and burst into the rear bedchamber. "Greta?" For an awful moment he thought he might find her lying in the bed, a corpse. But no, the covers had been pulled up without a wrinkle. He whirled and sprinted out the door. Could they have gone to South Pass City for supplies? That seemed unlikely after Greta lamented how her father refused to buy anything from town except coffee. And in the middle of winter, with a fire still raging in the hearth. Maybe he could find their tracks. He charged around the side of the cabin, catching sight of Biscuit as he rounded the rear corner. The gelding leaned over the gate into the lean-to, sniffing noses with the bay mare. Greta's mare. He approached the horse, reaching to pat her neck. "Hey, girl, where's Greta?" She offered a nicker, nudging Zeke's arm. Mr. Michelly's gelding was gone, but that wasn't so unusual if he'd gone hunting. But where would Greta be? Maybe at the crick? He forced his mind not to imagine the worst as he grabbed Biscuit's reins and swung up into the saddle. Summoning a deep breath, he hollered loud enough to carry. "Greta!" Every muscle in him strained to hear her response. But nothing came. Fear welled up his chest again, but he raised a prayer heavenward as he turned his gaze to the ground. "Show me, Lord." The ground around the lean-to was churned into a muddy mess, but farther out the tracks lessened. All of the trails appeared to head toward the front of the cabin, so he followed that direction. Biscuit seemed to sense his energy, and he had to rein the horse back as he studied the ground, trying to find the freshest prints. There, a set of hoof prints had churned the snow deeply, as though the horse were running away from the cabin, headed south. His spirit quickened, and he reined Biscuit that direction, closing his heels to the horse's side as he loosened the reins. The gelding responded in a surge, kicking up white powder as they wove onto the trail that had first carried him to this place, over a month ago, a lifetime ago. The tracks were easy to follow, but not even the pain in his ribs from the jarring run could stop his mind from taking a wild path, summoning images of what might have caused the disarray in the cabin. Were there Indians in these mountains? A wild animal in search of food? None of those scenarios made sense. But the possibility he could believe seemed too awful to consider. Mr. Michelly. Could he have hurt Greta during one of his episodes? Was he even now riding to get help for her? God, no. South Pass City was the closest town he knew of in this direction. But it was a 2-week trip, 10 days if he pushed as hard as a single horse could travel. And with 2 people, that might do the animal in. But he didn't know for sure whether Greta was even with her father, or whether they'd gone to South Pass or some other destination. He didn't know anything. The impossibility of finding them both alive and well, or at least in a condition where he could help them, flooded over him like an avalanche. God, guide me. He was powerless to do anything but ride on and pray, but he would do both to the best of his ability. He was getting closer. Zeche could feel it in every one of his tight muscles, and he could scarcely catch his breath from the knife piercing his ribs. He still couldn't shake the dread coiling in his gut, but the sense of purpose that had crept into him kept all his senses alert. He glanced up at the sun. Either it had stopped moving, or he'd been riding less than a half hour. Although it felt like at least a day must have... There! His whole world froze as a black speck moved in the distance. That had to be a horse and rider. He kicked Biscuit into a canter, barely feeling the bite in his ribs as the horse lunged through the snow on the downhill trail. "Michelly!" His breath came in short, hollow gasps, not enough for his voice to carry. But the rider must have heard, because the speck paused and turned. Another tiny black dot appeared beside the larger one. The dog, maybe. It took long, painful moments for him to close the distance between them, but as he did, the image came clearer. The figure on the horse separated into two. The taller, lanky form of Antonio Michelly, and the person riding in front of him, slumped in his arms, wore the fur coat, blue half-dress, and buckskin pants that struck a chord of panic in Zeke's chest. Greta. What had happened to her? He spurred Biscuit harder the last 30 feet, and as he neared, a glance at Michelly's face showed fear and... guilt? Had the man killed his own daughter? What happened? Zeche leapt to the ground and surged to Greta's side, where she sat propped in front of her father's saddle. He reached up to touch her face, limp against the man's upper arm. She responded to his touch with a jerk, and her whole body seemed to come alive in violent spasms. Her neck arched back, arms stiff and straight except the wrists which bent backward at a painful angle. With her neck curved back like that, he saw her eyelids jerk open to reveal only the whites of her rolled eyes. He jerked his hand back, trying to make sense of what was happening. Her body seemed possessed, as though something wild had taken over. "It's some kind of epilepsy," Mr. Michelly yelled over the woman writhing in his arms. "I have to get her to town, to a doctor." Zeche stared at the man, his mind churning to catch up with what was taking place and what he could do to stop it. "The doctor's too far. How do we stop it?" The wild look in Michelly's eyes intensified. "I don't know." And with his words, Greta's body suddenly relaxed, as though she'd been knocked unconscious with a rock. She slumped in her father's arms, her head lolling to the side. Zeche didn't stop to consider his actions. He pulled off his coat and laid it on the ground, then reached up and wrapped his arms around her. "Let me have her." Her father didn't argue. Maybe he didn't know what else to do. He laid her on the coat and did his best to take stock of the situation. "Has this happened before?" "No, never. She was making dinner and I heard her cry out. Then she just fell down and started writhing. I've never seen..." Zeche tried to imagine the scene as he felt for the pulse in her neck. Making dinner. Was she bit by something? A spider? "I don't think so. I don't know." The helplessness, the despair in her father's voice had the power to propel Zeche that direction if he allowed. He pulled his focus to his examination. Her pulse seemed so weak, barely there. He leaned close so he could hear her breathing, light and a little gurgly. He pulled open her mouth, not quite sure what he was looking for. None of his instincts told him what to do. "God, show me." In her mouth a pool of foam had gathered, probably from her thrashing. In the white bubbles were bits of brown-like fragments of food. Or He reached in and caught one on his finger, then extracted it and held it up, like tiny dried leaves. He turned his gaze to her father. What did she eat? The man's eyes widened and his mouth opened, but nothing came out for a moment. I don't know. He seemed truly flummoxed. Zeke turned back to Greta. The skin on her face had turned deathly pale, seemed almost translucent, although maybe that was an illusion from the sheen of sweat. With his thumb still holding her jaw open, he peered into her mouth. Was it possible she'd eaten something poisonous? Would that cause such violent tremors? Her throat worked, emitting some kind of garbled sound. In her mouth he could see her tongue go stiff, her jaw clamped shut, and she writhed under his hand. Fear clawed up his throat as the terrible spasm seemed to overtake her. He cupped her shoulders with both hands. Relax, Greta. It's all right. Calm down. But it wasn't all right. His soothing words seemed to do nothing to still the creature inside her. He stroked her hair from her face, rubbed her arm. Nothing he did seemed to make a penny's difference. At last, finally, she settled. Her body almost collapsed in on itself as the fight left her. He had to do something now. Something to fix this. Greta's body wouldn't last much longer through these fits. He forced his mind to think through the contents of his saddle pack. He carried water, jerked meat, a bit of stale hardtack. He'd brought a salve to fight infection, had a few dried herbs from the supply Greta packed for him the last time he'd left the cabin. And he had the stuff in that glass bottle Olson had given him, the liquid charcoal. What had the man said it was good for? Curing bellyache from spoiled food? And he'd said it helped a host of other ills, but he hadn't named them. He'd also mentioned it would draw out a poison from inside a person. Could that help Greta? Or would the stuff react to whatever caused this in the first place, making the whole situation worse? Woodenly, he pushed to his feet and strode to Biscuit, then dug in his pack until his fingers closed around the glass bottle. God, what do I do? He pulled it out and looked at the liquid just visible through the tinted brown. Will this help her? Try it, son. We have to do something. Zeke spun to face Greta's father. He'd almost forgotten the man was there. I don't know if this will help. Antonio Michelly stared back at him with a calm he'd not seen from the man since he'd met them. We need to try, and pray God uses it for her good. The firm confidence in his tone filled Zeke with almost as much assurance as the idea that God could help. He'd been so miserable that night he spent in Olson's cabin. But maybe God allowed his sickness so the trapper would give him the medicine. So he'd have it now when Greta needed it. And whether or not the medicine was the right cure by itself, God could use any tool. He nodded and pushed past the man to kneel beside Greta. Inhaling a deep breath, he uncorked the bottle. He tilted Greta's chin down again, then worked her mouth open with the fingers of his left hand. He started with little more than a few drops. The liquid pooled at the back of her mouth, running streams through the foam bubbles there. Her tongue shifted, although he wasn't sure if she'd swallowed. He poured a little more in. This time her throat worked more, but then her face tightened into a painful twist. She seemed to be gagging, her head lifting off the ground as she strained. Her skin had turned a pale purple. Then her body convulsed, like the strings on a puppet were jerking her neck and wrists upward. He reached to brace her shoulders again, but he couldn't bring himself to force her to lie flat. Her muscles had tightened into solid cords, which felt like they might snap if he exerted pressure on them. But then she relaxed, more quickly than the other times. Could the medicine be helping? Likely wishful thinking, as he'd barely given her enough to make a difference. but he couldn't help the hope that drove him forward as he turned her head a little to the side and leaked more of the charcoal into her mouth. He slipped his hand behind her head to raise her up, which might help keep her from choking this time. In tiny doses, the medicine drained down her throat. When he held the bottle up to see how much she'd taken, almost half the liquid was gone. Thank you, Lord. Now, if it would only work.
Chapter 21. Zeche raised his gaze to Greta's father, uncertainty warring in his gut. I don't know if I should give her the rest of the charcoal or wait. Something like warmth slipped into the older man's gaze, that fatherly look that had drawn him during their first few days together. What do you think? What did he think? Zeche stared at the bottle, then at Greta's face. Was it his imagination, or did her skin hold a little more color? Maybe it was because he held her more upright. But maybe God was saving her. Maybe God had given him the charcoal for exactly this purpose, for him to heal Greta. He eased her jaw open again and poured a little more inside. Bit by bit she took the stuff without choking, and hope began to blossom in his chest. Maybe this was working. They were nearing the last of the medicine, and he accidentally poured in a little more than before. He held his breath, watching for the tendons in her throat to flex in a swallow. But they didn't. The skin on her face darkened, taking on a deep purple as she strained. Oh, God, what have I done? She arched her back as a convulsion shook her. Her wrists bent as her muscles stiffened. Was she choking on the stuff? Lord, stop this, please. Don't let her die. Don't take her. Another convulsion, and her skin darkened even more, almost a black, purplish hue. Fear exploded within him, and he surged up, trying to pull Greta's body upright. If she were choking, he had to clear her airways. But the way her muscles had seized into solid cords kept her body from bending. So instead he pulled her stiff form to his chest. God, please, save her. A sob wrenched from his core, and he was barely conscious of Michelly's hand on his shoulder as the man crouched beside him. And then, like a miracle, Greta's body eased. He was almost afraid to look, afraid to see her lifeless form. But his eyes searched out her face. The purple had slipped away, and some of the cream had returned to her skin, although it still held a grayish tint that made her look so fragile. He pressed 2 fingers to her neck, closing his eyes as he focused on finding a feeling there. Yes, her pulse was stronger than before. Maybe. Although maybe that was the effect of the convulsions she'd just experienced. But she was alive. The explosions in his chest made him want to lean over her and sob, anything to release the pressure surging inside him. At last he straightened, letting her rest loosely in his arms. He let out a long, quivering breath and met Michelly's gaze. She's still alive. The man nodded, looking almost as fragile as his daughter. Should we try to get her to a doctor? Zeche looked around, worked to pull himself back to reality, to refocus the logical part of his mind. They did need a doctor, but by the time they traveled the 10 or more days to South Pass City, who knew what condition Greta would be in? Awake and recovering, he prayed, but the travel would likely not be easy for her. Then Olson's story came back to him, creeping into his mind like a trickle of water from a bubbling spring. We should go northeast. There's a little town that's closer, I think, and a man there who may be able to help Greta, a doctor. He looked at Michelly, whose eyes had taken on a glimmer of hope. How far? Zeche pressed his lips together. 4 or 5 days, maybe, depending on how fast we travel. But would they be able to find the little settlement? What had Olson called it? Landis? Lawson? A well of desperation tried to build in his chest, but he squashed it down. God would show them. There was no other way. He glanced down at Greta's face again. Her hair had come loose in a wild tangle, and he brushed a tendril away from her eyes, which were closed in peaceful rest now. The pressure in his chest made him want to pull her close and protect her from everything. But he couldn't. Couldn't save her from her father, from these convulsions that took over her body. He had no power to protect this woman, no matter how much he loved her. God, you have to do it. Please, protect her. They sat like that for long minutes, Zeche on his knees, holding Greta's head and shoulders in his lap, Mr. Michelly kneeling beside him. Both of them watched her, but her expression never changed, and that made Zeke's chest ache. But it was also a good thing, because that meant she hadn't been overtaken by another fit. At last he glanced up at the other man. We should get moving. Michelly nodded. I'll lift her to you. The man must have read his thoughts, because Zeche wasn't sure he could hand her off to her father's keeping while they rode. Not that he didn't trust him, but Zeke's arms craved to hold her, to keep her close where he could be sure she kept breathing, and to be there when she woke up. Please, Lord. After they mounted, Zeche nudged Biscuit into a soft jog as Mr. Michelly and the dog fell into line behind him. He had Greta sitting sideways in front of his saddle, cradled in the crook of his arm with her cheek against his chest. This way he could watch her face for any changes, or just admire her beauty until his heart split in two. As smooth as the gelding's jog could be, he still worried with every jolt. Would the jarring bring on another episode? But it didn't seem to bother Greta. The lines on her face were as relaxed as if she were merely sleeping. When would she awaken? He still had no idea what was wrong with her, because of the pieces of dried plant in her mouth, and the fact that the charcoal seemed to be helping. It appeared she may have eaten something poisonous. But was that really likely? Greta always used herbs in her cooking, and seemed well versed in their abilities. He reined Biscuit down to a walk, and motioned for Michelly to ride up beside him. Do you think it's possible Greta ate something dangerous? Her father's brow creased. It's possible, I suppose. She's always bringing in plants to dry and use for cooking, and our garden is full of herbs and corn. He said the last part dryly. She might have mistaken one of the local plants for something she knew back in South Carolina. A tiny bit of the apprehension balled in his gut eased. If it was poisoning, that charcoal was exactly what she needed. But would it be enough to save her? He had no idea what she'd eaten, or how toxic it might be. And he had no delusions that the wild claims the doctor had made about the charcoal were true. But he did have God, and it was up to God to save this special woman. Mr. Michelly spoke again. If we're riding near the cabin, it might be best to gather more supplies, and maybe Greta's mare so we can rotate the horses. Maybe move faster that way. Zeche nodded. That's a good idea. A derisive chuckle sounded beside him. I didn't exercise much forethought when I rode out. Zeche looked over at the man. You were doing what was needed to protect your daughter. And he meant the compliment implied in his comment. The respect. Despite his scars from a traumatic war, Antonio Michelly was a good man, a good father. And Lord willing, if God saved this woman in his arms, Zeche would have the chance to know this man much better, to earn his respect in turn. to become family. As they rounded the bend into the clearing where the cabin nestled below, an unexpected horse caught Zeke's attention. He straightened, squinting to focus. The brown and white animal was vaguely familiar. A figure moved in the shadows on the porch, stepping forward into the light. Olson? Zeke nudged Biscuit faster. What was the trapper doing here? As they approached the cabin and reined in, Olson walked out to meet him. His gaze wandered from Greta's still form up to Zeke. What's wrong? Is she? Zeke shook his head, catching the man's meaning from the stricken look on his face. She's alive, but I think she's been poisoned. I gave her that charcoal you sent with me, but we're trying to get her to the doctor you mentioned. Beside him, Antonio Michelly dismounted. I'll get the supplies. Zeke nodded but kept his focus on Olson, who'd blanched at the word poisoned. What can I do to help? The man slid off his horse and reached for the pack behind his saddle. I brought the other bottle with me, just to have it handy. Here, take it. A weight lifted off Zeke's chest as he reached for it with his free hand. Hold my horse and I'll give her some more. The more poison this stuff could draw out of her system, the better. He unplugged the stopper from the bottle with his teeth and leaned Greta back to dribble a few drops in her mouth. Olson stood on the ground beside him, one hand on Biscuit's reins, the other ready in case he was needed. This was the perfect opportunity to get better directions. Think you could tell me exactly how to get to that town you mentioned? The man's eyes lit. Sure, but I'll do you one better. I'll ride along and show you the way. I'd hate to send you on a wrong turn when this pretty gal needs the doc. Zeke tried not to frown. Let the man accompany them? But he couldn't let this spurt of jealousy interfere with getting help for Greta. He nodded. See if Michelly needs help inside. We stopped to pick up supplies and Greta's mare to rotate saddle stock so we can move faster. Olson nodded and stepped away, which left Zeke to focus on the woman in his arms and pray. Come on, honey. It's time to wake up. Zeke stroked his fingers down the side of Greta's temple. It had been a whole night, and still she hadn't stirred. Now, the sun barely lit the horizon, but yielded just enough light for them to pick their way through the Rocky Mountain country. It was time to get back on the trail. They'd traveled as far as they dared last night. He and Michelly might have kept going if Olson hadn't insisted they stop. Said he couldn't spot his landmarks in the pitch black of the almost moonless sky. Zeke slipped his hand under Greta's shoulders and pulled her upright a few inches, picking up the tin cup of water to wet her lips. She needed some kind of nutrition, too, like broth, but they hadn't cooked anything over the fire. Maybe they'd stop midday and boil meat for her. As he dribbled water into her mouth, his gaze took in the pallor of her face. In the dim morning light, she looked like a glass doll, her features too perfect, too fragile, too still. The panic in his chest threatened to well again. He should be thankful the convulsive fits had stopped. But why didn't she regain consciousness? Greta, it's time to wake up. He set down the cup and stroked her cheek, his fingers so rough against her softness. But if she felt the touch, she didn't acknowledge the sensation. The back of his throat burned as tears crept up to sting his eyes. God, you have to heal her. Please. He didn't doubt the Almighty heard him. Not anymore. But he couldn't help the fear that God might say no. Might take this woman who had so quickly crept into his heart and planted herself there. Where's Olson? Zeke turned as Mr. Michelly sat up in his bedroll, tasseled hair spiking. He rode to the creek, said he'd catch us on the trail. Any change? The older man nodded toward Greta, then pushed his blanket aside and crawled over to get a better look. Zeke shook his head, turning away from the hope in the man's eyes. "None that I can tell." A long sigh met his words, a sound that matched the weariness in his own chest. They had to get moving again. Greta needed the doctor. "You want me to take her today?" Michelly pushed to his feet with a deep groan. It probably wasn't easy for a man his age to sleep on the cold, hard ground, even for the few hours they'd made camp. "Just help me get her up to my saddle." He slipped the strap on his water skin around his neck, then positioned his arms under Greta's shoulders and legs. "Everything's packed. Just need to add your bedding." As he struggled to his feet, a hand gripped his arm, helping him find his balance. He righted himself and nodded his thanks to the older man, then strode to Biscuit. The gelding stood with the horses he and Olson had already tacked this morning. "If you can just lift her up to me." They'd done this maneuver a few times yesterday, and once he mounted, he took Greta in his arms, fitting her against his body where she nestled perfectly. It certainly wasn't the strain of supporting her that made his chest ache. Was she lighter now than yesterday? He sent up another prayer, not even caring that each petition sounded more desperate. "Take me instead, God, if it is a soul you need. Just please bring Greta back." Chapter 22. Greta curled into the cocoon of warmth, the only good thing amidst the swirl of queasiness churning through her body. She felt ill, weak. Her chest ached, her stomach roiled, and only her efforts to force steady breathing kept her from casting up everything inside her. This solid, soothing warmth was the only comfort she could find, and she clung to it. As she focused on inhaling regular gulps of fresh mountain air, another awareness gradually made itself known. A steady jostling, like that of a horse. She cracked open her eyes. Straight brown tree trunks passed in succession, along with an occasional blur of evergreen needles. She was riding a horse through the forest? The warm solace beneath her cheek and hands shifted. "Greta?" That voice. She'd know the warm syrup of his tone anywhere, except she'd never heard it animated with so much hope, and maybe joy. The jostling changed, almost stilling, but then the warm body shifted, exposing her cheek to the nip of chilly air. "You're awake. Oh, thank you, God." She reached for the warmth again, finding the familiar softness and pulling it close. The comfort closed in around her, wrapping her in a full, blissful circle. But then the churning in her stomach rose up to her chest, kicking her pulse into a gallop. She fought against the sensation, clawing away from the arms that strapped her in. She was going to lose everything inside her. "What? Greta, stop!" She barely leaned over before the heaving began. Her entire body convulsed as the contents of her stomach emptied out onto the ground, taking her breath with it. Again and again. Movement circled around the edges of her vision. Voices. But her body had taken over as it spewed everything the retching could shake loose. At last she slumped, too exhausted to hold her head up, even to keep her eyes open. The quivering in her arms spread to her shoulders. "Shh, Greta." A cloth wiped her mouth, and Zeke's strong arms pulled her up from her collapsed position, back into that warm, comfortable place. "Get a cloth wet." His voice spoke from a distance, as though he were talking to someone else. Then in her ear again. "Thank God you're awake." The fuzzy, flushed sensation had eased now, and she could feel a bit of strength seeping into her muscles. "What happened?" She tried to straighten, but his hand stroked her back, keeping her in place.
Just lie still for a minute." His breath pressed her hair like a kiss, making it too easy to give in to his words. But she still needed to know.
"What happened?"
"I'm not quite sure." Something cold and wet pressed her mouth, and she opened her eyes. The dark, worried gaze of her father stared up at her. He produced a smile, but it wobbled. "You had us worried, daughter." He dabbed the damp cloth at her cheek. "Glad to see you coming back." She did straighten then, putting some space between Zeke and herself.
"What happened? Where are we?"
Father took her hand, clasping her fingers with his wrinkled ones. Was it her imagination, or did they quiver? "You've been unconscious for almost a day now, and for a few hours you suffered from epileptic fits." She stared at him, trying to make sense of his statement. Maybe it was the thick clouds fogging her brain, but the words epileptic fits wouldn't penetrate. "Do you remember what you ate before you got sick?" Zeke's baritone rumbled beside her. She squinted at him, trying to recall. But the memories were so blurry. She could remember being in the cabin, standing at her work counter, but couldn't be sure if that was when she took sick or not.
"I'm not sure."
His strong hand touched her back, rubbing a slow circle. "It's all right. We're taking you to a doctor, so hopefully he'll know what to do." As her mind struggled to remember, her gaze took in the worried creases at the corners of Zeke's eyes, those eyes that spoke to her. And even now, she could see the trouble she'd caused him. "We should be to the dock in another day and a half, give or take." A new voice penetrated her thoughts, and she turned to identify it. A man. Someone she should know, from the way his bearded face niggled at her memory. Oh, yes, the trapper who'd stopped by their cabin. But she couldn't for the life of her remember his name. "Don't know if you remember me or not, ma'am. I'm Magnus Olson, the feller you let bunk on your floor. I'm awful glad to see you comin' back to life." She tried to summon a smile of thanks for the man, but it was a struggle to make her mouth cooperate.
"Thank you, Mr. Olson."
Her muscles were still so weak. Just sitting up took an enormous amount of effort. Zeke's hand slipped around her shoulders then, pulling her against his chest as though he could read her mind. She sank into him, letting herself rest in his strength. "Olson gave us the medicine that saved you." His voice filled her ear, infusing her with enough strength to offer the man a steadier smile.
"I'm grateful."
Mr. Olson dipped his chin, pulling his fur cap lower as red blotched his cheeks above his beard. "Just glad it did the trick." Zeke shifted underneath her, but his hold never loosened. "We'd better keep moving." And as the steady jostling of the horse's stride took over again, she let herself fade into the rhythm. The warm protection of Zeke's arms was too intoxicating to resist, and she was just too tired. They made camp that night, but Zeke couldn't force himself to rest. He'd settled the horses, then checked on them twice more, even after the others bedded down, and Mr. Michelly started into soft snores. Zeke sat propped against a tree, staring at the fire. The little black dog lay stretched out beside him, and he stroked the animal's wiry fur as he wrestled with his thoughts. Greta was alive. She'd come back to him. God had given him another chance, and it was all he could do to keep himself from waking her now, to convince her to be his bride. But she needed this rest, even though she'd been sleeping most of the afternoon and evening since she'd first come back to consciousness. Whatever poison she'd eaten must have been powerful. Now she lay curled under a pile of blankets and furs, the firelight flickering on the delicate contours of her face. like an angel. And maybe it was best he had some time to think before blurting out a proposal. Was there a chance she'd say no? An icy shell settled around his heart. Did she care about him as much as he loved her? His heart said she did. But what if his heart was a faulty guide? Maybe he should wait. Let her recover and have a chance for them to talk. And what about her father? Would the older man be reluctant to give away his daughter? And how exactly did Zeche plan to keep her safe when the memories took over the older man's actions? There was so much he hadn't worked out. With his brother, too. He couldn't just leave Ezra alone to run the stage stop forever. He had an idea about how they could work through that, but it would require Ezra to go along with his plan. What if his brother refused? I will work it all out. The words seeped through his mind as a clear thought, stilling his worries. He inhaled a deep breath. If God intended Greta for him, had brought him back to her twice now, and saved her life from the poison, surely God could work through the obstacles they still faced. He had to believe that. A mewing sounded and Greta's fur covering stirred. Zeche leaned forward, trying to get a better view of her face beyond the fire that blazed between them. She stared into the flames, but her gaze shifted to him when he moved. Firelight reflected in those big, beautiful orbs. He pushed to his feet and stepped closer. She likely needed a drink, and maybe she'd be able to eat more broth. She'd only eaten small doses so far. Her eyes tracked him as he picked up the cup of water she'd used before, then dropped to his knees beside her. Can you sip this? He kept his voice low so he didn't wake the men snoring around the fire. She extracted a hand from the blankets to take the cup, and he helped her lift her head enough to drink. His fingers slipped through the thick softness of her hair, relishing it like a parched man at a cool mountain stream. She finished the liquid in the cup, then sank back against the furs. Do you want to eat? Her nose scrunched, and she shook her head. I can't. He placed the cup on a nearby rock, then turned back to her, running his hands down his trouser legs. What else do you need? As much as he loved to watch her, sitting with nothing to do made him feel so impotent. She reached out and took one of his hands. Just you. Sit and talk to me. He let the air slide from his lungs, forcing his shoulders to relax. The smallest of smiles touched her mouth. I'm still trying to piece together what happened. When did you come back? He swallowed. I came back to... He caught himself before he blurted out his proposal, then tried again. To see you. But when I got to the cabin, it was empty and a mess. I knew something was wrong and followed your tracks. When I found your pa, he was riding as quick as he could to get you to a doctor in South Pass City. You were suffering from spasms and had us both more scared than you can imagine. He paused as the memories forced their way in. Her pressure on his fingers tightened. That's when you gave me the medicine? He nodded. So, if you hadn't come, I would have died? He looked away, the force of her gaze a little too much for him. I guess. Maybe. He'd been trying not to think about that, but thanked the Lord for bringing him to his senses. He looked back at her. I'm glad I came. She shifted in the covers, her eyelids drooping, a clear sign he should let her rest. He raised her hand to his lips for a soft kiss. Go to sleep now. You'll need your strength tomorrow. Even though Olson had warned that the little town of Lawson was no bigger than a settlement, Zeche wasn't prepared for how small a town it would be as they rode in at dusk the next day. A mercantile and saloon were the only buildings with signs, although a few other structures dotted the one street. Homes, apparently, much like the one Olson reined to stop in front of. "Here's the doc's place." The man slid off his horse and stepped beside Zeke's gelding to help Greta down. Today she'd felt strong enough to ride behind his saddle, and he'd probably taken too much pleasure in her warmth as she used his back and shoulders for a pillow. The fact that she was so comfortable in his presence made something in his chest tighten. Probably the love that grew by the hour. Olson was perfectly respectful as he helped Greta dismount, but Zeche slid out of the saddle the moment his hands were free and took the man's place at her elbow. Mr. Michelly grabbed Biscuit's reins and secured both their horses to the hitching rail. The building was similar to others around it, made of wood siding instead of rough-hewn logs, which meant they'd likely carted the lumber all the way from the nearest sawmill, probably not a small distance. The door opened as they approached, and a middle-aged, bespectacled man eyed them from the stoop. "Hello." His voice was friendly, if a little cautious. "Howdy, Doc," Olson said. "Brought a little lady who's in need of tending." Olson stepped aside as the doc motioned for Greta, Zeche, and Mr. Michelly to enter the house. "Mr. Olson, of course. Come in." The man waited for them to file inside and smiled when Mr. Michelly patted the little black dog and murmured for him to wait with the horses. The doctor closed the door behind them. "I'm William Evans, the surgeon from Philadelphia. Welcome to my humble abode." He motioned around the orderly space. The decent-sized room held a table and cooking area on one side and a sitting parlor on the other. 2 doors opened off the rear wall. "I've some beans and biscuits left from supper, and a bit of salted venison. It's not the best fare you'll find, but it's edible. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" Zeche could almost taste the food the man described, especially with the faint aromas lingering in the air. But Greta needed attention first. "We can wait, sir. If you could see to Miss Michelly first." He glanced at the doors on the back wall. Was one of them the examination room? Should they send her in alone with this man? He might be a doctor, but he was also a stranger. Of course. The man strode toward the door on the left. "Miss Michelly, if you'd like to step into the quarters I use for patients." He turned and scanned the 3 men in a quick sweep. His gaze hovered on Zeche before returning to Greta. "If there's someone you'd like to join us for the consultation, I'll be present." Mr. Michelly stepped forward, his tone brooking no argument. Greta sagged a tiny bit under Zeke's touch on her elbow. Relief, probably. He'd have gone in himself before he let this man attend to Greta alone. But it was best her father accompanied her, for now. He rubbed his thumb over her sleeve in as reassuring a gesture as he could offer, then released her to walk through the door behind Dr. Evans. Chapter 23. It was good her father had stepped into the doctor's examination chamber with her, because Greta couldn't have given half the details of the ordeal that her father now spewed. And even in his steady voice, she could hear the fear just under the surface. It was a wonder he hadn't suffered an apoplexy as he hauled her up on his horse and taken off for South Pass City. Once again she sent up a prayer of thanks that Zeche had found them. It had to be God's doing. How else could he have returned to the cabin in time, found their trail leading south, and even had a medicine to void the toxins in her body? The doctor listened to it all with a furrowed brow, leaning back in his upholstered chair, his hands resting on the wooden arms, one leg crossed over the other. When Father finally finished recounting the ordeal, Dr. Evans turned to her. "And how do you feel now, Miss Michelly?"
Much better. Weak still, but otherwise healthy.
She would omit the fact that she couldn't even smell food without her stomach threatening to cast up her accounts. And your appetite? Although the doctor might force her to say it.
It's returning slowly.
His right cheek twitched, as if concealing a smile, but then his face grew thoughtful again. Do you remember the course of events before you took sick? Did you eat anything immediately prior? She squinted, trying again to recall details from that blurry time.
I came back from riding to the lake, as my father said. I think I was cooking dinner, but I can't really remember.
He rose to his feet. I'm just going to do a quick examination, if you'll lie on this bed for me. She followed his instructions as he poked at her skin, peered in her eyes, ears, and mouth, then used a long tube to listen to her chest, her stomach, and her back. He scrutinized her fingers, then straightened on his seat at the edge of the bed. It does appear a toxic substance entered your body. You said you'd been to the lake. Are you familiar with water hemlock, Miss Michelly? She searched her mind.
Not that I know of.
How about water parsnip? A flash of memory slipped through, and she grasped at it.
Yes, I think that's what I gathered over the summer to use for cooking.
His eyes widened. Is there a chance you ingested the plant right before you became ill?
Maybe.
There was something she couldn't quite remember, and its taunting was maddening. He laid his hand on the bed beside her. If I were a betting man, I'd say it was actually water hemlock you found and dried. It's highly toxic and usually produces seizures and other symptoms within minutes or up to an hour of being ingested. After several hours, if untreated, the patient usually dies of respiratory or cardiac conditions. A cold chill swept through her body.
But I didn't die.
It's a miracle, really. The activated charcoal I gave Mr. Olson is one of the only treatments effective for that level of toxicity. It appears to have saved your life, Miss Michelly. She didn't need his pointed look to feel the impact of his words.
Did it cause any permanent damage?
She almost didn't want to know his answer, but she forced herself to meet his gaze. His lips rolled under as he seemed to consider his answer. I can't make any guarantees. Most people die from that level of poisoning, so there's not a lot of data to answer your question. I've read everything I could find on the topic of toxicity. It's possible there might be sustained weakening to your heart or vascular system, but it's also possible there will be no long-term effects. Time will tell. No long-term effects. The idea made her pulse rush, her hands quiver. She gripped her fingers in her lap. Part of the shaking might be from the lingering weakness, but it wouldn't be permanent. She inhaled a long breath and released it, meeting the doctor's look.
That's good news. Thank you.
He nodded and stood. I have some medicine that will help rebuild your blood, and I'll send more activated charcoal for you to have on hand. He raised his brows at her, in case you ever need it again. She offered a shaky chuckle.
I don't plan to.
The doctor nodded. I'll warm supper for you all. I assume you'll be staying here tonight? He turned a questioning look to her father. He shook his head. We'll find a boarding house or hotel for the night. You'll have a ways to go before you find that. The nearest is a little town about 4 hours southwest of here. He motioned toward the bed where she lay. Miss Michelly can sleep here, and the rest of you are welcome to my floor in the front room. I'm sorry I don't have more to offer, but at least it's warm and dry. Father glanced at her, and she nodded. This was probably their best option, and the comfort of a real mattress called to her after 2 nights on the hard ground. He turned back to the man. "I suppose I should say thank you, then." As they ate dinner around the milled plank table, Greta forced herself to chew and swallow the beans. She knew as well as anyone that she wouldn't regain her strength without sustenance. But the bile in her stomach still churned with every bite. It was a little better now than it had been that morning, though. Something else to be thankful for. She glanced sideways at Zeche, who hadn't left her side since she'd exited the examination room. He caught her glance and answered with a softening of his gaze. The corner of his mouth tipped in what felt like an intimate smile. Her heart responded with the little flutter that seemed to come every time he looked at her these days. She craved Zeke's presence, much more than this food her body needed to recover. Was he here to stay this time? Oh, Dio, let him be here to stay. She might not be able to stand it if he left again. But what would their lives look like if Zeche stayed? Would he ask her to marry him? That's what she wanted. The image came clearly to her now with startling force. She wanted to be this man's wife, to stand beside him no matter what life blew their way. And maybe, at times, to hide in the shadow of his strength. What would it be like to not have to be the strong one? With Zeche sitting beside her, she could almost imagine it. But what about her father? She couldn't leave him alone out here in the wilderness. After everything he'd lost, including his peace of mind, she couldn't leave him too. So what brought you from Philadelphia all the way out here? Father scooped a bite of beans. Escaping. Father halted mid-chew as he raised his brows at the doctor. Greta herself couldn't stop a rustle of unease in her chest. Had they trusted a criminal? Let the wrong man die, huh? This from Olson, as he swallowed the food in his mouth. But he didn't look at all worried about the doctor's strange answer. Evans let out a chuckle. Not exactly. I couldn't stand the bustle of the city one more day, so I took down my shingle and headed west. Father gave an understanding nod and took another bite, but Greta cocked her head at the man. He seemed fairly normal, if a little eccentric, but in her experience most educated men developed a few quirks along the way. Dr. Evans caught her watching him, and his cheeks wrinkled in a knowing grin. I grew up on a farm, you see. I missed the solitude after I established my practice in the city. I'd been studying toxicology for several years and finally decided to move closer to the source of my research. Toxicology? She'd heard the term from a physician friend of her father's who used to visit their home on occasion. It's the study of the nature, effects, and detection of poisons. I focused my work on toxic elements appearing organically in nature, usually plants. There's a surprising amount of toxicity in the variety of flora God placed in this part of the country. He dipped his chin at her. As you're becoming aware. She acknowledged his reference with a tight smile. So you study poisonous plants. What do you do with your research all the way out here? It's not as if you can travel back to Philadelphia every other week to share your findings. She couldn't help a strong curiosity about his answer. This educated man spent his time in this remote land studying plants, not so unlike her father. Maybe the two of them could compare notes, even work together on projects. Would Father find his earlier enjoyment in interactions and discussions with his peers? Could that help his mental state? Surely it would. She sent a sideways glance at her father. He seemed to be waiting for Dr. Evans' response as much as she was. His interest had to be good. The doctor swallowed the bite he'd taken and laid down his fork, preparing for a long-winded answer, it appeared. There are several journals and societies to which I send my findings, and sometimes the newspapers reprint condensed versions of my articles as educational pieces. His mouth quirked. probably to satisfy their insatiable curiosity about the Wild West. But I'm happy to show that there's more to this land than Indians and buffalo. Father had lowered his fork as well, and now leaned forward to peer at the doctor. And you've documented a variety of new plant species in this area? Have you seen the version of delphinium that grows out here? Dr. Evans leaned forward too. With blue and purple flowers covering the top third of the stalk when it blooms? Yes, I'm actually in the process of studying it. One of the ranchers in the area claims it's making his cattle ill. Greta's gaze pulled back and forth between the two men as they continued the discussion, Father's face coming to life when he described plants and asked questions. She glanced from the pair to the other men sitting around the table. Olson dipped low over his plate, more focused on his food than the conversation. Zeche seemed to be watching the interchange with amusement while he ate. But as she studied him, his gaze wandered to meet hers, and he sent her a quick wink. If it weren't for the grin touching the corners of his mouth, she might have thought she'd dreamed it. But she couldn't help returning a smile. This had to be good for Father. And that had to be good for her chances with Zeche. At least she hoped so. Zeche closed his hands around the mug of strong coffee, letting its warmth infuse him with a measure of strength. This not sleeping was becoming a bad habit. If only the thoughts that kept his mind churning would give the same energy to his body. Got any more of that? Olson's whispered tone broke the stillness of the morning as he stepped over to the stove. I made this pot strong. A grunt was the only man's response while he filled a mug and turned to plop into a chair at the table. They sat in silence for several minutes, letting the drink work its magic. Olson looked a little worse for wear, his tousled hair spiking several angles and darkness shadowing the skin under his eyes. At last he broke the quiet. Doc up yet? He went out to gather plants. Specimens, he called them. A snort drifted from the cup raised to Olson's mouth. Zeche hid his answering smile as he pushed up from his seat to refill his mug. Reckon I'll go see how the animals are this morning. Olson rose and turned toward the door, grabbing his coat off the hook as he exited. Zeche probably should have seen to the horses already, but his mind hadn't been focused in that direction. If he could get Mr. Michelly alone for a few moments today, he planned to speak with him. There was so much they needed to settle, not the least of which was securing the man's blessing on asking Greta to marry him. His gut tightened at the thought of the conversation. But surely it wouldn't be so hard. They seemed to have reached a mutual respect during the ordeal with Greta. At least on Zeke's part, his esteem for the man had grown. And Mr. Michelly's gaze now had an earnestness when he spoke with Zeche, as though he saw him as a friend. Maybe. A shuffling from the other side of the room grabbed his attention, and Zeche turned to nod at the man occupying his thoughts. Nix prancing beside him. Mornin'. Mr. Michelly wore the same sleep-rumpled look Olson had. Hope that's coffee I smell. He gave Zeche a half-smile on his way toward the pot. With a steaming mug in hand, Michelly settled across from Zeche. As he took his first sip, the older man's gaze took in Zeche. He swallowed and released a deep, pent-up breath. That's good coffee. Zeche raised his own mug to his lips. It is. Might this be his chance? Or maybe he should wait till later when he'd had time to wake up. What's bothering you, son? Did Greta have trouble in the night? I can be a heavy sleeper. Zeche ignored the first question and did his best to push back the memories the last comment stirred, doing his best to school his features. I haven't heard anything from her room. Olson and the doctor have gone out already. Michelly nodded. But you didn't sleep well. A comment, not a question. Zeche shrugged. Had a lot on my mind. The other man nodded, the hint of a smile touching his mouth as he raised the mug for another sip of coffee. He seemed to be in a decent mood, and who knew when Zeche would have the chance for a private conversation again? He should ask now. Reaching for his escaping courage, he tried for a voice that didn't quiver. He had to clear his throat to accomplish it. Just say it. Sir, I'd like to marry Greta, and I'd like your blessing. Chapter 24. Zeche forced his gaze not to waver, not to wince at the directness of his words. Mr. Michelly's focus had sharpened. No hint of a smile remained around his mouth or eyes. For a long moment he held Zeke's look over the mug in his hand. Then he placed the cup on the table and leaned back in his chair. I suppose I saw that coming. Can't say the thought of turning Greta's welfare and happiness over to another man doesn't scare me. He eyed Zeche again. 3 days ago, it would have frightened me much more than it does now, though. Zeche caught his breath. 3 days ago? It was you God sent to save Greta, and through it all, I saw those qualities in you I would require in a husband for her. The drive to protect and care for her, the wisdom not to be afraid to call on God. And it seems like you might be a bit smitten, which shows good sense. A twinkle came back to his eye, but fled just as quickly as his face sobered. His gaze captured Zeke's with an intensity that stilled his breath. I suppose if Greta says yes, you can have my blessing. The breath leaked out of Zeke's chest as the tightness there uncoiled. That's good. That's real good. Pulling his exploding emotions back together, he struggled to focus on his other question. I do have something else to ask. Michelly's brows rose. Oh? He had to be delicate in how he said this. I'm not sure Greta will say yes, unless... Just say it. That internal advice had worked last time, so he plunged in again. Unless she knows you're settled, that you'll be fine without her. Michelly's lips pinched in a grimace. She does worry. I guess I've given her cause, but she lets it grip her more than she should. Zeche nodded but didn't trust himself to respond. The man had more than given Greta cause. Mr. Michelly seemed to sense his reticence. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate everything Greta does more than I could put into words, even her worry. Then his gaze sharpened on Zeche. Are you planning to take her far? The perfect lead-in. Actually, that was my question. I'd like to build a cabin near yours, maybe even in the same clearing. Would that be a problem? All his senses focused on Greta's father. The man's full acquiescence would be critical. If he had any concern about Zeche being so close on a daily basis, it would likely play out in the man's episodes. Not that it wouldn't anyway, but they didn't need to add new triggers. A slow smile spread across Mr. Michelly's face. Maybe that means she'll still feed me every now and then. Zeche nodded, finally letting himself breathe again. Probably. The older man took another drink of coffee as his look turned thoughtful. Actually, I may not be home as much as I have been. The work Dr. Evans has been doing here is quite interesting. I might do some similar documentation of the plants at higher elevations. I think my colleagues back east would find the information fascinating. Zeche nodded. He didn't quite understand the captivation with the plants, but the light in the man's eyes was unmistakable, and he couldn't stop the sense of anticipation building in his chest. Now to ask Greta. Zeke fought the tension in his shoulders as he stepped up to the doctor's door and gave a light tap before pushing it open. It's Zeke. Since they were staying in the place, he probably didn't need to knock, but it still felt strange to barge through the door. Zeke. Greta looked up from where she stirred something over the cook stove.
I was wondering where you were.
The sight of her there, so fragile, so beautiful, did funny things in his chest. But he couldn't stop a tiny surge of panic. Was she well enough to be working again? He shucked his coat as he strode toward her. What are you doing up? Did the doctor say you could leave the bed? Slipping an arm around her, he tried to guide her back to her chamber.
I'm fine, Zeke.
She resisted his tug and somehow ended up turned in his arms so she faced him. And the way she smiled up at him snagged the breath from his lungs. He settled his hands at her back, pulling her closer as she rested her palms on his chest. She could probably feel the gallop of his pulse, but he had no secrets from her. At least he wouldn't after she said yes. You're feeling better? He searched her expressive dark eyes for the answer.
I am.
Her gaze dropped to her hands as she smoothed them over his buckskin shirt, that smile still softening her lips.
Are you going to tell me where you were?
Her color did look better, and her eyes were bright, and she was obviously attempting to change the subject away from her need to rest. It was hard to deny her, though. I walked over to the mercantile. He struggled to keep his expression neutral as he thought through his activities. The supplies the place carried were limited, but Wilson, the owner, had been more than eager to order anything he needed, including wood from the sawmill southeast of here. He'd ordered everything they'd need to get started on their new house. Of course, he still had to ask Greta, but surely she wouldn't say no. Please, Lord. She straightened as eagerness lit her face.
There's a mercantile? I want to go there.
She turned to step out of his arms, but he locked his hold. Oh, there, Missy. I think you better get your strength back before you go shopping. She gazed up at him, the yearning in her eyes showing more vigor than he'd have given her credit for.
I'm fine, Zeke. Almost completely well. And I haven't seen the inside of a mercantile for almost 6 months.
A hint of a defiant spark touched her eyes, and he pinched his mouth against a grin. That was his Greta. She'd ask nicely the first time, but then she'd do it herself if she had to. So strong. He let out a dramatic sigh. I'll walk over with you. At least the place wasn't far, and he could make sure she didn't overtax herself. He helped her bundle in her coat, and she slipped her hand in the crook of his arm as they started out. The air still had a nip to it, but the sun shone bright against the deep blue of the sky. As they crossed the dirt path the locals called a road, Greta inhaled a deep breath and released it.
It's perfect, Zeke.
He chuckled. You mean the weather?
The weather, the view, the company.
She shot him a sideways glance, an impish look touching her mouth. He had to fight the urge to kiss that mouth. Soon, but not out here in the middle of the street. He settled for covering her fingers with his own, tucking them tighter around his arm as they reached the mercantile. The store was actually a large room built in the front of the home of a fellow named Wilson, and the bell on the door jingled as Zeke opened it. Be there shortly, a muffled voice called from somewhere back in the house. Take your time. Zeke responded as he wiped his boots on the rug. Greta paused inside the entry to unbutton her coat, then let out a noise that sounded almost like a squeal as she darted toward the section of foodstuffs. He couldn't tell at first if she was about to cast up her accounts, or if she was just excited. But as he pulled the door shut and strode over to stay close, her voice took on a higher pitch.
Flour! Real flour!
She stood near a barrel and inhaled, closing her eyes in a way that made her look so much like the dark-haired angel she was. He couldn't help a little chuckle at her dramatics. She opened her eyes and spun to face him. But when he looked closer, all mirth died in his chest. Were those tears sparkling in her dark eyes? He stepped close enough to stroke her elbow. "Darling, what's wrong?" The muscles at her throat worked.
"Nothing.
But her voice caught as though clogged by emotion. Surely the cooking supplies hadn't done all this. She must be weaker than she'd let on. He slipped his hand around her waist and pulled her into his arms. She didn't resist, but she didn't melt into him either. Instead, she sniffed hard and brought up a hand to wipe her eyes, a motion that only heightened the concern building in his chest. "What is it, Greta? Do we need to get you back to the dock?" She straightened.
"No, I'm sorry. I just haven't had a chance to cook with all this in so long."
She motioned toward the wall of shelves filled with barrels and foodstuffs.
"I used to love to cook."
A sudden glimpse into her meaning spared him, leaving a weight on his chest. He touched her cheek and gently guided her face around so she looked at him. "How often does your father make supply runs?" But he knew the answer. She'd alluded to it at least once before. She looked away from his gaze.
"About once a year. He can't do without his coffee."
Her mouth found a smile, but it didn't give off the humor she might have intended. How hard had it been for her to subsist, only on what she could grow, with almost no outside provisions. Had he ever seen her cook with flour? They'd had beans the day after Olson stopped by that first time, but almost every other dish she'd made had been based around cornmeal. He'd not thought too much about it. Grub was grub, as long as it filled the hollow places. But she must be accustomed to so much better. One more thing she'd lost among so much. But then her back straightened and the gaze she lifted to him held a bit of a haunted look.
"My father's been through a lot. When we moved out here, he just wanted to escape. Wanted to leave everything tainted by men behind. I don't blame him for that."
He stroked her jaw with the pad of his thumb. "I don't blame him for it either. If I'd gone through half of what he's probably seen, I'd want to get far away from it too." Her posture seemed to soften some, so he pushed on. "But I can't imagine how hard it's been for you to make do with only what you could grow or make." Harder than he'd realized, apparently. He'd been so caught up in the mental unrest and danger she battled from her father's memories. It hadn't occurred to him the other ways her father's struggles had affected her. He softened his tone even more. "I already bought some supplies to take back with us. Do you think that will be a problem with your father?" He almost held his breath as he waited for her reply. He couldn't fight the sense that her answer now might have an impact on her response to his bigger question. The flash of desire that slipped through her eyes spawned a flicker of hope in his chest. Was she holding back because she worried about her father's response? Mr. Michelly hadn't seemed worried about Greta leaving him, at least not where his own well-being was concerned. She'd always seemed to carry the weight of her father's illness. But how much of it was self-imposed penance, or at least more worry than was necessary? Either way, it wasn't for him to judge. The best he could do to help Greta was to support her, carry part of her load, hopefully the heaviest part, if she'd let him. He raised his brows now, prompting her answer. "Will the supplies be all right, do you think?" The edge of her lips slipped under her teeth.
"I suppose."
He couldn't completely fight his grin. Good. And because his heart was almost bursting inside him, he slipped his hand around her waist and turned her toward the door. "We'll come back in a bit to let you pick out everything you want. First, there's something I want to show you." She only protested a little as they left the building, but as he guided her down the street, Their strides melded into one as she relaxed by his side. He kept his hand around her waist, although he should have released her. The still fragile condition of her health would be his excuse if anyone commented. He wasn't quite sure where he was taking her, except he had to get her to a place where they could talk. He'd planned to wait until she was fully recovered, and he could give her a proper proposal. But he might not last through another hour of waiting. He had to know what her answer would be. Chapter 25. They passed 2 houses before they reached the edge of town. In the distance, a mountain rose up, scrawny pines crawling up its base until the rocky cliffs soared toward the clouds to tower over them. Snow capped its peak, a reminder that the sunny day was only a small reprieve from winter. As the road narrowed to a simple trail, a copse of trees lined one side, with a boulder perched at the edge of the woods. The rock was just about the right height to sit on. This spot would do. "What are we looking at?" Greta's voice held a playful tone, but he didn't miss the hint of suspicion. He motioned toward the stone. "Would you like to sit?" She obeyed, then crossed her arms as he settled on the other half of the rock. "And what is it you want to show me?" So maybe he hadn't quite set the tone he intended for this conversation. "Actually, it's something I wanted to ask you." She turned to look at him through narrowed eyes, but the quirk of her mouth lightened the scrutinizing look. "I think you just brought me out here so you could kiss me." Heat flushed his veins. Ah, yes, this was his woman. He gave her a cheeky grin and tapped her nose with his finger. "You guessed it." Her eyes widened a little, and he charged on quickly. "But first, I have a question for you." She raised her brows, innocent expectation marking her face. His mouth had gone as dry as the surface of the sun, so he swallowed to summon moisture. How did he start? This wasn't at all how he'd planned to go about wooing her. Not that he'd really had a plan. He pushed up from the rock and paced a short distance away. Should he just blurt out his question? Not very romantic. He inhaled a breath and turned to face her, then found the first words that came to him. "Greta, after I left, the second time, I was miserable. I knew I shouldn't leave you. I knew you were special. But I thought that's what I had to do to keep you safe. I thought it would be best for you and your father if I was gone. So I left, and things got bad. Real bad. Then God knocked some sense into me and told me to go back." She was squinting at him, twin lines forming between her brows as she probably tried to make sense of the words spewing from his mouth. He really should have planned this better, maybe even rehearsed it. But now all he could do was get to the point, be honest with her. He strode back to her and dropped to his knees in front of her, taking both her hands in his, doing his best to let every ounce of his heart pour into his words. "I love you, Greta. I have since that first day." Her eyes widened, and it might have been his imagination, but it looked like her face went a little pale. But he pressed on. "I know your father needs you. I know you have a place here already. And at first I just thought my presence was making things harder for you, putting you in danger. So I left. But then I realized that God brought us together for a reason." She was studying him as though each word he spoke might change the course of her life. And Lord willing, they would. He stroked the pads of his thumbs over her fingers. "Marry me. I think God showed me that we can find a way to make this work. I want to be there for you, to make your load lighter." He gave her hands a gentle squeeze. "And most of all, I want to love you for every last one of my days." Her eyes shimmered with tears. Good tears? Lord, let that be a good sign. But she didn't speak, only stared at him through those beautiful watery eyes. He was on the verge of asking what she was thinking, but then she released a shuddering sigh. She paused as her throat worked. She seemed to be struggling for words, and a tightness started to coil in Zeke's chest. Whatever kept her from speaking didn't seem like joyful exuberance. She seemed sad. Greta forced her mind to focus through the churning of her emotions. Zeke loved her, wanted to marry her. Everything within her begged to throw herself in his arms and say 100 times yes. But how could she? How could she be so reckless and thoughtless as to shuck all her responsibilities to marry this man? Father needed her. He was the only family she had left, and she couldn't leave him when his very life might depend on her presence there to help him. The inevitability of it all pressed down on her, and she couldn't quite bring herself to meet Zeke's gaze. But she finally got the words out. "I can't. I'm sorry." The burn of tears rushed up her throat, threatening her control as they seared her eyes. She jumped to her feet and strode back toward the town, toward the quiet chamber in the doctor's house where she could fall apart in solitude. "Greta." Zeke's voice was close, and she charged faster. He caught her arm, halting her with a firm grip. His hold wasn't painful, just unyielding. "Greta." He stepped in front of her, but the tears created a blurry shield so she didn't have to try to avoid his gaze. She couldn't see him clearly anyway. She bit hard on her lip to still the emotion and turned away. "Let me go, Zeke." Wasn't it hard enough to refuse him? To do the right thing? He didn't have to remind her again of everything she was losing. "Greta." His voice had quieted, and his strong, calloused hand touched her cheek. "Stop." She had the almost overwhelming urge to step into his arms, to let herself hide in the strength there. He always made the burdens seem lighter, bearable. If only she could just say yes. And then, as if he read her mind, Zeke stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her, enveloping her in their haven. "What is it, love? What's wrong?" The murmur of his words echoed through his chest as she pressed herself into him, wrapped her arms around his waist, clinging to him. She had to explain herself. She knew that. It was only fair to Zeke, and maybe it would be easiest to do it now while she didn't have to look in his eyes, when he couldn't look in hers and see her desire. "I can't marry you, Zeke. I'd like to, but I have responsibilities. I can't walk away from them. I can't leave my father when he needs me." She inhaled a long breath of his strong, manly scent. Intoxicating. But then he pulled back, pushing her away from himself, and the bareness that replaced his touch was enough to bring on another rush of tears. "Didn't you hear me, Greta?" He gripped her wrist, and they shook with his intensity. "I won't take you away. I won't make things worse. I want to help." The earnestness in his dark eyes was enough to pierce her. "I know your father needs you. I know you need him. I would never interfere with that. I've already spoken to him, and he said we could build a house right next to his cabin. But if you'd rather he live in the same house with us, that's fine too." He bent low to peer into her eyes. "Whatever we need to do, we'll do it together."
She couldn't stop the tears as a thread of hope burgeoned inside her. "You'd do that?" His precious face softened through the blurry sheen of her vision. "I'd do anything for you. Whatever it takes. We'll do it together." His voice seemed to thicken as he repeated those last words, and her heart grabbed hold of them. She let herself step into his arms, no longer able to hold back the salty water that flowed down her face. Even if his words sounded too good to be true, she clung to him. They had to make this work. Had to. He let her cry, rubbing her back and speaking soft murmurings that never quite penetrated her mind. But finally she stilled the flow, wiping away the mess on her face. He may regret his offer after seeing her fall apart like this. "I'm sorry, Zeke. I didn't mean—" He cupped her chin, forcing her to look up at him. Her eyes were probably red and swollen, her cheeks splotchy. He was definitely seeing her at her worst. "Greta Michelly, I know I didn't say it very well, so let me try again. I love you. I firmly believe God brought us together. And now, will you please do me the honor of marrying me? I know it won't always be easy, but we'll work through whatever we need to, together. I've already spoken to your father and have his blessing. I'd hoped we could build a house next to his cabin, but we can work through that too, together." Suddenly he pulled his hand from her chin and rubbed the back of his neck, his gaze dropping from her face to the ground. Her heart had just about floated out of her chest with this final speech, but now it came careening back with shuddering force. Was he changing his mind already? "I've sort of already ordered the wood, so I hope we can work out the house part soon. Guess I should have waited to see what you want to do first." He looked up, a little sheepish, and her heart finally restarted. She reached up to place both hands on either side of his face. "Yes." And then she pulled him closer for that kiss she'd suspected when he first brought her out here. His mouth came to her hungry, yet she could feel the tender care in his touch. Even his kiss made her feel safe, protected. She offered back the love brimming in her chest, savoring every moment, every taste. "Well, howdy!" Greta jerked at the voice from behind, spinning around to face the intruder and pushing away from Zeke in the process. But his arm tightened at her waist, not letting her go. Mr. Olson stared down at them from atop his horse, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet it didn't seem to quite reach his eyes. The scrutinizing look he now gave them seemed at odds with his easy-going manner. "I saw you two and thought, goodness, didn't think Miss Michelly'd be feeling well enough to be sneaking off." His gaze landed on Zeke, penetrating so deep it might have taken down a lesser man. Greta could barely look up for the heat stinging her cheeks. She started to respond, but Zeke's hand tightened at her waist the slightest bit, silencing her. A grin took over his face. "I guess you get to be the first to congratulate me, Magnus. Greta finally agreed to marry me." Mr. Olson turned to her, his brows raised as though he was waiting for her to confirm the story. She hadn't quite been ready for an announcement, but it was likely better than what the man had been thinking. She nodded. He's right. Then the Mr. Olson she'd come to know peeked through the protective facade, spilling onto his boyish face with a grin. "Glad to hear it. Knew it was coming. But," he winked at Zeke, "just wanted to make sure you put the horse before the cart." She wasn't sure if he meant she was the horse or the cart, but she clung to the joy bubbling in her chest as they turned to follow the trapper's horse back toward the little settlement. They still had much to work out, but with Zeke by her side and God guiding their steps, this just might work. The joy bubbling in her chest said it would.
Chapter 26. I have to admit, I'm loath to see you folks leave. We don't often get visitors out here. Greta settled into the saddle as the doctor held her mare's reins. We appreciate your hospitality, William. Father's voice boomed from atop his gelding. You can be certain I'll return to share findings as I widen my search for new flora. His tone was practically giddy, at least as jubilant as her staid father had sounded in months, or years, maybe since Mother died, maybe since even before the war. Lord willing, he was pulling out of the haze of depression that had dogged him. Father's gaze found hers, and she returned his smile. This could be a fresh start for them both. Reckon I'll take my leave now. Mr. Olson reined his horse over toward Vico and shook Father's hand. Y'all be safe, you hear? He shot a look at Greta, then tipped his chin in her direction. Sure am glad you're recovered, Miss Michelly. She sent the man a warm smile. Me too, Mr. Olson. And thank you for your help in saving me. Even through his bushy beard she could see the blush splotching his cheeks as he nodded and turned to Zeche. He seemed to recover himself when he extended his hand across the space between their horses. As Zeche clasped it, the two men locked gazes. A conversation passed between their eyes, something of respect and more. She couldn't begin to decipher everything, but it brought on a warmth that seeped through her chest. Zeche was the first to break the silence between them, and he said only, I appreciate it, Olson. The other man nodded, for once not speaking. His boyish grin was nowhere to be found, only a solemn earnestness. Then, as quickly as it came, the intensity vanished and Olson straightened in his saddle. Happy trails, all. With a wave he turned westward, toward the mountains. A little tightness hitched in Greta's chest. In the distance, those peaks called to her, too. But it wasn't time to go home yet. Not quite. Ready? Zeke's voice murmured beside her. She turned to him, the warmth of his tone, his presence, planting a smile in her. Ready? With a final farewell to the doctor, and an assurance that they each carried in their saddle packs one of the bottles of activated charcoal he'd given them, they started down the dirt path that was Lawson's main street. Nix padded beside Father's horse, his tail high as he searched for the next adventure. Outside of town, Zeche turned them southward, and they followed an overgrown wagon road as it wound through the rolling hills. At lunch, they stopped beside a trickling creek to eat the biscuits and cheese she'd packed. As he finished his last bite, Father pushed to his feet. I'm going to walk up the creek to study the rock formations I see in the distance. Zeche nodded. I'll move the horses so they can get in a little more grazing. By the time Greta finished packing the remnants of lunch, Zeche was standing by the water's edge, staring into it. The sight of him there, tall and solitary, with those broad shoulders that always did funny things in her chest. She walked over to stand with him and slipped her hand into his. He wove his fingers through hers and gave her hand a gentle squeeze as he pointed into the water with his other. There's a school of baby fish. Sure enough, tiny creatures darted through the water that couldn't be more than 10 inches deep. She watched for a moment, then looked out over the landscape they still had to cover. How many days do you think it'll take to get to your home? Zeche turned to look at her then, and she met his gaze. The way his eyes seemed to drink her in made her chest flutter again. She would never tire of that expression, the love in his look. Wilson at the Mercantile gave directions that I think will be a pretty direct route. We won't be traveling through the mountain country, so I'm thinking 4 or 5 days to the stage stop. His gaze swept over her face, and the corners of his eyes crinkled. Mara will keep you there for weeks if we let her, but I'm planning to stay just long enough to catch our breath. Then we're off to South Pass City to find the sheriff. She had to force herself to hold his gaze as heat crept up her neck. The sheriff who would marry them. She ran a tongue over her dry lips. "We can stay longer with your family if you'd like. I'm sure they miss you." "And you them." Maybe when he was back at his home with his brother and sister and that adorable little niece he'd told her about, he wouldn't want to leave it. Would he realize then how much he was giving up to marry her? She turned away to watch the breeze rustle the brown winter grass across the creek. If Zeke wouldn't be happy with her, it would be best to know it now, before they promised their lives to each other before God, before she gave any more of her heart to this man. "Greta?" The strong vibrato in his voice pulled her back, and she dared to look at him again. That earnestness in his eyes. No, it was sheer determination that held her gaze locked. "My family will love you, and I'm hoping they'll come to town to see us wed. But I don't plan to stay with them any longer than we've talked about. I want to marry you, soon. And then I'm ready to take you home to the mountains. We have a life to build." He pulled her close to his side, then stepped behind her to wrap his hands around her waist. The way he rested his chin on her hair tucked her tight into his hold. She sank back into him, letting the security of his strength seep around her, through her. But she had to ask one more time. "Are you sure you don't mind leaving them? Maybe I could talk Father into moving to the river with us, so we can be near your family." But even as she made the offer, unease tightened her gut. Father was just now finding his way again. What would such a big change do to his mental state? Zeke pressed a kiss to the soft skin of her jaw, just below her ear, and the power of it sent tingles through her body. "I'm sure. We both agreed it wouldn't be good to move him, and the mountains are in my blood. I'm not sure I'd want to live anywhere else." Another kiss, an inch farther back on her neck, and she teetered on the verge of losing all power over her senses. This man affected her in ways she'd only dreamed of. But then he shifted behind her, leaning to the side so he could see her profile. She turned to meet his gaze, but the hesitation there tightened her stomach. "What is it?" "My brother Ezra is still running the stage stop, and he's only a 20-minute ride from Mara and Josiah, so I'm not worried about him, but—" She focused on keeping her breathing steady, despite the way his paws tightened the muscles in her neck. Zeke had just said he wanted to marry her, to build a life with her. She had to trust him. But she'd breathe better when he finished his question. "Yes?" She raised her brows. "Would you mind if I invited him to come build a cabin near us?" He finished the question in a rush, and he studied her as if she might fly into a rage. "I mean, I don't think he will, but I'd like to invite him just the same. Would that be all right, do you think?" She turned in his arms, leaning back so she could see the nuances of his strong face. "I think it would be wonderful if your brother came to live near us." His eyes roamed back and forth as he studied her. "But your father, you don't think it would bother him?" She reached up to cup his chin in the crook of her thumb and forefinger. "We'll work through it if we need to. Together." And then she finished her answer by reaching up to press her lips to his. The thought of together with this man sounded better with each wild beat of her heart. Bonus epilogue. We've made it to South Pass. What do you think? At Zeke's words beside her, Greta straightened in her saddle and peered into the valley at the settlement nestled among the rolling hills. Looks perfect. This little town that would bear witness to their union. Her father and Zeke's family rode behind them, most on horseback, but Mara and her husband and daughter rode in the wagon they'd brought to carry supplies. Together, they all made quite the caravan as they all traveled to town for the wedding. Her marriage to Zeche. She glanced over at her husband-to-be, his strong profile set in concentration as he studied the landscape ahead. What was he thinking? Did he have any reservations about marrying her? He must have felt her gaze, for he turned, and his blue eyes met hers, softening with a tenderness that made her breath catch. He reached out and clasped her gloved hand in his larger one, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "Are you ready for this?" Greta swallowed the lump of emotion that rose in her throat. "I am. More than anything." And she meant it, with every fiber of her being. This man, with his quiet strength and gentle heart, had become her anchor in the turbulent sea of life. Companionable silence settled, the click of the horses' hooves on stone and the creaking of the wagon wheels the only sounds breaking the tranquil afternoon. As they rode into the small frontier settlement, she took in the rustic wooden buildings lining the main street, a trading post, saloon, blacksmith, and a structure separate from the rest that Zeche said served as meeting house and church when a traveling minister came through. Folks stopped to stare at their approaching group, no doubt unaccustomed to such a large party arriving at once. Josiah guided the wagon to a stop in front of the weathered clapboard hotel. "We'll make sure they have enough rooms. Then you ladies can get settled while we take the horses to the livery." Greta dismounted along with the rest of them, then looped her horse's reins over the hitching post beside Zeke's. Mara motioned for her to walk with her into the hotel. "Let's get you settled, dear. Tomorrow is your big day, after all." Her big day, the first day of her new life as Mrs. Zeche Reid. What would that be like? Could she be a good wife? Nerves fluttered in her stomach, but one look at Zeke's handsome face, his eyes warm with love and reassurance, settled her butterflies. With a steadying breath, she stepped forward into the hotel and into the future that awaited them. Greta's stomach clenched like a fist, wrenching her from sleep. What was this awful pain? She groaned, curling into a ball on her side as the sickening ache radiated through her abdomen. She forced herself to think through the churning. Her wedding day. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing the nausea to pass. She needed to get up and start preparing. There was so much to do. She'd wanted to rise early, be fresh, and her loveliest version for Zeche. Slowly, carefully, she worked herself upright, sliding her legs over the edge of the bed. The room spun, so she let herself sit for a minute. When her middle had settled some, she took a deep breath, then pushed to her feet. The moment she stood, bile rose in her throat. She clamped a hand over her mouth and ran for the wash basin, barely making it before her stomach heaved. Tears pricked her eyes as she retched again and again until there was nothing left. This couldn't be happening, not today of all days. What had brought this on? Poison hemlock all over again? She'd been so careful, not eating anything remotely suspicious. Had some of it lingered in her body all this time? Spent and shaking, she collapsed onto the bed, pulling her knees to her chest. She had to rally. Somehow she had to get better so she could meet Zeche at the church, beautiful and ready to become his wife. She couldn't let him see her like this again, so wretchedly ill. A soft knock sounded at the door. Through the wood came a voice. "Greta? It's Mara. I'm just checking on you." Greta squeezed her eyes shut. She couldn't hide this from Mara. Maybe her future sister-in-law could help. "Come in." Her voice came out in a croak. The door creaked open, and Mara gasped. "Greta, what's wrong?" "I don't know." Even speaking exhausted her. "A horrible stomach ache hit me out of nowhere. On today of all days." The bed dipped as Mara sat beside her. A cool hand brushed her forehead. "You're a little feverish. I'm going to send for the doctor, and I'll get word to Zeche about what's happening." Greta made a small groan of protest but didn't have the strength to argue. The thought of Zeche witnessing her in this condition made her want to cry. Just like when he first found her after the poisoning, frail and helpless, some bride she was turning out to be. Mara exited the room, leaving the door ajar, and the faint sound of her voice drifted through. Greta could only make out a few words. Sick, need, come. She had to get up. Maybe if she ignored the nausea, she could move past it. Mara returned before she could make herself rise. Here, try to drink a little water. Mara held a cup to her lips, and Greta managed a few small sips. But her stomach began to protest, so she turned away. Greta. The sound of Zeke's voice, so worried, made her jerk her head up off the bed. She pushed to sit up as he reached her side. What's wrong, love? He sank to the bed beside her. Is it poisoning again? I have more charcoal in my room. I should have brought it. She rested a hand on his arm before he could rush off to get the... I don't think it's the hemlock. I've been so careful. Her voice sounded too weak. I just need to rest a bit, then I can start getting ready. Zeke's brow furrowed as he studied her face. He took her hand. What can I do? Tell me how to help you feel better. Her heart clenched at the tenderness in his eyes, even as her stomach continued to churn. I think if I push through it, I'll be ready. Maybe an hour or two later than we'd planned. A new wave of dizziness hit her. Shh! Don't even think about that right now. He moved his hand to stroke her back. The only thing that matters is getting you well. We have our whole lives ahead of us. The wedding can wait until you're feeling healthy and whole. His words should make her feel better, but her insides had begun to churn so fiercely she had clamped a hand to her mouth to keep from spewing. Zeche, you better go, she managed to gasp out. I'm going to be... Mara pressed a basin in front of her just in time to catch the surge from her belly. Wave after wave, she was helpless to stop them. At last, the spewing stopped, and she accepted the damp cloth from Mara in exchange for the basin. Zeche still sat at her side, and she could only groan at what he'd witnessed. He stroked her back. Can you lie down? She nodded, and when he moved, she crawled to the spot where she'd slept. She wanted to melt into the coverlet, both to escape this awful sickness and the mortification of how she must look on what was supposed to be her wedding day. Zeche pulled the blanket over her. Rest, my love. I'm sorry, Zeche. I didn't mean to ruin our day. She let her eyes drift closed. Hush now, none of that. His rough fingers brushed the hair from her cheek. In sickness and in health, remember? We have plenty of time, the rest of our lives. Even in the midst of her misery, his touch, his voice, his nearness brought comfort enough she might be able to sleep. I love you, she murmured. His breath warmed her temple just before his lips brushed her skin. And I you. I'll be here for anything you need. Zeche paced the narrow hallway outside Greta's room, his boots thudding a muffled rhythm on the worn floorboards. He paused as the door creaked open, and the doctor emerged, shutting it softly behind him. Zeche searched the man's weathered face, his chest tightening. How is she? Will she be all right? The doctor nodded, his voice calm and even. It appears to be a common stomach ailment. Her fever and the timing of the vomiting spells are consistent with that diagnosis. Relief washed through him. But, you're certain it's not from the water hemlock? Could there be any lasting effects from the poisoning? The man shook his head. I saw no signs of internal damage. Her heart sounds normal, which wouldn't be the case if her organs were affected by poison. As long as she rests today, drinks plenty of water, and starts on broths and soups when she's able, Miss Michelly should make a full recovery. He offered a reassuring smile. Zeche released a long breath. Thank you, Father. The doctor started to turn away, so Zeche spoke quickly. We came to South Pass to be married. Today was to be the day. His heart picked up speed at the words. When do you think she'll be well enough for the ceremony? He scrambled for how to say the rest. And the celebration after? Heat crept up his neck, both at what he actually meant, their wedding night, and at the way the words sounded more focused on his plans than her health. He quickly added, I don't want to rush her at all. That's why I'm asking. A hint of a smile touched the doctor's eyes. I suspect that once her appetite and strength return to normal, she'll be ready for the wedding festivities and all they entail. He cleared his throat. I'd say give it 2 days, but you'll know she's on the mend when the vomiting stops for good. The tension in his chest eased. Greta would be all right, and soon, so very soon, they would be able to move forward into the life he craved with every part of him. The midday sun cast a warm glow over the snow-dusted pines as Greta walked beside Mara to the small wooden church. Not a hint of the sickness plagued her. Thank you, Lord. Her woolen cloak billowed in the crisp mountain breeze, and her step was light. At last, she would become Zeke's wife today. You look radiant, Greta. Mara's eyes sparkled. Zeke won't be able to take his eyes off you. She returned Mara's grin. All day she'd been unable to stop smiling. She'd woken feeling no nausea. In fact, she'd had a ravenous appetite. I feel radiant. I've waited so long for this. She clutched the small bouquet of dried wildflowers and herbs to her chest, inhaling their earthy fragrance. It came as a surprise when Mara had found these at the trading post. Another blessing. They were perfect for her to carry in this winter wedding. As they neared the church, her pulse quickened. Through the open door, she glimpsed Zeke standing tall and proud near the front, his dark hair slicked back, his eyes searching. His gaze found hers, and a smile spread across his face. Goodness, he was handsome. Her father met her at the door, and she turned to face him. His eyes glistened as he took her hands in his work-roughened ones. My beautiful daughter, his voice quivered. I am so proud of the woman you have become, and I know your mother would be too, if she were here. Greta swallowed past the lump in her throat. Thank you. I wish she could see this day. I believe she is with us in spirit, and she is smiling down on you. He leaned in and kissed her forehead. Now, let's not keep your Zeke waiting any longer. He chuckled. The man's been patient enough as it is. She breathed a laugh, blinking back tears. So many emotions today. She took her father's arm, and together they stepped into the sanctuary. Zeke's family and a few friends sat in the rows, but her gaze locked on the man standing at the front of the primitive room, next to the sheriff who would perform the ceremony. Zeke stood with those wide shoulders squared and his hands clasped in front of him. His face shone as she approached, those blue eyes sparkling with so much admiration she'd be happy for him to look at her that way for days. But they had a ceremony to finish. They reached Zeke, and she pivoted to give her father a kiss on the cheek, then allowed him to place her hand in Zeke's. The two men locked gazes, and father gripped Zeke's shoulder. Take care of her, son. Zeke nodded, his Adam's apple working. I will. I promise. As her father turned to sit with the others, Zeke shifted his focus to her. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze as his eyes roamed her face. He whispered, You are so beautiful. She could only speak what swelled so full within her. I love you. He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed the backs of her fingers, a caress so intimate it sent chills down her arms. The sheriff cleared his throat, probably to gain their attention. Zeke tightened his grip on her hand as they turned to face the man. Dearly beloved, he began, we are gathered here in the sight of God to witness the joining of this man and this woman in holy matrimony. As the words continued, she lost herself in Zeke's tender expression, in the love and devotion shining from his eyes. When the time came to say those two sacred words, the ones that would bind her to this man forever. She spoke them with all the certainty and devotion in her soul. "I do." Zeche slid his mother's ruby ring onto her finger, and a rush of belonging wrapped around her. This man, with his quiet strength and tender heart, was her home now. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the sheriff declared. "You may kiss the bride." Her pulse skipped a beat, fluttering in her chest. Zeche fixed those rich blue eyes on her, and she could scarcely breathe. They were married, and this would be their very first kiss as husband and wife. He lowered his head slowly, and she let her eyes sink closed to relish every second. They had an audience, so they had to stay chaste, but that didn't mean she couldn't feel every emotion, every touch of his mouth on hers, every whisper of love his kiss revealed. His mouth brushed hers, lingering as it felt like even their lips melded into one. This man made her heart gallop and her knees tremble. He pulled away far, far too soon, but she'd already lost her breath. He hovered close, his eyes smiling with a joy that seemed mixed with the same wonder that wove through her. "Mrs. Reid." His voice came out in a whisper rough with emotion. A sense of belonging spread through her like she'd never experienced before. She and Zeche together, what a wonderful life they would build. She reached up and brushed her thumb across his cheek. "Mrs. Zeche Reid." Those words felt so right, like God had planted them in her from birth. Zeche pressed a kiss to her forehead with a tenderness that felt almost reverent. "I love you, Greta." She never wanted to leave this man's arms, but their family and friends had already begun to stand and gather around. Reluctantly, she turned to face them as Zeche did, though she tucked herself under his shoulder as he wrapped his arm around her waist. They received well wishes and congratulations from each person. Then the others drifted out of the church and onto the cafe where they would celebrate over a meal. Zeche squeezed Greta's waist. "Are you ready?" "I'm ready." She slipped her hand through his arm and walked with him to the door. As they stepped out into the crisp winter air, he laced his fingers through hers and they paused to take in the view before them. Snow dusted the pines like powdered sugar, and the mountains rose majestically right in front of them. This breathtaking land would be their home. With Zeche by her side and God's grace to guide them, she couldn't wait to see what came next in their adventure.
This has been a Rocky Mountain Romance, Wyoming Mountain Tales, Book 2, written by Misty M. Beller, narrated by Paul Curtis. Copyright 2017 by Misty M. Beller. Production copyright 2017 by Misty M. Beller.